claims that while he may not have reached 7th class, he has definitely surpassed 6th class. Jamie responds that those words are exactly what he should be saying, and then calls out to his soldiers to come forth. A little while earlier, in the hallway of Phoenix Academy, a professor walks along cheerfully, commenting that it is almost time to go home. However, he suddenly notices a strange figure ahead and wonders what it is. The figure, Demon Contractor Javelin, begins to drain the blood from the professor's body, apologizing to him while saying that the revelation about Jamie Welton being a dark magician was quite valuable information. The figure then remarks about going to surprise Jamie. At that moment, Keeniac arrives and launches an attack at the Javelin, asking if he is the contractor responsible for supplying demonic blood. He says that the contractor really thought he wouldn't sense the demonic energy just now. The contractor retorts by threatening Keeniac, saying he must really want to die. But Keeniac strikes again, declaring that the one who is going to die is the contractor. Meanwhile, Jamie gathers his undead soldiers. One of the commanders, Azad, gives orders telling Squad 2 to spread out to the left and right, Squad 1 to cover any open spaces, and Squad 3 to prepare for simultaneous fire, followed by Squad 1's charge. Upon seeing the undead soldiers, Gerald remarks that the skeletons are useless. As one squad approaches, he effortlessly crushes them, laughing and declaring that this is the power of his new strength. He taunts them to come at him so he can eliminate them all. Azad instructs Squad 2 to move into the empty spaces and Squad 3 to reload. Jamie observes their coordination and wonders how they trained to such a level without his attention. He then calls out to Azad, who bows and asks if he was summoned. Jamie questions what Azad is doing, and Azad replies that the Lik Nebro told him this is how people act when they have an army. Jamie finds this strange, thinking that the Lik should not possess intelligence, as he specifically removed it during creation. He then wonders if the Lik somehow became enlightened during that time. As Gerald continues slashing through the undead with his magic, he mocks them and vows to end them all. Jamie analyzes Gerald's magic, suspecting it might be a spell that breaks down objects into particles to destroy them, realizing that the undead won't be able to hold much longer and that he might lose his entire force. He instructs Azad to retreat with the army. Azad asks if his performance wasn't to Jamie's liking, and with that, they vanish. Gerald laughs, assuming Jamie's mana is depleted after trying too hard, and declares him worthless. Jamie begins to gather magic and mocks Gerald's annihilation magic as weak. As he channels energy into his weapon, he announces that he will now reveal the true power of annihilation. Gerald responds with an insult, swearing to erase Jamie without a trace. Jamie charges at him with blinding speed, but Gerald narrowly dodges and unleashes his magic, vowing not to fall for the same trick again and declaring this to be the end. Meanwhile, in Jamie's lodge, Lennon finds no one present and wonders if they didn't have lessons that day. He looks around, confused, thinking maybe he was excluded. Suddenly, the necklace given by the professor starts to shine. Feeling a sense of dread, he mutters that something feels ominous and begins to suspect that the professor might be in danger. Without hesitation, he flees the lodge. At the same time, Jamie is pushed back by the force of Gerald's magic. He questions whether Gerald is now using his own life energy. Jamie then declares that he will trample over someone as insignificant as Gerald. He prepares to wield the dimension-splitting sword alongside Leviathan, commanding it to consume the destruction. Gerald laughs in defiance, claiming that it is useless. He shouts that Jamie will die there while he survives, even if it means surrendering his soul to the Demon King. In response, Jamie unleashes the second authority liberation technique using his sword. Noticing a huge creature, Jamie wonders if it is an illusion. It feels strangely familiar to him. Holding a god killer in his hand, he questions why it is there. The creature asks why gods continue to persecute humans, and Jamie realizes that it is a version of himself from a previous life. He speaks of punishing those who disobey and accuses the gods of creating disgusting beings that cannot be forgiven. Jamie understands that this is a fragment of his forgotten memory. He realizes that his authority of darkness not only has the power to annihilate everything but also contains the gravitational force that pulls all things in that is the true source of Leviathan's power. He then shouts for his authority to be remembered and his darkness to be feared. Using the second authority liberation technique, he catches all of Gerald's magic within his sword. Gerald, growing frustrated, demands to know how his magic is being contained. Jamie replies that Gerald would not understand, even if he explained it, and states that all he needs to know is the Sword of Fusion Convergence technique. Rising up with magic, Jamie thanks Gerald for helping him break through the barrier. He begins slashing at him, declaring that he must be gone, while Gerald screams in response to the attack. Javelin tells Keniak, who is sealed with magic, that while the third elder was working on a strength potion, Keniak created a space to grow stronger, calling it a very human trait for both creator and creation to be alike. He expresses surprise at discovering Keniak is a homunculus. Keniak responds that it's because of Javelin that the students are suffering. Javelin, confident in his power, claims he has reached the level of a demon realm knight, and that even with help, a 5th class mage like Keniak stands no chance. He urges him to give up and throws an attack, which Keniak barely dodges. Realizing the vast difference in power, Keniak internally admits that he cannot win in his current state. Then, from within Javelin's shadow seal, he hears a voice calling out to him, addressing him, saying it's time to be fixed. He recognizes the voice as coming from a sealed figure, likely Siegfried. Determined, Keniak punches the ground, and with that action, Javelin's seal breaks. Javelin shouts in alarm, but Keniak calmly declares that although he is a puppet created by the serpent, he has also learned from others about growth and freedom. He refuses to hand over the student's future to Javelin. When Javelin throws binding magic, Keniak forms defensive magic circles and blocks the attack. Javelin, now troubled, questions what he has done. Keniak replies that he has no intention of dodging anymore. He then uses cube breaker magic to shatter the cube, trapping Siegfried. In the resulting explosion, Keniak embraces death. Siegfried reappears and solemnly tells him he has done well and may now rest in peace. Keniak's last words acknowledge that he owed Siegfried a debt from earlier. Turning to Javelin, Siegfried reminds him of his earlier promise to kill him once he escaped. Javelin, realizing he stands no chance, attempts to flee, but Siegfried instantly appears in front of him and delivers a powerful punch to his stomach, launching him into the air. Mid-flight, Javelin sees a small opening and tries to cast a portal to the demon realm, but before he can finish, he crashes into the ground with great force, causing widespread destruction. Siegfried declares that Javelin won't be allowed to die peacefully. He traps him in a cube and states that he will suffer slowly before death. With that, he throws the cube far away and mutters that this is only the beginning. Jamie, holding his sword, remarks that absorbing the opponent's power and converting it into one's own is his new perspective, what he now calls a true demonic sword. He reflects that while leveling up, his senses sharpened far beyond his age. Realizing that Javelin is still alive, Jamie feels betrayed, stating that everything had been a lie. He promises to inflict agony on Javelin far worse than death. Sensing a presence on the rooftop, Jamie ascends and discovers Count Simon waiting there. Simon compliments him for finding him and asks whether Jamie has broken through the 7th class barrier. Jamie, surprised, asks how Simon even got there. Simon replies that Lennon had informed him and adds that now is not the time to idle, the demons have intervened. They both turn their attention to the sky, observing an ominous surge of demonic energy. Meanwhile, Siegfried struggles to restrain Javelin and questions whether he is transforming into his final form, worrying that such a transformation might endanger the students. Jamie, observing, asks Siegfried if this is Javelin's true form. Siegfried admits he had tried to keep it small, but it had gotten out of hand. Simon, arriving on the scene, asks what he means. Upon noticing Simon, Siegfried asks if the 8th elder has come too. Jamie suggests that continuing the battle there would put the students at risk and proposes moving the fight elsewhere. The group then teleports away to a bare land. Simon grows concerned about Jamie using 7th class magic without a seal, and Siegfried remarks that it's difficult to believe, even while witnessing it. Jamie insists this is no time for amazement and unleashes his most powerful flame spirit magic, creating an immense eruption that engulfs Javelin in fire. Simon, now stepping in, casts his own fire spell and tells Jamie that while he keeps surprising him, fire remains Simon's specialty. He activates his own unique perspective of magic, generating a massive swirling inferno, the very power that earned him the title of Red Lotus. Jamie watches in awe as Simon manipulates even the flames Jamie had created, recognizing it as the 8th elder's perspective of magic. Simon then declares with deadly finality that Javelin should burn alive. Noticing the aftermath of the destruction, Simon tells Siegfried to block it. Siegfried responds that he knew Simon would say that. Jamie remarks that it is Red Lotus, with a beautiful appearance and great destructive power. Siegfried tells Simon that it still has monster-like destructive power. Simon replies that he does not want to hear that from Siegfried anyway. Siegfried then asks Jamie if he reached 7th class in that short amount of time. Jamie replies that that is how it turned out. Siegfried laughs and says that if the other elders come to know of this, they will be so surprised that they will die. Simon tells him not to laugh too frivolously and to know his place. Siegfried says that he does not care, as he was a slave. Simon says, anyway, they should return first. Siegfried asks if they need to confirm that he is dead. Simon asks if he is doubting his magic and says that if the opponent is not a Marquess, it is hard to come out of that alive. Meanwhile, Jamie stands there. Meanwhile, from the destruction, a voice says it needs a little more time. A figure starts forming, saying it would have been given the power of the Demon King, but questions if this is the end. It speaks to Javelin, telling him he did well, and that if he is going to die, he should give up his body so it can kill them all for him. Then, a demon appears. Jamie's eyes widen upon seeing it. A little while ago, at a vacant lot behind the academy, Ofen says that the reverberations of demonic energy can definitely be felt there. The Marquess arrives and asks what happened. Ofen replies that he doesn't know either. Raymond calls everyone over, saying there is a black and burnt corpse. He begins casting a restoration spell on the body and recognizes it as Caniac Azier, a professor at Phoenix Academy and the third elder disciple. Adelhart mocks that the old man serpent must have offered his body as a sacrifice to the demon. Luke scolds Adelhart for such a rash comment, but then notices demonic energy appearing in the sky. He realizes it is coming from a Count-rank demon. Ofen tells Luke and Adelhart that the Marquess and he will go ahead and instruct them to reinforce the magic world as much as possible. Luke insists they should go too. Ofen responds that he will leave it to them both, adding that they might need to use the dimensional breaker. The newly formed demon, Virios, stands before them and remarks that they have reacted quickly. He questions why they remain silent, warning that hiding will not prevent him from launching an attack. Virios is introduced as a count from the demon realm, under the command of the Demon King of Greed. He possesses a mixed bloodline of dragon and demon, making him a demonically awakened count. Jamie notes that his presence feels like standing before a dragon and identifies him as a count-rank demon, far more intimidating than Rutetta. The elders are frozen in place, overwhelmed by his presence. As Virios begins to approach, Jamie notices and quickly reacts, managing to block the attack. He wonders how the impact is still so powerful, even though he uses all might to negate physical damage. Virios comments that Jamie seems better than the others and throws another attack, which Jamie dodges. Virios then praises him again and challenges him to block yet another demonic strike. Jamie manages to block it by guarding his arms, but realizes that the real threat lies in Virios's demonic energy, not just the physical impact. Jamie considers whether he must resort to using black mana. He then turns to the frozen elders and requests that they keep what they are about to witness a secret. Siegfried asks him what he plans to do. Virios, growing impatient, demands more action. Jamie replies that there is no need for further demands, he will entertain him. The elders begin to observe Jamie closely, sensing a shift as he begins to channel his dark mana. Jamie then leaps toward Virios, sword in hand. Virios hurls a magic attack at him, taunting him to try blocking it, too. But Jamie absorbs the mana into his sword instead. Virios, surprised, scoffs at the act of mana absorption and challenges him again by launching another, stronger attack, claiming he will give Jamie more mana than he can handle. As Jamie continues to absorb it, he calmly states that he was waiting for this moment and mocks Virios, suggesting the demon has never known what it's like to be bitten by someone weaker. Jamie channels the absorbed mana through his sword and blocks Virios's next attack. The impact causes Virios to lose his balance and move slightly back. He realizes it wasn't just simple absorption, and now he finds the situation interesting. Regaining his stance, Virios says he won't fall for the same trick twice and declares his intent to kill Jamie in a single blow. Siegfried remarks that he will hear the full story later, while Simon reminds Jamie that he will need to explain everything. Jamie lands a strike on Virios with a technique and assures them he will explain after everything is over. He then combines two of his techniques to launch another attack at Virios. Frustrated, Virios growls at Jamie, insulted that a mere human could challenge him. Jamie turns to Siegfried and asks whether the space can be isolated to prevent any power from leaking out. Siegfried asks if Jamie intends to keep fighting like this, urging the need to regroup with the other elders. Simon also speaks up, acknowledging that Jamie's dark mana is different from that of typical dark magicians, but points out that even with the three of them, they can't defeat Virios. Jamie replies that not even the combined forces of all the magic world's elders can win unless all sword masters gather. Otherwise, the magic world is doomed to fall. Simon asks if Jamie has a plan, and though skeptical, agrees to follow his lead. He then turns to Siegfried for support. Siegfried responds that he understands and shares a coded strategy with them. Meanwhile, Virios mutters that he's going to get scolded by the Demon King once he retires. Though he doesn't know what they're planning, he believes this is the end, and with that, he launches his demonic dragon's breath toward them. Jamie then thanks both of them for the help. The bird sings in loneliness, and a man stands alone on the black earth. An enemy stands there, one who removes the darkness. The false master of destruction stands before them. The words echo that one must not cry even if the entire world is lost. One must walk their own path, for their darkness cannot be stolen. They are told to achieve what they will and thereby to die. Virios then notices that his breath is covered by something and begins to wonder if it is darkness. At that moment, the Demon King of Greed appears. Virios is stunned by its presence. The Demon King tells him to move. Virios refuses and warns that if the 12 gods notice its descent, there will be consequences. The Demon King then lands on the ground, causing a massive swirl of magic with its sword, and gives the order to close. Meanwhile, upon reaching the site of destruction, the Marquess observes that what remains is merely the aftermath, but the amount of mana present is overwhelming. He concludes that it must be the work of a Count-ranked demon or possibly something greater. Raymond asks about the fate of the two elders, and Ofen responds that he believes they have isolated the space itself, most likely due to the actions of the seventh elder. He suspects the elder gave everything he had, noting that the magic feels more like a theft of space than mere isolation. Raymond then wonders aloud if the elder intends to die along with the enemy. The Marquess says that, in that case, they must also prepare for death. Raymond adds that if things get worse, they may have to use that. Ofen replies that he has already instructed Luke and Adelhart to make preparations, though he hopes it won't be necessary. Meanwhile, Jamie, inside the chaotic ocean, senses the magic energy surrounding him and wonders what has happened, questioning how a demon has managed to invade his exclusive territory. He reflects that Chaotic Ocean is an ultimate terraforming magic spell created by Diablo Volfir to combat stronger opponents, a space saturated with dark mana, enabling one to exceed their limits and turning the space itself into a weapon. He concludes that a stronger demon must have arrived, but remains confused about how he was brought into his own exclusive territory. Even the 12 gods could not have destroyed or stolen it from him. Suddenly, a voice speaks, prompting Jamie to feel a strange surge of energy beside him. He wonders if the Demon King has truly arrived, knowing the risk involved must be immense. A Demon King's descent would typically disturb the natural order and attract the attention of the 12 heavenly gods. Yet, oddly, there is no divine reaction. He muses that Pyro would normally be outraged, loudly declaring his intent to kill the Demon King immediately. Of course, Jamie knows he can deceive the gods using his dark mana, but he always believed only he was capable of that. That is what he thought until now. Jamie then speaks, asking if the figure before him is truly the Demon King. The Demon King asks what Jamie is, and it makes Jamie admit that even he, the mighty Diablo Volfir, nearly crumbles in his presence. He questions how Jamie is able to wield such power and look him in the eyes. Jamie replies that he doesn't understand the motive behind the Demon King's questions, affirming that this is his power and he is not someone who trembles before a powerful foe. In response, the Demon King raises a finger and tells Jamie not to be arrogant. Jamie then grips his Gremia, resolute and prepared to fight. Observing this, the Demon King states that such defiance is impossible, assuming it must be mere bravado. Jamie's eye color shifts to purple as he internally notes that all of the Demon King's bones are broken. Yet the being still stands. Jamie asks what the Demon King wishes to know. In response, the Demon King grabs Jamie by the neck and demands to know what Jamie is to him. Jamie reflects on the word him, puzzled, until he notices the Demon King's purple eyes. He internally realizes that while it is possible the Demon King may have come across dark mana by chance, those purple eyes are a trait that belongs only to beings Jamie himself created. The Demon King then questions how Jamie possesses the same purple eyes as the one he refers to as his. Jamie retorts that this is exactly what he wishes to ask, how the Demon King is able to wield his power, his dark mana. Jamie shouts in anger, demanding to know how a filthy demon like him could have it. Releasing his grip from Jamie's neck, The Demon King expresses disbelief, stating that Jamie, or the one he is referring to, is supposed to be dead. He demands that Jamie explain his existence and throws off his helmet, warning that if Jamie cannot provide an explanation, he will cast him into hell. Upon seeing the Demon King's face, Jamie stares in shock and asks if he is Treka. The Demon King, startled, demands to know how Jamie is aware of that name. Jamie then asks whether he remembers the hills of Lampert. They recall the moment when Treka lies injured on the barren land, and Diablo wonders aloud whether he has arrived too late, acknowledging that the injury Treka has sustained cannot be undone. Treka then asks Diablo to make him into an undead. Diablo hesitates, pointing out that becoming undead would mean Treka is bound to obey him. Treka responds that he is fine with that. Kneeling before Diablo, he offers himself, addressing him as his liege, and requests to be made into an obedient subordinate. He expresses his desire to be used as Diablo's sword until the day the gods fall. Treka pleads not to be abandoned, neither he nor any of the humans on the land, and assures that they will remain with Diablo, even in death. Diablo remarks that Treka is truly an irritating man, greatly so. Yet, he begins the process of turning him into an undead, declaring that he will take Treka's pitiful life and put it to good use. Treka expresses gratitude, thanking Diablo. Treka, surprised, asks how Jamie knows something that only he and his lord are supposed to know. As Jamie attempts to explain, Treka shouts that the place in question is known only to him and his lord, and in a world where his lord no longer exists, he believes he should be the only one aware of it. Jamie then urges him to accept the truth and declares that he is Diablo Volfir. In response, Treka quickly bows and asks if it is truly his lord. Jamie apologizes, saying he returned too late. Treka says he believed his lord had died at the hands of the 12 gods. Jamie explains that he was trapped in the Seal of Eternity, but managed to resurrect one day in his current body. Treka then questions what Jamie intends to do, pointing out that with such a body, he won't even get the chance to kill the gods. Jamie shares that he is only 10 years old in this body and has only recently begun to properly recover some of his powers, about a year ago. Treka reflects that, even if Jamie retains the memories of his past life, it's astonishing that he managed to face Balos, a demon close to a Marquess rank, after just a year of training. He says it is just as expected of his lord, and expresses confidence that Jamie will regain his former powers within 10 years. Jamie then asks about Treka, noting that as a demon king, he has become too powerful for Jamie to properly assess. Treka replies that over 60,000 years have passed and tells Jamie it will be faster to see it for himself. He then places a finger on Jamie's forehead and commands all his familiars and undead to leave him. At the time, just before the final battle, Diablo's minions disperse after receiving his order. However, an undead knight, created with some dissatisfaction, is the only one to disobey. Treka tells Diablo that he will assist him until the end. Diablo traps Treka in a magic cube and tells him that it is his final mission. Treka asks what it is. That is how Treka ends up in the demon world. The first 100 years became a time of anguish for him. Treka wonders why his lord has sent him to such a place, whether he was not helpful or perhaps useless, and questions why Diablo does not reclaim the black mana granted to him. In the following 1,000 years, Diablo completely erases all sense of reason within himself. The black mana, which should have depleted and caused Treka to vanish, is instead sustained by demonic energy absorbed through battle, allowing him to continue existing. When Treka finally regains his senses, he has already become a count in the demon world. Then, 10,000 years later, he hears from a subordinate in the mid-world that the 12 gods are erasing all records of the mid-world. Upon learning they are even erasing traces of his lord, Treka realizes his purpose: he must complete his lord's revenge. In place of his master, who was persecuted and scorned by the 12 gods, Treka must become vengeance. Calling himself the demon god of vengeance, Treka is mocked by nearly all demons in the demon world, except for his loyal subordinates. Yet, after tens of thousands of years, Treka acquires such immense strength and power that even the 5 great demon kings hesitate to treat him lightly. Then, an opportunity for vengeance arises when a dispute breaks out among the 12 gods. He considers the humans, who betrayed his master, and now live as parasites under the gods, and vows to destroy them too. Although Treka is not fully satisfied with the process, he believes the result is all that matters. It is the moment when revenge finally seems within reach. Jamie realizes that Treka has spent his life in utter desperation. He is certain that Treka must have longed for an end, knowing it would have brought more peace, but he still chooses to carry on. Treka then asks Jamie if he may ask something why Jamie sent him to the demon world. Jamie replies that he had no idea that was where Treka had ended up. The only way to separate Treka from himself at the time was to send him to another dimension. He tells him that he had hoped Treka would live his own life until the black mana was exhausted, as he had wished for everyone to survive, even if he died. He apologizes, saying he never imagined it would be the demon world. Treka responds that it's fine because it ultimately led them to meet again. Jamie then kneels before him, saying that Treka suffered so much for his sake. Treka urges him to rise, saying he only did what a dark knight must do. Jamie reflects inwardly, realizing he has to finally acknowledge it his emotions are still alive. Though he once believed he had cut himself off from them, they pushed back after being repressed for so long. He understands now that his past and present lives are different, and from this moment on, his path, his purpose, everything will change. Jamie then declares that he will kill the 12 gods. Treka dons his helmet, saying that it only fits. Jamie mutters that it is impossible at the moment. He is only just beginning again. Compared to his past self, who was a 9th class mage, he needs to grow even stronger to defeat the 12 gods. Treka says that if there is anything Jamie wants of him, he should command it freely. Jamie answers that there is nothing yet, but he will call upon him when the time comes. He suggests that they fight together, and thanks him for waiting. Treka kneels and replies that hearing those words is what he has desired for tens of thousands of years. He swears to remain with Jamie until the very end this time. At the same time, outside the chaotic ocean, Simon remarks on how tremendous the black mana is, expressing disbelief. Siegfried responds that he is not sure it feels different from the black mana they are familiar with. He also notes that the space inside is completely separated, and he cannot see through it with his magic. Simon comments on Siegfried's unexpected use of space magic and wonders what is truly happening. Siegfried, thinking to himself, assumes that since the magic is still in effect, it must mean the young master is still safe. However, he worries that if Jamie were to die, the chaotic ocean would begin to crack. Just then, the chaotic ocean starts to crack, prompting Simon to shout and alert Siegfried, who says he understands. Simon thinks to himself that if what comes out of the space is not the young master, if it is not Jamie, then he must use the red lotus right away. Fortunately, Jamie emerges, gasping that he can finally breathe before collapsing onto Siegfried. Jamie later loses consciousness and is taken to the hospital. Meanwhile, the elders are in chaos as they try to regain control of the Magic Society, and Phoenix Academy, now damaged, is temporarily shut down. Adelhart yells at Siegfried, questioning what kind of principal blows up his own school. Siegfried tries to brush it off, suggesting they consider it a workplace accident. Siegfried, as Jamie's guardian, remains by his ward, guarding it. Elders and disciples come to visit as Jamie lies unconscious. 3 days later, Jamie opens his eyes and asks if he is in a hospital. He sits up and calls Siegfried, who is sitting close by. Siegfried tells him not to overdo it, explaining that under normal circumstances, Jamie should be unconscious for 3 months. Jamie asks if everyone is safe and inquires about the aftermath. Siegfried replies that it is all thanks to Jamie and informs him that the other elders are handling the Magic Society matters. Jamie says that he is glad everything worked out. At that moment, Siegfried casts a soundproof spell and, lowering his voice, tells Jamie that it is time for an explanation. He then asks what happened in the world. Jamie realizes that there is no point in hiding the truth any longer, so he begins to explain to Siegfried that he is the reincarnation of the first Dark Mage, Diablo Volfir. Siegfried, confused, asks who that is. Jamie mutters to himself, realizing that he got confused due to meeting someone from his past life, and forgets that Diablo does not exist in this world. Siegfried responds that while he understands Jamie is a black magician having witnessed the black mana himself, the idea of reincarnation, especially putting aside Diablo Volfir's identity, sounds absurd. Still, he questions Jamie, asking if he truly means he is a reincarnation. Siegfried thinks to himself that, while it sounds unbelievable, if Jamie really is reincarnated, then everything makes sense. The historically unmatched magical skills, the exceptional swordsmanship, and the ease with which Jamie seems to handle killing. Jamie then grabs Siegfried's hand, saying it would be easier to show than to explain. He reflects that Siegfried is too good to lose and firmly believes that Siegfried would not betray him even after knowing the truth. Jamie places Siegfried's hand on his own head and tells him he can read his memories. Siegfried agrees and prepares himself, saying he is ready to begin. Meanwhile, outside the ward, Annie and Lennon stand together. Lennon wonders aloud whether Jamie is awake, to which Annie replies that she doesn't know but mentions that the substitute professor's term ended the day before. Lennon questions why that would matter since they are Jamie's proper disciples. Annie then brings up that she heard Lennon ask the 8th elder for help. Surprised, Lennon asks how she knew, but Annie replies vaguely that she just found out. Lennon tries to deflect, saying it's not because he's worried about their teacher, but rather that it would be his loss if he couldn't receive lessons. Annie teases him, saying he has a cute side, while Lennon insists he's serious and just selfish. Annie laughs it off, telling him it's no big deal and to cheer up. At that moment, Simon arrives and asks if they have come to see Jamie. Both Annie and Lennon are stunned to see him. Simon then suggests they go in together. As they approach the ward, a doctor meets them and informs Simon that he was just about to contact him. Jamie has woken up and is currently speaking with the 7th elder. Annie and Lennon leap toward the doctor, bombarding him with questions, asking if Jamie is really awake, if he is okay, whether his mental state is stable, and whether he will be able to use magic again. Simon raises his voice, telling them that it is enough. They both quickly bow and apologize, with Lennon saying he is sorry and Annie explaining that she was just surprised. Simon, going up, asks the doctor if the other elders have been informed of Jamie's awakening. The doctor replies that no one aside from the 7th elder knows. Simon instructs him not to contact them yet. Turning to Annie and Lennon, Simon tells them to wait a bit longer before going up. Both agree without objection. Inside Jamie's memories, Siegfried witnesses the intense confrontation between Diablo and the Gold Army. The god of war, Genies, addresses Diablo with scorn, remarking how bold it is for him to show himself again after such a devastating loss. He mocks Diablo's rightful place, hidden in the deep and dark corners of the world. Diablo responds that his return is to reclaim the dignity of humanity that is his true calling. Genies counters coldly, saying that no matter how much Diablo struggles, humanity's fate has already been sealed. But Diablo firmly retorts that such a fate is not something determined by frauds like Genies and the other gods. Genies ridicules Diablo for continuing to fight for humanity despite being betrayed by them, calling it pitiful. In defiance, Diablo unleashes a powerful attack, and declares that he understands humanity's reasons but Genies must still die. Genies, angered, shouts at his army to sever Diablo's limbs and bring him in. As the divine army surges forward, Genies proclaims that this is the end for Diablo. Diablo, facing the overwhelming assault, mutters that so this is how things end. With Diablo trapped within a sealing magic circle, Genies mocks him further. Diablo, even in defeat, sneers that Genies has almost died at his hands many times, and yet hides behind another god while laughing at him, calling him pathetic. He declares that not even the 12 heavenly gods can handle him alone. All they can do is gang up on him and seal him away. With fury and prophecy, Diablo warns that once he awakens again, their radiant light will be consumed by darkness, and they will be left to suffer in despair, begging for death's release. Genies, unshaken, responds coolly. He will look forward to that moment. Upon seeing Jamie's memories, Siegfried shouts in disbelief, unable to accept what he just witnessed. He asks Jamie if this is truly real and not a dream. Jamie calmly confirms that it is real. Those are memories from 66,666 years ago, long before he was born in this current life. It was a time, he explains, when humanity had been degraded into nothing more than slaves to the heavenly gods. Shocked, Siegfried questions if humans were truly slaves to the 12 gods. Jamie clarifies that it's not just in the past tense humans still remain enslaved to them. He explains that the 12 gods have repeatedly broken down and reconstructed human civilization to suit their desires. As it stands now, humanity continues to be observed and manipulated. Siegfried then asks if this surveillance is conducted by the Great Order. Jamie says that assumption isn't incorrect, but elaborates that the followers of the dragon god Braham were actually a species created specifically to monitor humans. The more critical issue, Jamie continues, is that they currently lack any historical record from the time he was sealed up to the birth of the present civilization. Siegfried is stunned. He asks if Jamie means the world as it existed 10,000 years ago. Jamie confirms it was a forbidden era. The moment he tried to uncover its truth, he was warned, the dragon will come. It was an ominous threat tied to the secret he was about to unveil. Just then, Simon enters the room and asks if it is true. Both Jamie and Siegfried are startled by his sudden presence. Simon, serious and firm, asks again if what he just heard is true. Jamie meets his gaze and answers steadily it is true. Humanity is currently confined to a continent, and their every move is watched under the gaze of the dragons. Simon responds by saying he always suspected it. He knew that humans couldn't have been this weak by nature. He believes they were never meant to be as low as they currently are, and that their current state isn't the true reflection of their potential. Siegfried, curious, asks Simon what he means by that. In response, Simon admits that he had kept something from Siegfried, thinking he wouldn't have believed him even if he'd said it earlier. But now, he believes it's the right time to speak up. Simon then turns to Jamie Welton and says there's a group he wants to introduce him to, a group made up of people who share the same goal: to make humanity the rightful master of the world. Jamie, hearing this, finds himself wondering if such people had already reached so close to uncovering the truth of this world even before he returned. Simon explains further that humans live in oppression because they are weaker than the other species. He believes that this weakness is not natural, but the result of suppression, because the stronger species feared the limitless potential of humanity and stripped them of their powers. He adds that it was by great coincidence that they found undeniable proof of this truth. Simon tells them that 10 years ago, a project called Daybreak was launched, an expedition into Capri Cave, one of the 6 regions that had been officially banned. He explains that the team was composed of a swordmaster, a great mage, and 20 special rank rangers. However, the results of the expedition were tragic. Only the swordmaster returned alive. Despite the heavy losses, Simon emphasizes that the expedition wasn't without value. He says the team had glimpsed the remnants of a glorious past civilization, one belonging to humanity before its fall. The swordmaster who returned brought back something of great significance: the Ark Factory, which Simon describes as a powerful storage facility belonging to a massive battleship believed to have existed prior to the birth of the current civilization. Jamie begins to wonder if such a battleship could have survived, even though it should have been destroyed during the Fourth Great War. Simon says that his group recovered numerous records from the Ark Factory, records that contain technologies far more advanced than anything currently available. He asserts that this is solid proof that humanity once possessed power greater than even the dragons or elves. Then, with conviction, Simon tells Jamie that he is the second coming of that ancient humanity, a being who has appeared to rescue the species from oppression. He declares that Jamie is the savior they have all been waiting for. Simon has waited desperately for the arrival of the savior of mankind. In his view, humans were once the most prosperous species in the world, possessing many great things. However, in truth, they lived in constant fear of stronger races. No matter what they achieved, they remained a pitiful species, stripped of true freedom. Still, Simon holds onto the belief that one day, humanity will rediscover its original power and bring balance to the world. More than anyone, he has longed for the moment when that person, humanity's rightful savior, would finally appear. Simon tells Jamie that, aside from his overwhelming abilities, what stands out the most is his mysterious black mana. It exists on a completely different level from the modern black magic. Simon assumes it must be power from a different era. Jamie replies that Simon's assumption is mostly correct. Mankind was once highly prosperous, but they were never the true rulers of this world. Simon says he had always believed that. He then brings up the Great War and the Ark, explaining that it was a warship used back then. Jamie confirms this, explaining that the Ark was created by him and his comrades as a weapon of annihilation to oppose the gods. Surprised, Simon repeats the phrase. At that moment, Siegfried interrupts to affirm that the purpose of the Ark was indeed annihilation, to catch and kill the gods. Jamie then stands and formally reintroduces himself. He says he is Diablo Valfir, the former leader of mankind's liberation army, an army that, in the end, left him as its only surviving member. He reveals that he created black magic to kill the gods. Simon, shocked, asks whether he truly was the last one left, and what the liberation army was trying to liberate mankind from. Jamie places his hand on Simon's head and says that it's a long story, so it will be easier to show him the truth directly. After seeing Jamie's memories, Simon appears deeply shocked and reflects on the tragic history of the fallen world. He realizes that Diablo Valfir was the first dark magician who created black magic. Overwhelmed, he kneels in front of Jamie. Siegfried, watching, wonders what Simon is doing. Simon then bows his head and addresses Jamie with great reverence, calling him the king of mankind. Jamie, surprised, questions what Simon means by calling him that. Simon explains that Jamie had taken the lead in humanity's darkest hour, fighting alone for the sake of mankind. Even in his final moments, he had thought only of humanity. According to Simon, such dedication makes Jamie the true king of mankind. He then declares that he, Simon, will swear his loyalty to Jamie from that moment on. Jamie, however, tells him to stand up, saying he does not see himself as a king and does not wish for such a relationship. Instead, he requests that Simon simply lend him his strength and speak to him informally, stating that this is all he desires. Siegfried remarks that, now that he thinks about it, the position of the third elder is currently vacant. He mentions that if Jamie becomes an elder, then his own title as the youngest elder will be taken. From that moment on, he says, they will be colleagues, and he looks forward to working with him. Jamie thanks Siegfried and responds that he will be in his care as well. Simon adds that he, too, pledges to support Jamie. Jamie, however, asks him to stop speaking so stiffly. He then sits on the bed and reminds Simon that earlier, he had mentioned wanting to introduce someone to him. Simon confirms this and says that the people he wants Jamie to meet are always with him. Jamie asks if the group is perhaps Frontier. Simon replies that it is not. Frontier, according to him, is a multi-race group with unclear goals and is considered a terrorist organization. Jamie reflects on this, noting that Siegfried had also expressed caution regarding Frontier. Simon explains that his own group is a secret organization dedicated to focusing on the crucial points of the world and the future of humanity. He tells Jamie that he will understand better once he meets the members himself. Simon suggests they leave now, mentioning that they have taken up enough of the patient's time, and Siegfried tells Jamie to rest well and assures him that they will return. Annie and Lennon notice the ward door open and quickly rush toward it, approaching Jamie. Annie asks him how he is doing, and he replies that he is fine. Lennon comments that he obviously knew Jamie would be all right. Jamie points out that Lennon should say that after wiping his tears, he reflects that he ended up worrying his disciples just after getting them. Annie tells Lennon that she is crying because he is crying, and he teases her by asking when he cried. Jamie calms them, saying that he is all right and suggests they get along from now on. They both respond that they will be in his care. During the 3 months Jamie is hospitalized, many things happen within the magic world. In the palace of the capital city, the Seldom Church requests to dispatch its holy order. They clear out all individuals connected to the demonic race. The side effects of Apophis are so severe that a continuous flow of people end up either in critical condition or dying. However, thanks to Finn being able to withdraw from his addiction, he just manages to survive. The third elder, Serpent Geralt, who is at the center of the incident, is branded as mankind's enemy, leading to the dissolution of his family. Keniak, who is also involved in the plan, would have been sentenced as a criminal, but he is found not guilty because his sacrifice to protect the academy is acknowledged. With the headmaster's authority, Siegfried holds a funeral for Keniak at Phoenix Academy, and some students who remember him see him off. The magic world, which had fallen into depression because of the shocking incident, receives gift-like news several days later. Jamie Welton, the most talented magician of all time, becomes a grand magician at the age of 10. The palace acknowledges Jamie as a grand magician and temporarily appoints him as an elder of the magic world. Jamie then gets off his bed and says that it feels good, as he is all healed and there is nothing stopping him from using mana. He begins to open the door, saying that he should get going now. Meanwhile, in Jamie's lodge, Lennon and Annie are practicing. Lennon casts a spell and says that he is trying fire and water at the same time, thinking he is close, but then the water bursts out on them. He shouts at Annie, asking her to do it properly and questioning how many times she has done that. She apologizes, but then water bursts on them again. Annie wonders what is happening, and Lennon is also confused. Then Jamie enters and tells them they should get along. They both ask him if he is all better now, and Jamie replies yes. He then asks if they have finished their homework on multi-attribute activations, explaining that being able to use multiple attributes simultaneously is fundamental, and that if they can't do this, then they are done for. They say they will try again. Lennon then tells Jamie that Headmaster Siegfried has said that when Jamie is discharged, he should go to the Central Magician's Tower's office. Jamie wonders if that is the place where he will be working from now on. He tells them that while he is gone, they must do their homework, asking if they understand. He then added that if they can't, then they will wear a red hat. While working in his office, Siegfried laments where his life of freedom has gone, saying he once wanted to live as a playboy. However, he acknowledges that he has no other choice but to help the young master, Jamie. A guard enters and informs him that Sir Jamie has arrived. Siegfried tells the guard to let him in. Jamie enters and asks if he has been called. Siegfried confirms and asks Jamie to take a seat, inquiring about his condition. Jamie replies that he is feeling good, thanks to him, and asks again why he was called. Siegfried notes that it seems Jamie hasn't heard the news yet and says the palace has contacted him. Jamie, surprised, asks what he means by the palace. Siegfried then shows him a letter, asking him to show respect and receive the royal command. The letter states that Jamie Welton must participate in the Grand Magician anointing ceremony, scheduled for tomorrow at noon at the Freedom Kingdom's capital. Jamie appears unhappy, expressing discontent about an anointing ceremony at the palace. Siegfried remarks that, as expected, Jamie clearly dislikes the idea, and he tells him not to worry because he will be accompanying him. Jamie mockingly responds that he hates that even more. Jamie then remarks that an anointing ceremony is always a thing. Siegfried responds that, of course, it is since a masterclass magician is considered the nation's strongest force, the emergence of such a person naturally warrants a nationwide event. Jamie asks if the celebration is also part of the official ceremony. Siegfried, impressed, says that, as expected of a great noble, Jamie knows better than he does. Jamie tells him to stop teasing, insisting that he is being serious and that it is genuinely annoying. He found the whole situation very irritating. Siegfried thinks to himself that the young master is quite different from an old man like him. He then brings up that the Count has sent a letter. Since the incident that happened 3 months ago, when the Count was advised not to visit, he has been sending letters from time to time. Siegfried adds that he will close his eyes so Jamie can read them comfortably, and he mutters that it has been exactly 1 month since the last letter was sent. The letter states that Jamie's father expresses concern and affection, asking if Jamie has recovered. He mentions that Jamie's mother soaks her handkerchiefs with tears whenever she thinks about him, and that Sarah also cried thinking of him. He admits that he himself is quite sad not being able to see his beloved son, but he understands Jamie's reasons for keeping his parents from worrying while he was out facing demons. Though he cannot stop Jamie, he is relieved and proud that his son has been given the honor of such recognition, and he tells Jamie that they will be seeing him soon. As Jamie reads it, he reflects that it's been a long time since he last saw them, and he isn't sure what to say when they meet. His father adds a small note mentioning the Ball family's sisters, saying that they are likely to attend as well. Jamie remarks to himself that there's no way he could have forgotten the Ball sisters, one being like the reincarnation of Jane and the other being extremely high-spirited. He mutters that since they're children, it's not as though they could like him romantically, but because it's been so long, they will probably be happy to see him again. Siegfried then teases him, asking if Jamie really believed he had closed his eyes. Jamie, frustrated, tells him to stop being so nosy. Meanwhile, as Jamie returns to his residence, Adelhart stops him from behind and asks to talk. Jamie seems annoyed and responds that it's her again. She raises her voice, saying that if someone overhears them, they might think she visits him every day. Jamie mutters that coming 6 times a week is basically every day. He then asks if she's going to challenge him to a mana arm wrestle again. She replies that she actually wanted to show him around her station. Jamie asks if she means the Equality Lab, and realizes that her daily visits were attempts to recruit him into equality. He admits that he thought she was visiting because her pride was hurt, and is surprised to realize she was acting. Adelhart grabs his arm and insists that it's not like that. Just then, Luke joins them and tells Jamie not to misunderstand, explaining that Adelhart truly approached him with passion. Adelhart looks surprised and questions what he means by passion. Jamie turns to Luke and asks if the 5th Elder needs something from him. Luke says yes, and adds that before Jamie gets too deeply involved, he just wants to get to know him better. In the Equality Lab, as they sit, Luke mentions to Jamie that he must have had tea in the 7th Elder's office, but offers him something different, a drink popular among regular citizens called Coke, which he says tastes amazing. Jamie agrees to try it and slurps it down in one go. He remarks that it tastes amazing and jokingly asks if they didn't put anything strange in it. Adelhart laughs and says that tasty food can be as addictive as drugs, then playfully asks if he can drink a whole bottle in one go. Jamie ignores her question and turns to Luke, asking why he brought him there. Luke responds that it's because he wants to talk about power. Jamie then asks if he's referring to the 3 powers within the magic world. The king's teacher and 1st elder, Ofen Ginger, leads the king's faction. The second elder, Marquess Linmal, a high-ranking noble, leads the nobility faction. Lastly, Luke, who is the elder representing commoners, leads equality. Jamie asks if Luke wants him to join equality. Luke replies that it would be great if Jamie could, but assumes he won't since he is a noble. Jamie points out that Luke is also a noble. Luke clarifies that he is a fallen noble. His family lost their status when he was 6, so calling himself a noble would be ridiculous. He adds that he has no intention of asking Jamie to join equality, but advises him that if he does want to join, he should not align himself with the other factions. Jamie starts to wonder if Luke is warning him against joining either the King's faction or the nobility faction. Currently, the magic world is divided into 3 parts: the King's faction, the nobles, and equality. However, 3 months ago, those divisions started to shift. The cause is Serpent Gerald, the third elder who oversaw a sector of the King's faction, and his corruption. Due to the incident involving his contract with demons, the King's faction takes a serious blow and its influence declines. Luke explains that in this situation, if Jamie joins the nobles, the balance maintained between the nobles and equality will collapse. Jamie responds by saying that they are all fighting for power without understanding what is truly happening in the world, and that he can't help but laugh. Adelhart warns Jamie to be careful with his words. Luke then asks what he means by that. Jamie replies that he doesn't care about their ideologies and is not interested in matters he considers trivial. Luke questions if Jamie truly thinks class issues are trivial and reminds him that most uprisings in the world arise from such matters. Jamie then asks if Luke is planning to start an uprising. At this, Adelhart becomes furious, releases her magic, and demands that Jamie speak respectfully before she scolds him. Jamie calmly dismisses her magic and tells her that he is restraining himself, so she should step back, adding that psychic magic like hers does not work on him. Luke uses his magic and tells both Jamie and Adelhart to stop. Jamie mutters that it's not bad, he's been a 7th class for a while, so that level of magic should be expected. Luke says that Edel was rude, but Jamie replies that it wasn't really a problem, as showing the difference between their strengths isn't a bad thing. Jamie continues the conversation, explaining that a huge typhoon is soon going to hit the continent, and asks how social class will help in such a situation. Luke responds that after the war, humans will continue to live. Jamie counters by saying it's a matter of survival. Luke explains that the genie's church will eventually stand alone, as the kingdoms of Olvia are gradually uniting. In that process, the isolated genie's church will be unable to withstand the pressure and will collapse. If a war were to break out, the church would be quickly defeated. Jamie then stands up and says Luke is greatly mistaken, asking whether he really believes the genie's church is alone. When Luke asks what he means, Jamie replies while leaving that they should find out for themselves. After all, curiosity is the most important quality for a mage. As he exits, he adds one final statement: if they don't unite, it will be the end. As Jamie walks away, he mutters that for the past 3 months, he thought the magic ward had taken the lead and handled the incident. But now he's disappointed. He believes a war will definitely break out, and genies, that prideful man, will surely repay others in kind. Jamie thinks that if they understood what he said, they would come to find him soon. He decides that his first priority is to prepare for his departure to the capital. Meanwhile, Adelhart asks Luke what he plans to do. She mentions that she doesn't think Jamie was wrong, and that they might have been too shallow in their thinking. Luke replies that a person who leads shouldn't be swayed so easily by a few words. Adelhart observes that despite saying that, Luke is beginning to take a liking to Jamie Welton. She concludes that a new breeze will soon blow through the magic ward. She adds that, aside from that, Jamie Welton should be ready, as she won't lose to him next time. In Jamie's lodge, Marquess tells Siegfried that he should mind his manners, reminding him to consider the countless students who look up to him. Siegfried hesitantly replies that the students are looking up to the young master instead of him. Marquess clarifies that this is not what he means. Siegfried then asks what the Marquess would do if the students were to pick up on his mannerisms. Marquess stresses the importance of being careful, especially at the upcoming anointing ceremony. Jamie enters, holding clothes that carry a particular scent, and mutters that if he doesn't wear them, his mother will be upset. Upon seeing him, Annie comments that the outfit looks very pretty. Siegfried stands up and addresses him, thinking to himself that the young master looks somewhat sad. When Jamie notices Marquess, he says he should have been informed in advance of his visit. Marquess explains that he wanted to go with Jamie and asks if he has come at a bad time. Jamie assures him that it's not an issue. Annie mentions that Lennon is going with Count Simon and that he was whining a lot because he couldn't come to see Jamie. Jamie reflects that Lennon has changed quite a bit as well. Siegfried then asks Jamie if he has any other luggage, to which Jamie replies that all he needs is himself. Siegfried remarks that it must be convenient for nobles, since their servants take care of everything. Marquess reminds him that he, too, is a noble. Siegfried apologizes and says he will serve as Jamie's escort instead. In Fiverr, at the warp terminal, upon seeing the massive pedestal, Jamie tells the Marquess that it feels like there's a huge magic stone beneath it. The Marquess informs him that activating it consumes 100 kilograms of B-rank magic stones each time. Jamie is shocked to hear this. The Marquess adds that this is after improving its efficiency. Jamie remarks that it's incredible, noting that even a dimension breaker only requires 5 A-rank magic stones. The Marquess explains that the developer claims its efficiency will double in 5 years. As time passes, limitations decrease while benefits improve. He then asks Jamie if he understands why he's talking about warp technology. Machines develop, and those who develop the machines continue to evolve as well. But for that to happen, he emphasizes that a considerable amount of time is necessary. He expresses hope that Jamie also follows a step-by-step process, speaking up when things are tough, asking when he has questions, and resting when he's exhausted. He sincerely tells Jamie that he hopes he doesn't live a life weighed down by responsibility and assures him that he's always there for him to rely on. Jamie realizes that the Marquess came all this way just to say these words to him. Jamie wondered that when his body was somewhat healed, Count Simon had introduced him to the people he trusted. However, at that time, he remembers the Marquess's expression being dark. He understands now that the Marquess had been worried. Although Jamie is a reincarnation of him, he is like a grandson. Then Annie tells the elder and Professor Jamie that preparations are complete. Siegfried tells the young master to leave the second elder, who is out of his mind, and come quickly. The Marquess says they must hurry. Going toward the pedestal, Jamie then thanks the Marquess for worrying about him. In the Seldom Kingdom's famous cafe, a waitress serves a pastry and asks the customer, Talik Fan, a renowned sword master, if the tea suits his taste. Talik replies that it's great, even for an old man's taste buds. Leaning back in his chair, he says it's the first time he has seen the cafe so empty. At that moment, the king's spear, Albert, takes a seat at Talik's table and asks if it hurts to put away such burdensome energy, adding that the more skilled one is, the more hidden their energy should be. Talik replies that, unfortunately, that's not who he is. Then he asks if Albert has heard any news about the Welton kid, noting that he became a grand magician at 10 years old. Albert responds that everyone knows that and clarifies he's talking about other news. Talik admits he doesn't know and that he doesn't take much interest in other matters. Albert asks if he's heading to see His Majesty. Talik confirms, then challenges Albert to just watch and not get involved. He wants to see his skills and hopes it won't end as pathetically as last time. Albert replies that lately, he's been on a roll, so there's no need to worry. As Talik leaves, he says he looks forward to seeing the skill of a spear master. He tells the store owner to put the bill on the Fan family. In the wrap tunnel, as they stand near the pedestal, Marquess remarks that there is less shaking than before. Siegfried agrees, noting that it is better than last year. Jamie thinks to himself that the magic techniques have greatly improved compared to the past, and reflects that its only natural magic wasn't mainstream back then. When he notices Annie, he asks if she is alright. Siegfried comments that anyone who isn't a grand magician is likely to get dizzy in such a place. Jamie uses magic to heal her and asks again if she is alright. Annie replies gratefully, saying she feels much better. She then notices Scadium and, mesmerized by its beauty, wonders aloud at how pretty it is. Marquess explains that it is the royal palace's Scadium, a fitting place for the king to live. He says there's a massive magic circle centered around the palace and adds that Scadium is more than just a royal residence, it symbolizes the kingdom of Seldom. Jamie responds by saying it serves as a great central vector. At that moment, he hears someone calling his name. When he turns, he sees his mother rushing toward him. She embraces him, asking how he has been and saying she was shocked when she heard he got hurt. Jamie assures her that he is fine and apologizes for making her worry. His father and sister, Sarah, also arrive and gently scold him, telling him to be careful or he might get hurt. Jamie then offers to guide them to the estate, saying they must be tired from traveling. Siegfried thanks him for his consideration. At Count Welton's estate in Fiverr, The family enjoys a harmonious moment together at the dining table. Jamie's mother mentions that Sarah has been very upset because her brother hasn't come home in a long time. Jamie responds with a fake smile. His mother, Seer, notices and asks if he's really laughing, then hugs him tightly, telling him to promise that he will never lie again. She insists that even if she says she wants to go to the magic world, he shouldn't try to stop her. Argino then turns to Sarah, reminding her that she said she missed her brother, and gently encourages her to give Jamie a hug. But Sarah stubbornly says she hates her brother. Jamie feels a sharp throb, and Seer gently says that she understands how Sarah feels. Watching them, Argino mutters to himself that Jamie is going to have a tough time trying to make his family happy, just as he once did. Jamie then sincerely apologizes to Sarah. Argino reflects silently that it has been such a long time since the family gathered like this. He observes how much Jamie has grown during that time and admits to himself that he has always felt both amazed and regretful. He thinks that if only he had introduced Jamie to the world of magic a little later, and if Jamie had met the seventh elder a little later, perhaps he might have grown up like a normal child. But he realizes that this thought is simply a father's selfish wish to have been able to watch over his son more slowly and for a little longer. Now, he understands that Jamie will soon step out of his arms and into the world, no longer just his son, but someone who will become the center of it. Their father pulls them all into a warm hug. Quietly, he thinks to himself that the time for Jamie to leave them isn't far off now. But even so, he deeply hopes that their lively, loving family will remain together forever. As they sit on the couches, Jamie's father says it feels like Jamie left home just 2 days ago, but he has grown so much. Seer mentions that although they miss him, they are also proud. Then she asks about Annie, wondering who the other child who came with him is and if he has a girlfriend. Count Argino Welton reacts with surprise, saying Jamie already has a girlfriend and comments that kids these days are so fast. Jamie replies that she is not his girlfriend and asks them not to misunderstand, explaining that she is his disciple and is learning magic from him. Argino remarks that it seems like kids these days are playing school. Seer agrees, saying they do that a lot when they are young. Jamie realizes that no matter what he says, they obviously won't take him seriously. He then teleports Annie there and orders her to explain their relationship to his parents, but she seems confused. Seer comments that Jamie is an aggressive type of person, and Jamie shouts at Annie to hurry up and tell them she is his disciple. Seer then asks Annie if she really is Jamie's disciple. Jamie says he already told them, and Annie bows and greets them. Argino mutters that he has also heard that the second son of the Simon family is Jamie's disciple. He admits that he would be lying if he said he wasn't worried, but says he has to trust and support Jamie. He then tells Jamie to do his best with the teaching, and tells Annie to do her best to learn. That night, there is a mix of reconciliation and discord. Argino says to Marx and Siegfried that he would like to have a word with both of them. Meanwhile, Annie is practicing and says that this time, she is going to learn it faster than expected. His mother and Sarah slept. Jamie, stepping outside, says he barely escaped. Observing the surroundings, he comments that it really is huge, and that haze feels like the countryside compared to this place. Seeing a fountain, Jamie says that it looks cool. Then, a girl approaches him and mentions that she likes watching the night sky from there as well. He wonders who she is, noting that she seems so weak she could die at any moment. Maybe that's why he didn't sense her presence. She explains that she can't come often because of her illness and says she came secretly, asking him to keep it a secret. Jamie mutters whether people usually share their secrets with someone they have just met. As she prepares to leave, she says it's time for her to go back and asks if he's not going to say goodbye. He replies with a goodbye. While walking away, she adds that the next time they meet, she's going to be cold to him, too. The sick girl stops at a point, huffing. Swordmaster Talik Fan appears and asks her if she really needed to run. She, still out of breath, says that after talking to him, she felt like running. Talik responds that he doesn't recall their conversation making her feel that way. She accuses him of eavesdropping again. Talik replies that it's part of his job and asks for her understanding, referring to her as a princess. The sick girl is Isabel, a member of the Seldom Kingdom's royal family and the eldest daughter of the current monarch. Isabel remarks that he really is mischievous. Talik asks what the boy is like after meeting him in person. She answers that he is going to walk a long and difficult path. No one knows whether there will be hope at the end of that path or only at the bottom of the abyss. She says she didn't look that far. Besides, he has already foreseen his horrible future. Talik then requests that she not run from now on. Isabel says she wants to go and rest. Then they both teleport. The next morning in Scadium Castle, as they sit in a carriage, the Viscount's little daughter, looking outside, remarks that there are so many carriages. The Viscount replies that even though a new masterclass has appeared, it is the first time so many people have gathered. The little daughter comments that Jamie is amazing, then turns to her older sister and asks why she looks so nervous. The sister responds that she just couldn't sleep. The Viscount teasingly asks if she is nervous because she's thinking about seeing Jamie. She denies it at first, but then admits, somewhat fascinated, that the young master has become more handsome. In the hallway, the Viscount says to Count Welton that there are a lot of people present. Argino agrees, then the Viscount asks about the other family members. Argino explains that Sears took Sarah outside for a bit because she felt stuffy, and his father-in-law, being His Majesty's advisor, should be in conversation with the king by now. Argino suddenly senses a strong aura and notices Albert. Albert greets Count Welton, who, recognizing the familiar murderous intent, reflects on how it's always the same. The Viscount seems scared and quickly orders his daughters to move back. Albert notices the Viscount and comments on his presence. The Viscount begins to verbally abuse Albert, but Argino tells him to calm down, assuring that Albert isn't the kind of person to cause havoc in such a setting. Albert complains that he's being abused, but says that the Viscount is outside his standards, so there's nothing more to see. Argino then warns Albert to shut up and prepare himself if he continues to run his mouth. Albert asks if Argino is volunteering to be his opponent, noting that they have never clashed swords before. Argino retorts by asking if Albert's wound from Gestal has fully healed, which frustrates Albert. He asks how Argino knew, to which Argino calmly says he just poked where it hurt and questions how Albert dares to challenge him when he couldn't even defeat Gestal. He reveals that Gestal couldn't withstand more than 10 strikes from him, implying that Albert stands no chance. The Viscount reflects with shock that Gestal is one of the 5 sword masters in Seldom, and while he knew of his skill, he's stunned that Argino could defeat him in 10 strikes. Argino then tells Albert to go get more milk from his mother, stating that the appointment ceremony for his son is starting now. Before leaving, Albert clenches his fist and warns them to just wait. The Viscount's daughter asks him if he is all right. He hugs them, assures them that he is fine, and apologizes for making them worry. Internally, he wonders why His Majesty has a psycho like Albert serving as the king's spear. 5 years ago, when Albert became a spearmaster, he requested a battle with Viscount Bell. The result is pitiful. The Viscount reflects that it is before Albert even earns the title of the king's spear, and thinks that if he had won that time. At that moment, Argino says to the Viscount that it is starting now and suggests they go to their seats. His Majesty arrives, and the crowd cheers for him. Freydmore, the current king of Seldom, sits on the throne and expresses his gratitude, saying that he thanks everyone for coming from afar. He declares that today is a joyous day, celebrating the new Grand Magician and the kingdom's future, and hopes that everyone will give their blessings. The announcer then declares that the appointment ceremony shall begin. He introduces the candidate, from the Hayes territory, the first child of the Welton family, the hero who saved Afton, the one who received the symbol of the Pyro Goddess, who rose to the high position of Grand Magician at the age of 10, and the hero who saved the magic world, Jamie Welton. Jamie enters, kneels, and greets His Majesty, the king. Freydmore tells Jamie to lift his head, remarking that he truly is a young boy and expressing amazement that a child could possess such presence. Jamie then notices Isabel and realizes that she is the girl he met the previous night. He wonders if she really was allowed to wander around alone, given that she said she went out secretly and turns out to be a princess. Freydmore continues by saying he has heard about Jamie's deeds, how he stopped the attack of the demons and the genie's church in Afton, and also saved the magic world. He mentions that although he has seen many magicians in the master class, he can confidently say there has never been one like Jamie before. Jamie bows and says he is deeply honored. Talik Fan comments to Marquis Bell that his grandson is quite remarkable. Marquis admits that neither the Welton nor Bell family has ever been known for producing magicians, and at first, he assumed the rumors were false, thinking Jamie's talent had been mistaken for swordsmanship. Talik says that's understandable, but adds that Jamie's swordsmanship is impressive as well. Surprised, the Marquis asks what he means. Talik explains that Jamie apparently learned the Welton family's secret swordsmanship technique and, having seen it firsthand, he was amazed. The Marquis is shocked, recalling that the last time he saw Jamie, the boy hadn't even learned any swordsmanship. He finds it unbelievable that Jamie progressed so much in just 6 months. Talik responds with amusement that someone who isn't a master is worrying about a master, and suggests that the Marquis can stop worrying about his grandson. The king then addresses Jamie, acknowledging that he has achieved the rank of Grand Magician at a young age, and that through his actions, he has saved both Afton and the magic world. As a saint of the Pyro goddess, Jamie has also helped strengthen the alliance between the kingdom and the Pyro Church. Therefore, the king congratulates Jamie on his accomplishments and appoints him as the 11th master of the Seldom Kingdom. Extraterritorial rights are granted with the king's acknowledgement. Although the position is not defined in detail, it holds authority above any noble title. The king tells Jamie Welton to devote himself to the kingdom. Jamie responds that he accepts the command. When the official paper is handed to Jamie, the king addresses him as Sir Welton Jr. Jamie replies that he will be in the king's care. In the southern continent, Brion Blazer, the chief priest and commander of the Holy Order of the Sun God, stands outside the concentration camp for criminals, known as the Catacomb, and orders the door to be opened. When it opens, he asks the guard about the prisoner's condition. The guard replies that the prisoner has not spoken a word. Blazer comments on the prisoner's stubbornness and asks to be shown the way. As the guard leads him, he mentions that they are heading to the lowest level of the catacomb, called the Abyss, and warns him to step back while he opens the door. Blazer assures him that it is fine, stating that even if the prisoner were in perfect condition, he would be no threat to him. Once the door opens, a powerful energy bursts out, nearly causing the guard to faint. Blazer senses the murderous intent and addresses the prisoner, Creon, remarking that his temper remains unchanged. He notes that it has been 6 months since Creon's imprisonment and comments on his haggard appearance, though he suspects it is just an act. Creon accuses Blazer of knowing too much and asks if he has come to release him. Blazer denies it. Creon insists that he will eventually leave the place. Blazer tells him he will only if the genies personally intervenes, though that does not seem likely at the moment. Creon then questions the purpose of Blazer's visit, and whether he came to mock him. Blazer admits that he came to make fun of him and flicks a fire toward Creon. When Creon protests, Blazer tosses him a newspaper, saying he wanted to show him something. The headline announces the Seldom Kingdom's youngest Grand Magician, Jamie Welton, heir of the esteemed Welton family known for swordsmanship. Upon reading this, Creon becomes enraged and shouts for Blazer to release him immediately so he can kill Jamie. Blazer observes that it is the first time he has seen Creon truly angry. He reflects that the Genie's Church's grand scheme was destroyed and that Creon's imprisonment is a consequence of it. However, had it not been for Jamie Welton, the Genie's Church, along with the Allied Order, would currently be at war with the northern continent. Blazer adds that, besides everything else, he is genuinely surprised that someone became a Grand Magician at just 10 years old, and concludes that Creon getting beaten was no mere coincidence. As he leaves, he remarks that the dynamics of the continent are going to be interesting. In the banquet hall of Scadium Castle, several women gather around Jamie, sharing their wishes. Jamie scoffs and calls out his parents for help. Sears comments that they can no longer treat him as a child since he is now a Grand Magician, and Argino agrees. Watching Jamie, Annie remarks that being famous seems difficult. She asks Lennon if it's still fun. Lennon replies by questioning what's fun about the party. Annie expresses that attending a party hosted by a king feels like a dream and wonders if it will ever happen again. Lennon tells her that from the moment she became their master's disciple, her life changed, and she also met him. When Annie asks what he just said, he brushes it off and says he's heading out. As he walks away, she asks where he's going, then adds that there's no need to be embarrassed she met him too, and she will be in his care from now on. In Scadium's inner garden, Jamie lies on the grass and says he is so tired, wondering who the party is really for. He reflects that he can now move freely within Seldom and plans to ask for the crown of Omnicity when he returns a treasure of Seldom granted only to Grand Magicians. He admits he doesn't know what is stored within it, but thinks finding a clue will be enough. As he sits up, he senses hostility and questions who would dare show such emotions openly within the royal palace. Upon noticing Albert, Jamie asks if he needs something. Albert points his spear at him and mocks his boldness, calling him an amateur, then questions if Jamie's father would kill him if he stabbed Jamie now. Jamie replies that his father wouldn't need to, he would kill Albert before that. Albert scoffs, asking if Jamie learned to bluff from his father, too. Jamie says his father never bluffs, he doesn't need to. Still, he worries his father might have something to say if Jamie burns the king's spear alive. Just then, Isabella arrives and angrily orders them to stop. Talek lands shortly after, begins to draw his weapon, and declares that he will scold both of them, calling them children. Talek thinks to himself that Jamie is stronger than Creon, the sword of genies. He has heard the rumors, but never expected Jamie to be this powerful. He then speaks to Albert, asking what he is doing and reminding him once again that a spar must be formally requested. Albert retorts by questioning whether he was really the one who started the fight. Talek, pointing his sword at Albert, warns that he could slice that mouth of his right then and urges him to refrain from speaking. Albert replies that for someone who claims to have no interest in others' business, Talek seems unusually involved. But Talek cuts him off, stating that their princess is not just another person. Isabel then addresses Albert, asking him to be careful and not to forget that they are in Scadium, the royal palace. Albert respectfully replies that he will heed her words. As he begins to leave, Talek warns him that if he doesn't want to die, he should stop being sarcastic. Jamie bid Albert goodbye and thanked him for showing him many amusing things. Albert, turning slightly, tells Jamie not to mention it and says he will look forward to meeting him again. Isabel rushes over to Jamie and asks if he is okay. Jamie responds that he is fine and respectfully addresses her as the princess. Isabel apologizes without making excuses, admitting that she was testing him the previous night. Jamie assures her that it's all right. Talek then questions Jamie, asking how he had the courage to fight Albert when he clearly isn't at the same level. He tells Jamie that he can't possibly face Albert yet. Jamie replies that he knew Albert would show up because the energy in the air was intense, so he expected someone to appear. Isabel remarks that she didn't laugh on purpose and explains that she finds Jamie very confident. Jamie replies that he is confident. She notes that most masters are prideful and rarely ask for help, but Jamie responds that pride doesn't feed a person and that he doesn't mind seeking help when necessary. He adds that he doesn't need much time to surpass someone like Sir Albert. Talek observes to himself that Jamie doesn't hesitate to speak this way. He wonders if this is the freedom that comes with overwhelming talent and concludes that Jamie isn't being arrogant. Unlike ordinary people, Jamie seems to have no visible limits to his potential. Talek then remarks aloud how fitting Jamie is as his grandchild. As they prepare to leave, Isabel tells Jamie that she hopes they will see each other again. Junior Freydmore informs his father, King Freydmore, that Albert's degeneracy is worsening by the day and suggests that restrictions should be placed on him. Freydmore responds that he even bestowed the title of the King's Spear on Albert as a form of restraint, but it has done nothing to improve his behavior. He then shifts the topic and asks Junior Freydmore what he thinks of Jamie Welton. Junior Freydmore replies that Jamie is someone he must have by his side. In fact, now that Jamie has been appointed as a master, he can no longer be addressed so casually. Still, Junior Freydmore expresses his desire to have Jamie as his right-hand man. Freydmore warns that controlling a master is no easy task. In response, Junior Freydmore says he plans to approach Jamie with sincerity and win his trust. Freydmore encourages him, saying it's not an exaggeration to say that Seldom's future lies with both Junior Freydmore and Jamie. Junior Freydmore pledges to heed the king's words. Freydmore tells him to return and reflect on his thoughts. Bowing respectfully, Junior Freydmore wishes the king a good rest and departs. Left alone, Freydmore remarks to himself that it seems the crown of Omnicity will indeed come into play. He wonders aloud what Jamie Welton will see when he wears the crown, and questions whether Jamie might be the person they've long been waiting for. The king admits he is deeply curious. 3 days later, Jamie appears exhausted and remarks that meeting so many people is incredibly tiring. His grandfather, Marquis, observes that Jamie looks worn out, noting that it must be his first time receiving this much attention. Jamie admits that he's completely drained. The Marquis explains that interacting with others consumes a lot of mental energy, then asks how it feels to be appointed as a master. Jamie responds that he doesn't really know, it just felt like something that was bound to happen. The Marquis praises his answer, calling it a good one. However, he reminds Jamie that things have changed. Unlike before, many eyes will now be on him. The entire world will watch everything he does, and the pressure that comes with it is far more intense than one might expect. He warns Jamie that with recognition comes enemies, and advises him not to let his guard down, emphasizing that one should never underestimate the spite of others. Jamie reflects inwardly that the Marquis is not wrong. He tells himself that there's no need to dwell on the past in this life. In his eyes, humans are trash creatures incapable of kindness, yet he continues fighting for them. He reasons that he does so because humanity is ruled and shaped by its own kind. That's why he must intervene. Jamie tells the Marquis that he will remember his words. The Marquis rises to leave, but before going, he takes Jamie's hand and notes that he looks tired. Sensing the divine power of the goddess within him, he promises to bring a nice gift and visit him in the magic world next time. Jamie responds that he will be waiting. The following day, as Fiverr wraps the communication terminals, Seer hugs Jamie tightly and tells him to take care of himself. She asks him to send her a letter once a week, and he agrees. Jamie then meets his sister and assures her that he will stay in touch often. Argino tries to comfort Seer, telling her not to be too upset they won't be apart forever. She asks if he's not upset at all, and Argino replies by asking how he possibly couldn't be. Even so, he believes it is a parent's duty to see off their responsible child with a smile. Inwardly, he wonders when Jamie grew up so much. Argino hands a file to Jamie, telling him it's something his grandfather left behind before passing away. He explained that the file contained all of his grandfather's realizations, which were written down on paper. Since Jamie had mentioned witnessing an extreme calamity, Argino believes this might be relevant. He notes that Jamie's father chose a different path from his grandfather, which is why Argino never saw the incident himself. Yet, the deliriums of the past had always weighed on his mind. If possible, he thinks it's better to pass them on to Jamie. He emphasizes that he's not forcing Jamie to keep it if Jamie feels it's not his path. He's free to burn it. Jamie asks if he really can burn it, to which Argino replies that it's better to destroy someone's deliriums than to carry them needlessly. Still, he adds, it's only right that someone of Welton blood knows the family story. As they part, Argino tells Jamie to take care and says he looks forward to seeing him more grown and handsome the next time they meet. Seer reminds Jamie to send letters. Jamie responds by wishing them well. In a hollow space, a voice says that it is finally here, the long-awaited person with the best synergy. There is a crown, and the voice says whether he will uncover the secret. Jamie, in that moment, finds himself in what seems like a void, devoid of any presence of life. He questions if he is locked in the same darkness where he had been sealed in his previous life. But he soon realizes that, although faint, there is light, and he is able to move freely. This place is different. The voice then urges him to come closer, expressing a desire to see him. As Jamie feels the voice getting closer and reaches out to catch someone, he suddenly wakes from his sleep. He questions whether it was just a dream, but quickly dismisses the thought. It felt far too vivid to be merely a dream. Someone had interfered with it, someone had manipulated both his dream and reality. He wonders who it could have been. As he gets out of bed, his eyes fall upon a crown lying on the floor. He questions whether this is the crown of Omnicity, but admits he isn't sure. 1 week later, in the meeting room of the Central Magic Tower, the elders of the magic world gather. Marquess Linmal addresses the group, reminding them that as the first elder and leader of the king's faction, he takes full responsibility for the third elder's past cruelty. He announces that the third elder will be placed in seclusion, and the rest of the elders will need to divide his workload. Luke comments on the former third elder's extraordinary abilities, noting that despite his actions, his strength and sense of duty were impressive. Marquess agrees, acknowledging that Ophan, the one now managing the broader responsibilities, will have a great deal to handle. He advises the less active elders to take this as a learning opportunity. Turning to Jamie, Marquess formally asks the newly appointed third elder to carry out his duties with responsibility. Jamie affirms that he understands. One of the elders then brings up the crown of Omnicity, asking when Jamie intends to use it. Marquess silently reflects on the nature of the crown, how it shows something different to each person depending on their desire. He wonders what the young master will witness. Jamie shares that he has been planning to request the crown, but hesitated. For the past week, a strange voice has continued to appear in his dreams, including again that very day. Siegfried asks whether there's any reason for the delay. Marx then tells Jamie that if he wishes, he may use the crown immediately. Jamie responds by requesting them to prepare it for him, adding that this conversation has settled everything he needed. On the lowest floor of the Central Magic Tower, Siegfried asks Jamie if he's feeling nervous. Jamie replies that he isn't. Siegfried then jokes that Jamie should show some excitement like a child would. to which Jamie remarks that Siegfried is the only one who still treats him like a child. As they stand before a massive door, Marquess Linmol announces their arrival and opens it, telling Jamie that only he may enter. Jamie nods and steps forward, saying he will be back soon. From behind, Siegfried gives him a thumbs up and tells him to be careful. Inside, Jamie immediately notices the chill in the air and the overwhelming presence of mana filling the room. As he approaches the glass stand at the center, the mana's density intensifies. Resting atop the stand is the crown of Omnicity. At that moment, he hears the familiar voice from his dreams. It welcomes him and urges him to come forward, claiming to have been waiting earnestly for him and asking him to use it. Jamie steps closer, picks up the crown, and places it on his head. Instantly, a flood of information begins to overwhelm his mind. In the next moment, a girl appears before him, standing in a vast plain. He introduces herself as the founder of a new civilization from 10,000 years ago, Garb Illidan, the first king and the origin behind the crown of Omnicity and the foundation of the current era. He tells Jamie that he has long awaited his arrival, the one with the most perfect synergy with him. Jamie begins to question the presence of the first king inside the crown of Omnicity, wondering if it's really just a self-aware artifact meant to store records. What's more troubling to him is the overwhelming amount of information that the crown is flooding into his mind. Garb Illidan, the first king, notices Jamie's thoughts and asks what he's thinking. Jamie immediately questions why the first king is inside the crown and whether the other elders are aware of this. Garb replies confidently that no, the others do not know. He only revealed himself to Jamie. Jamie is caught off guard by this and asks why. Garb answers simply, because Jamie is special. He sensed the best synergy in Jamie. Garb asks if he felt it. However, Jamie bluntly replies with no answer and explains that he came only because he thought a stronger synergy might grant him more knowledge. Brushing that aside, Garb says small things like that are irrelevant. He encourages Jamie to ask whatever he wants, saying that most people start by asking about the beginning of the world. Jamie admits he does want to know if Garb can actually answer. Garb responds that he is omniscient and will show him. With that, a vision forms his memory projected into Jamie's mind. Jamie first thinks he's seeing a glimpse of his own past life, but it soon becomes clear this is much older. It's the birth of civilization on this land. Garb narrates the vision. It begins with a village he ruled. Despite being ostracized for his blue skin, he could use magic, something that eventually helped him consolidate power. The villagers began to revere him like a god. The village expanded into a country, then into a vast millennium empire. However, to avoid suspicion due to his unaging body, he began ruling the empire through puppet emperors. For a time, things went smoothly. But in the past 100 years, the emperors had become weak and incompetent. Nobles began running the empire for their own benefit, and unrest among civilians grew. It was in this chaos that the Church of the 12 Gods emerged. They calmed the populace and preached doctrine, gaining influence. Within a century, the once great empire was fractured into 5 separate continents. Jamie asks whether the 12 gods had not existed from the beginning. In response, Illidan explains that it is indeed unexpected. Most would assume the 12 gods had always been part of ancient times. However, he says they appeared suddenly and ultimately drove him out. One of their disciples even hunted him, but he claims to have evaded them by changing his appearance. In the end, he was forced to hide inside the crown. Jamie finds it odd that merely changing one's appearance would be enough to escape the pursuit of the gods. Illidan continues narrating the world's history. While in hiding, he ends up in the lands of Seldom's first king. Illidan admits that although the king was a skilled magician, his synergy was weak. As a result, he only witnessed a fraction of the crown's history and was shocked, ultimately naming the artifact the Crown of Omnicity. Over the years, many powerful magicians had interacted with the crown. He mentions that Siegfried was an exceptional magician, though his synergy was the weakest of them all. Jamie reflects that a magician's level does not necessarily correspond with their synergy. Illidan moves on, stating that the 12 gods have long since stopped looking for him. However, Jamie senses something is off. It feels like Illidan is revealing everything but omitting the most important details. Jamie confronts him, suggesting that rather than being cast aside, it would have made more sense for the 12 gods to scheme with him. If Illidan refuses to answer, Jamie threatens to ask the gods directly. At that moment, Illidan notices the pyro forming in his own hand. Jamie speaks with clarity, saying that he already knows the truth. Jamie accuses Illidan of being a parasitic being from before the age of mankind. not the rightful first king. He asserts that Illidan was chosen by the 12 gods to carry out their mission of beginning a new civilization. However, due to his own failure, everything was taken from him, and he was eventually exiled. Jaime says none of his statements are mistaken, though he still questions why the gods would choose someone so foolish and why their synergies are so compatible. Frustrated and enraged, Illidan lashes out and attempts to seize Jaime's body. But Jaime dodges him, and recognizing the truth, Illidan is indeed a cursed, damned existence. Illidan sees the end of the world, one abandoned by the 12 gods. Not even a single bonfire remains. All life comes to an end. The world is utterly destroyed. The vision of everything vanishing becomes a nightmare he has never even imagined. Eventually, like prey sensing its own extinction, he escapes, running to the farthest corner of the earth. When all of civilization fades into oblivion, he finds a distant cave. Inside that cave, he discovers a jewel. The jewel embeds itself deep within his body, and an overwhelming dark energy begins to surge through him. In time, he trains with the power of darkness. But the refuge doesn't last. A being who introduces himself as the god of violence and plundering arrives, intent on killing the last remaining human. At that moment, the darkness inside him bursts forth and pushes back against the god's might. The leader of the gods then steps forward, brushing aside the astonished divine beings. From that moment onward, his name became Garb Illidan. Illidan tries to slash again, shouting that he was abandoned and the god's apostle had suddenly appeared and tried to kill him, leaving him no choice but to run away. As he hurls a grotesque attack, he explains that this is how he came to meet the first monarch of the nation. Jaime swiftly responds, using his darkness technique to block the attack, then severs Illidan's arm with a clean strike. Illidan acknowledges the effort and unleashes his abyss erosion technique, spreading it across the ground. Jaime leaps into the air and counters with a combined technique, slashing down hard. Illidan narrowly avoids the blow by tilting his body, scoffing that such a mere attack couldn't defeat him, only to have Jaime slash his face in half, declaring that this is just the beginning. Jaime then traps him in a continuous slashing technique, coldly stating that he will leave only Illidan's mouth intact while cutting up the rest, erasing all trace of him. Illidan snarls, not to joke around, claiming Jaime's body as his own. He retaliates by releasing a mist of explosion, but Jaime counters by slamming his fusion sword into the ground, causing a massive, deep crater. From within the crater, Illidan growls that it's pointless, a kid like Jaime could never kill him. Jaime smirks and replies that he's right. A body like Illidan's is hard to kill, which is exactly why this is so much fun. Illidan then wonders and asks Jaime when he had done that. Jaime replies that he saw a strange demon follower last time, so he thought of something, and tells him to run away if he can. Illidan realizes the danger and thinks that the situation is dangerous, and he needs to escape. Jaime then uses his chain magic, binds him, and says that if Illidan was going to get caught this easily, he should not have acted so arrogantly, remarking that the first king is not that impressive. Illidan warns that Jaime will regret it. Jaime responds indifferently and asks what Illidan did when he met the first monarch. Illidan insists that Jaime knows nothing, not the horror of the world returning to its genesis, nor the sight of everything vanishing before his eyes. He speaks of overwhelming loneliness, something Jaime could not understand. Illidan explains that he hid until the time was right, and after 500 years, he met Seldom's first monarch. That monarch knew something Illidan did not. In a world that had vanished several centuries ago, where gods were unmatched, there existed a strong magician. However, Illidan says that information alone was not enough for the magician to understand the secret of the world, so the two made a contract to help the kingdom. Jaime asks if that was until Illidan found someone with the highest synergy. Illidan acknowledges that Jaime is quick and explains that the magician was foolish and believed that knowing the secret could liberate mankind. He breaks free from the chains and reveals that his true goal had been to be acknowledged by the gods again. Illidan forms a dark magic ball and declares that the world cycle will begin again in 10,000 years, and that day is imminent. He hurls the ball toward Jaime and says he will use Jaime's body as nourishment to rule the new world. Jaime causes his power to vanish and asks if he is done talking. Illidan wonders why his power is suddenly disappearing. Jaime explains that it is because the power is not his, it is Jaime's. He declares himself the strongest dark magician ever. While falling, Illidan asks what is happening and insists that his power to control darkness cannot be taken. He demands to know what Jaime has done and how a kid like him took his power. Jamie replies that Illidan does not know his place, that he looks down and fails to recognize the master of his power, and calls him a fake. Illidan shouts that he is not fake. Jamie counters that Illidan was chosen by the 12 gods because he obtained Jamie's power, and hopes he realizes how meaningless his life was. Meanwhile, standing outside, Siegfried worries that it is taking a really long time. Marquess says Jamie should have come out already. Luke suggests that maybe something happened. Siegfried decides he can't wait any longer and enters. Luke reminds him that only one person is allowed inside. Marquess agrees that it is strange Jamie hasn't returned and says they should go in as well. Luke adds that if something happens, he's going to turn a blind eye. They enter and notice something resembling a trap. They grow worried for Jamie, but then space begins to shatter. After a while, everything returns to normal, and Jamie appears, asking the elders why they are there. Marquess asks what on earth happened. Jamie replies that the crown of Omnicity disappeared. Siegfried protests and asks how. Marquess pushes him slightly and suggests they go upstairs and talk. Meanwhile, Jamie mutters to himself, questioning why he needs to explain himself. He adds that, anyway, it's a relief no one noticed the Diablo Volfir black mana fragment, his power left over from 60,000 years ago. 10 minutes earlier, inside the world of loss, Illidan asks Jamie how he is perfectly fine, despite being trapped in such a terrible void. Jamie responds that it seems Illidan is still alive. He had thought Illidan was nothing more than an empty body, and wonders if his long survival is due to having lived for 10,000 years. Illidan shouts, demanding to know how Jamie could endure for eons of time in that endless darkness, questioning if such a thing is even possible. Jamie grabs his mouth and tells him it's laughable to think Illidan is trying to understand his feelings after merely glimpsing a fragment of his memory. But Illidan is mistaken. Jamie explains he had been constantly losing his mind, but eventually learned how to overcome the madness. Then, Jamie takes back all his power by consuming it from Illidan. A black mana fragment that belonged to Diablo Volfir lies before Jamie. He remarks that he could simply absorb all of it, but since he doesn't lack mana, there's no need. Then he notices Blackie, who appears to be trying to say something. Jamie asks if Blackie wants him to absorb the fragment, explaining that he already has enough mana. Suddenly, Blackie grabs the fragment and flees. Jamie shouts after him, demanding to know where he's going and telling him to spit it out. He recalls that this has happened before when he created undead Blackie. Being a familiar that assists him with magic has limits. There is only so much mana he can handle, which makes it impossible for him to absorb the fragment. Jamie notices a divine light forming and remarks that he's certain Blackie doesn't possess such an ability. As he tries to make sense of the situation, he reflects on how strange it is for such light to emerge at the genies of black mana. Seeing the light as an opportunity, he leaps toward it, determined not to lose this power. He grabs the energy with his fist. Immediately, his mana core begins to tremble, and his blood veins surge chaotically. Just then, Blackie shields him with his wings. Jamie, confused yet intrigued, admits he doesn't understand how a divine-like light could be created from black mana. However, he recognizes one thing for sure: this is a power that allows him to take another leap forward. A new strength is being born within him. At the top floor of the General Mage Tower, as the elders make their way through, the ground suddenly begins to tremble. Luke remarks that the earthquake feels unusual, noting that it seems to be shaking not just the Mage Tower, but the entire magic society. Marquess tries to maintain order, instructing Siegfried to investigate the cause of the quake and telling Luke to evacuate the civilians to safety. He adds that he'll do his best to stop the tremors himself, and also requests that the first elder be summoned. Siegfried acknowledges the command and begins to leave, stating that he understands and will handle it. But just then, Jamie's voice rings out, telling them there's no need. Siegfried turns back and is startled to see Jamie, now with black hair. A memory surfaces in his mind. He recognizes that form as Diablo Volfir, yet he's confused, thinking it doesn't make any sense. The pressure Jamie is emanating is overwhelming. He asks Jamie if he was the cause of all this and what's going on with his appearance. Luke, also shocked, adds that Jamie's hair has changed, and it seems he's even grown taller. Jamie calmly responds that his hair will return to normal in a few minutes, and explains that he's just experienced a revelation. In the secret library, the first king, Freydmore, stands in front of a portrait and remarks that the crown of infinite knowledge was destroyed. He moves the portrait and finds a book, saying that means he found out it's a secret record of the history of Seldom. that is being handed down from the first king, King Freydmore, to his successors. The record contains details about the devil. While wandering the land, he happened to learn the secret of the world, a secret that no one knows of, which would shape the foundations of the world itself. He was filled with anger when he first discovered that secret, but then fear slowly replaced it. One day, while growing his power to overcome his helplessness, a person who could not hide his greed came to visit him. That person promised to give him special power. They were able to quickly get stronger thanks to that special power. He gathered together the military power from nearby and conquered Sodom, then raised the Seldom Kingdom at that location. But, despite becoming the king of a nation, it was still pointless when faced with the world's secret. That was when the devil whispered to him that the darkness of this world goes deeper than he thinks, and that his life is nothing but a fleeting moment. The devil requested to go inside his crown, claiming he was not worthy of it. He said he could live for a long time and would transmit his knowledge to a few selected successors, to the ones who would clear the darkness until the day when the one who had the highest affinity with him appeared. When the devil offered him this sweet proposal, he realized that the devil was trying to entice him. However, because he knew of the hidden power the devil had, he had no choice but to grab his hand. That is why he decided to pass down the book to his successors. He advised future kings that when a person with the highest affinity with the devil appears, they must trust and protect them. The devil's power is a fragment of power that belonged to someone from long ago. The devil would not be able to do a single thing against the one who has the highest affinity with him. That person would be the crucial key to protecting the world. In the end, it turned out the way the devil said it would. However, he is already a perfected being, and there is no need to protect him. It seems that they can look forward to Seldom's future. In the elders' meeting, Marquess says he had no idea His Majesty would just let it go. Raymond remarks that, as expected, it seems the Freydmore royal line also had something. Siegfried states that to think the identity of the crown of infinite knowledge would be of the first king. Simon adds that to think he deceived the entire kingdom of Seldom, it is their mistake, and it is a relief that things have been solved now, thanks to Jamie's great contribution. Jamie responds that he just paid him back since he was playing with him. Marquess then asks Jamie what he is planning on doing now. Jamie replies that he is thinking of devoting himself to training for the next few years. Marquess asks if it will be behind closed doors. Jamie says not to that extent, but he does need some time to concentrate. In 5 years, he will rise to the 9th class. That way, he can stand tall on the starting line. He will be training his new power and his physical body during that time. He then vows that genies will be the first one he kills, and swears he will see the ending of all this in this life, calling them fakes. At the Firo Church headquarters main hall, Roz Hyung comes to meet the apostle. Ricky asks what is wrong, noting that Roz being there in person must mean there is news about Jamie. Roz confirms that Jamie has been appointed as a master in Seldom. Ricky is shocked upon hearing this and says he thought he was doing a good job keeping up with Jamie, but it looks like Jamie has taken another jump ahead. He clenches his fist and says they need to work harder. He declares he is going to become much stronger and fight alongside Jamie the next time they meet. Roz thinks that Ricky's divine powers are already at the bishop rank, and since he has been receiving training from the captain of the divine executioners, he will soon be able to become an official paladin. Roz says this is not the time for this and decides to go and start stretching, noting that it is almost time for Ricky's lesson. Ricky says he will be off first and, with determination, declares that he will make sure to show Jamie the next time they meet. Roz comments that Ricky is too diligent and thinks that while working hard is good, it is not the fate of these children to be treated so harshly. Conflicts are brewing in the eastern countries that support the genie's religion, as they are spreading lies and claiming that the Afton case was a plot orchestrated by the Seldom Kingdom. Because of that, several skirmishes have occurred along the northern border. Roz notes that it is only a matter of time until war officially begins. He pleads to the goddess, begging her to protect the 2 children. And thus, 5 years pass. 1 month after leaving Saint Germain, in Ariajad's great forest, an elf named Braha tells a girl, Benna, that it has been 10 years since she last saw her people. As they go deeper into the forest, Benna expresses concern about going there without preparing first. Braha assures her that it is not dangerous for those who are from the forest. Braha then extends her hand and asks Benna if they should go in. Benna asks what it is, and Braha explains that it is the wind spirit and tells her not to be scared, urging her to go. They flee with the spirit and, standing in front of a cave, Braha suggests they head in, But Benna reminds her that those who are not Valkyrie need to get the queen's permission first. She enters the cave, saying she will be back. In Valkyrie Forest, Benna begins to recognize the place. Benna is the royal princess of Valkyrie. Standing in front of a tree, she tries to recall her memories. Then, a woman appears, and upon seeing Benna, she starts crying and calls her daughter. Benna recognizes her mother and wonders why she has forgotten. Her mother embraces her, saying she searched for her desperately, and asks how she left the village. Benna recalls that on that day, she wanted to surprise her mother by secretly practicing flying, falling off a cliff, and being kidnapped by Gob. She adds that it is all right because she was able to see her again, and says there are people she would like her to meet. Braha then greets Benna's mother, addressing her as the Valkyrie Queen, and introduces herself as Braha from the Cephid Forest. The queen assumes Braha must be Mullen's child and thanks her, saying she was able to see her daughter again because of her. Braha introduces Behemoth, her little friend. Behemoth tells the queen that she looks exactly like Netties. The queen asks how he knows about the first queen, Lady Netties, and who he is. Behemoth responds that he does not have the fidelity to reveal that, but his master will speak with her instead. He says the time to fight has come again and adds that he will watch and see if she is brave like Netties or a coward who hides, stating that the choice is hers. He tells Benna not to slack off, reminding her that she was born with a mission to protect. Behemoth then flees, and when Braha asks him where he is going, he replies that they will be going and, if fate allows, they will meet again. Benna asks her mother how they could just leave like that, and her mother reassures her that she will see them again and tells her not to feel too bad. Benna promises that the next time they meet, she will be much stronger. Behemoth comments that the kid speaks well. Braha asks if it is okay for them to leave so quickly as he requested, and Behemoth says it is not like they will never see each other again. He adds that once someone is met, parting becomes inevitable, and that parting also means meeting again. 2 years after Jamie's appointment as Grand Magician, in Phoenix Academy's intermediate grade class Alpha, Lennon enters the classroom, and everyone wonders at his sudden increase in height. Annie asks him about it, wondering what happened. Lennon responds by asking what she thinks and whether he looks handsome and tall. The day before, while Annie and Lennon were walking together, Lennon complained that he did not get any sleep because of the old teacher, saying that assigning so much work to students during their growth period is unreasonable. Annie points out that the teacher still helps them with their training occasionally. Meanwhile, in his research lab, Lennon pours a chemical into a glass, which breaks. Troubled, he laments how many times this has happened and complains that everything is useless. He then sits down helplessly, thinking that he needs to find another way. In the morning, he wakes up and wonders if it is already morning. He finds a note, opens it, and realizes it is in the teacher's handwriting. The note tells him to look in the mirror and stop using his power on useless things. Lennon looks at himself in the mirror and notices that his height has increased since yesterday. He wonders if that is really him and starts praising Jamie as a god. Meanwhile, Annie begins to worry that Lennon might have drunk some strange medicine like Apophis and decides to investigate. She starts following him. When Lennon enters a room, Annie tries to open it, but Lennon shouts at her not to. She asks why he is acting that way, and he tells her it is nothing new and asks her to leave. As she opens the door, the bell rings, and Lennon's height reverts to what it was before. Annie remarks that the teacher must have cast a spell on him. She reminds him that boys tend to grow later, and tells him that he might be as tall as the teacher in 3 years. Besides, she adds, he is still handsomely tall right now. At Hayes, in Count Welton's estate, Jamie says he feels great today. In addition to having the genes of the Welton family, he feels better because the bead of life was enhanced through the monstrance. He remarks that it feels good to have a proportionate body. He thinks about Blackie, wondering if he will not wake up today. 5 years ago, after he created the monstrance, Blackie fell asleep. He does not think there were any other problems, but if Blackie sleeps any longer, he will need to find another way. Anyway, he decided to head out today. Meanwhile, Jamie is running in the drill hall. His father, Count Argino Welton, comes there and says he is running today, too. He equips a weapon and says that it is a great attitude and suggests they break a sweat. And the weapon he holds, telekinesis, controlling the sword even for a sword master, it is a difficult technique. Jamie says he has never had a single drop of sweat. He then activates his 100C technique and rushes toward his father, saying he is coming. His father wonders that coming at him with a mana cyclone is a new approach. he dodges the attack effortlessly. Jamie wonders where the mana flow disappeared to. Argino then wields the weapon at Jamie and says he is thinking a lot. Jamie falls far and wonders how he managed to manipulate the mana flow he was controlling. He does not think his father used the 100C technique. Argino then attacks him again and says he should not have time to think. Jamie dodges his strike and thinks that since he is not using magic, his father is only using the least amount of mana he can, but to think it still has this amount of destructive power. He then retreats and thinks that the rumor about his father's sword power being next only to a sword master seems to be true. His father's stance right now seems like he is going easy on him, but now he is declaring the end. Jamie says he has always gotten stuck here. He then activates his lightning strike technique and begins to attack, determined that he is going to break through this time. If it is impossible to block, then Jamie leaps into the air. His father realizes that Jamie used the sun to hide himself, but remarks that his opponent is him. He simply retreats to his place, dodging Jamie. Jamie's sword breaks, and he says he thought he could get one hit in today. Argino says he has gotten better, but he is still no match for him and should train for 5 more years. Jamie says he was so close and then takes his leave, saying he is going to break through that next time. His father, noticing his sword, thinks that he almost broke it. His swordsmanship is mixed with his grandfather's technique. He will soon level up in swordsmanship, although he is not at the stage of being a sword master. After that, Jamie asks his father if he said he was busy going to the palace today. Argino replies that even though he is busy, seeing his son off is more important. Jamie then says he will be off. They greet him, telling him to have a good day, and his mother says not to come home late since she wants to see her son at dinner. His sister Sarah tells Jamie to show her the magic world too, and Jamie says that when he is free, they will look around together. He then begins to teleport and says he shall get going, using the ultra-distance warp technique. In the magical world of central magic, Jamie sits in his office when Hira Bolrero, Jamie's secretary, greets him. Jamie also greets back. Hira says today's report is that the Harmonia Kingdom, which is on the Alicia continent, is requesting support. They are asking for a master class to be dispatched. The Harmonia Kingdom liberators have been trying to overthrow the king, who has been severely corrupted for over 5 years. The frontier is supporting the liberators. Jamie says that, seeing as the non-magician masters were observing the eastern continent, Kariron, this request was sent to the magic world. Hira says yes, she thinks so. The eastern continent, Kariron, can be called the headquarters for the genie's church. Since the battles with that place have subsided recently, most swordmasters have been dispatched. That is the reason why his father went to the palace for Siegfried, who is a magician, to be dispatched to that place too. Hira then says this will be discussed in today's elders meeting. Meanwhile, in Magic World, Central Magic Tower, and the large meeting room, Marquess says the meeting room is empty. Raymond mentions that it feels emptier because the 8th elder is not present, but the 1st elder's return is near. Marquess asks if the 6th elder is still locked away, and Raymond confirms it, saying he thinks she will become a 7th class magician soon. Jamie enters and asks if they are all there. He sits down and says he heard that Harmonia is requesting a master. Luke explains that due to the Liberators' frightening vigor, they have conquered half of the territory, but wonders why the Harmonia army is suddenly being pushed back when there are 4 masters present. Raymond reveals that there is apparently a sword master on the Liberators' side, and the kingdom seems to have been overwhelmingly defeated by the King's Knight, the sword master. Jamie thinks that the frontier has gotten involved and says they did not want to lose more of their forces, so they asked for support. Raymond confirms this, calling them arrogant fools, and says that His Majesty has accepted the request, so the dispatch is finalized. Without Ofen, Marquess, and Raymond are the central pillars of the magic world, and Luke needs to protect his position as the head of the Equalists. Jamie acknowledges that he is the only one left and questions why His Majesty would accept the request, as he could have ignored a request from such a small nation. It is explained that Harmonia offered their national treasure, Venus's music box. Venus's music box is an object where, when the music starts, a new universe appears in the sky. It is a treasure of high magical value and is linked to the Harmonia Kingdom's myth. Luke abuses them, saying they will do anything to survive, and Jamie remarks that it is better to get rid of Harmonia, expressing disbelief that they have to help them. Marquess says Harmonia's reward is quite tempting, but they won't be controlled by something like that. He explained that His Majesty ordered him to assess the situation personally and act as they pleased. Jamie asks if that means it is right to ignore Harmonia's request. Marquess replies that it goes against a great deal, but Seldom is a powerful nation capable of doing so. Jamie wonders if Seldom wants to benefit from this situation. If they stabilize the state of affairs by helping Harmonia, the kingdom will become indebted to Seldom. If they help the liberators, they assist in enthroning a new king. So, Jamie concludes, the idea is to just act almighty and return. Jane, in his office, orders Hira to prepare the items on the list. After a while, she brings the list of artifacts, and James says that he has been dispatched to Harmonia. He adds that he is going by himself this time and that it is not because she is lacking, so she should not misunderstand. Jamie thinks that he understands she is upset since it was a chance for her to observe a grand magician's magic, but he cannot bring a third wheel to a battlefield. Jamie then asks her about the others. She says that his disciples have gone to the lab. Jamie says that he will leave the preparations to her. In Jamie's lab, Lennon murmurs about Jamie, complaining that he called them so early in the morning when they need their rest, and asks if Jamie will take responsibility if they do not grow tall. Annie asks Lennon if he is not being too rude. Lennon responds, asking what, and says he does not care. He adds that Jamie also scolds him a lot because he cannot do alignment magic. Annie tries to stop Lennon, who is unaware of Jamie's presence. Jamie says to keep going and not to worry about him. He then asks Lennon, who starts sweating, if he is done already. Jamie, while sitting on Lennon's back, says to Annie that, unlike someone, she did well. He then asks Lennon, who is worried about his back, where his enthusiasm from the beginning has gone, and whether he is going to quit doing magic. Jamie then stands up and says he understands that Lennon is frustrated and at a standstill in the 4th class, but he should do everything to overcome it. He adds that he is going to be away for several months and that while he is away on dispatch, they should help each other. They both start pleading to go with him. Jamie says that it is a battlefield, and he does not know what will happen, so something might go wrong while he is preoccupied with them. Then Hira comes there and says she will look after his students. Jamie asks her if she wants to go that badly. She replies that she really does and pleads with him to give her the chance to learn while observing an elder's magic. Annie and Lennon request that they won't get in the way, to which Jamie says it can't be helped and that he will think about it. Meanwhile, in the forest, a girl named Isis, holding a book, asks Jin, who covers his face and is wearing a mask, if he has heard that Harmonia's master has died. Jin says they were lucky, and she says the children of the Liberation Army must be happy. Jin agrees and says they will soon be able to capture the capital. She then closes the book and asks another guy, Beryl, who is standing behind the three, if she heard that Harmonia asked Seldom for support, and asks who he thinks will come. Beryl says he thinks Jamie Welton. Jin then asks what they should do if Jamie interferes with their plan. Isis replies that it is up to him, as nobody knows the future. She then asks Beryl if he will be okay, since he likes Jamie Welton. Beryl says he doesn't know how much Jamie has grown over the past 5 years, but he doesn't think Jamie will just take the hits. She grasps the huge weapon and says that she thinks she and Jamie also know each other somehow, and asks if she should make her own preparations. Beryl wonders at the sight of her huge lightning dragon sword. Graham. Isis leaves, telling him to follow. Meanwhile, in Harmonia Castle, the king of Harmonia, Kypris, fully drunk, asks what a master from Seldom coming there has to do with him and demands more alcohol. The Count, Marquis Helram, brings the drink and says that even if Kypris does not want to, he must greet the master. Kypris responds that he is just a mere magician and questions why a king should go and greet him. Helram replies that although they are also unhappy, they have requested support since Sir Kirill has died. Kypris asks what the army is doing and why the liberators are not being captured. Helram explains that to do that, they have requested a master from Seldom. Kypris raises his glass and says he didn't know, but doesn't care. The Count's present bow. Helram then asks Kypris what he thinks about bringing Sir Jamie Welton to their side. Kypris questions whether they really need to. Helram replies that Jamie Welton will become a great asset and says children are tempted easily, suggesting that they promise him the status of Grand Duke. Count Neopatal interrupts, saying that it is dangerous, noting Jamie Welton is the firstborn son of the Welton family and that there is no need for them to divert their attention to Harmonia. He adds that if the deal fails, Seldom will not remain silent upon learning about it. Helram asks if Patal is suggesting he is wrong. Patal says that if things go astray, the remaining citizens will suffer. Helram interrupts and says that what is important is the king himself and the country's nobles, asking if Padel is perhaps being wary of the liberator bugs. Padel shouts that the elitism there is the reason the country has fallen and pleads to Kypris to listen, saying the person who needs to attend to government affairs is the king, not Helram. Helram carries Kypris with him, telling him to ignore Padel and saying that Padel means Kypris should treat Jaime Welton with respect. Kypris agrees, saying Helram is right, and that Jaime, as a master, should show respect to him. Helram urges him to stand and leave everything to him. Kypris agrees, saying he will trust him. Helram takes Kypris with him. Meanwhile, Count Padel thinks that the reason the country has become like this is because of Marquis Helram. From the moment the previous king passed away, Helram has made the citizens struggle by heavily increasing taxes, causing the deaths of royal subjects and failures in farming. The wrongdoings of the nobles were all part of Helram's plan. Padel thinks he is the only one left now, a small candlelight sitting in the wind. Meanwhile, in Harmonia's capital, Kime, on the rooftop of the Magician Tower, Jaime teleports there, and his disciples and secretary feel dizzy. Jaime asks them why they wanted to come. The head of Harmonia's magic tower, Jaqen, greets Jaime and says it is nice to meet him. Jaime thinks Jaqen is quite extravagant and notes that the head is barely a 7th class, wondering if that is Harmonia's level. Jaime introduces himself and shakes hands with him. Jaqen expresses amazement at meeting the famous Jaime Welton, then asks about the people behind him. Jaime responds that they are his secretary and students who wanted to visit Harmonia. Jaqen thinks that they are arrogant about visiting a battlefield despite their class being lower than his. He then informs Jaime that His Majesty will soon arrive to greet him and tells a subordinate to guide Jaime. Jaqen instructs his subordinates to prepare themselves well for His Majesty's appearance. The subordinates take Jaime to the guest room, saying he may use it. Jaime, observing the room, notes to himself that it has useless and expensive decorations everywhere. He reflects that the amount of money spent on research must not have been cheap, yet the place is overflowing with extravagance. He concludes that Harmonia's magic tower is pathetic and understands why His Majesty told him to do whatever he wants. Then a subordinate informs Jaime that His Majesty has arrived. Jaime remarks to himself that he will now see how corrupt the king is. Jaime uses high-ranking telepathy magic, a virtual mind network that he creates to link the minds of selected people. He asks his secretary and his disciples if they can hear him, and they confirm that they can. Jaime says the activation went well. As they observe the surroundings, Lennon comments through the telepathic link that the place is so pretentious, noting that even his territory, known as the best business district in the East, does not have such extravagance. Annie asks if the people of Harmonia like flashy things. Hera responds that Harmonia was not originally a wealthy country and believes the extravagance is concentrated in the capital. They then arrive at the audience chamber. As they begin to enter, an announcement and music welcome them. Annie comments through the link that it's a little too much, and Jaime responds that they want to show off their power, so they should just enjoy it. He then notices the king's condition. The king has completely fainted from drinking. Marquis Helram tells the king that the guests from Seldom have arrived. Jaime bows, greets the king, and introduces himself, but the king, confused, fails to remember the event and asks why he is there and why there are so many people. Helram tells the king that he seems unwell and suggests he retire for the day. As the king begins to leave, a count invites him to follow, saying he has brought lots of alcohol. Jaime realizes that the king is not in a condition to hold an audience and concludes that the man showing the king out likely holds all the real authority. He suspects this man is the one responsible for Harmonia's downfall and decides to be cautious. Helram then introduces himself and apologizes, saying it seems His Majesty is unwell. Jaime responds that it is all right. Helram expresses his gratitude for Jaime's understanding and suggests they eat first, since it has come to this. In Harmonia Castle's dining room, as they sit around the table, the counts express that they are honored to be meeting a master from Seldom. Hera introduces herself as a member of the Bellino family. The nobles recognize the name, noting that the Bellino family is one of the 4 families representing Seldom. Lennon introduces himself next, and they are amazed to hear he is from the Simon family, acknowledging his noble status. Annie then introduces herself as a member of the Mayer family, but the nobles respond that they have never heard of such a family. Lennon feels bad for Annie and becomes frustrated with the count's attitude. Jaime responds by stating that Annie is a student of Jaime Welton. At that moment, Helram enters, apologizing for being late. He comments that it seems they were having a great conversation and informs them that the food will be served. He sits and encourages everyone to dig in, saying it is prepared by the best chef and hopes it suits their taste. He then turns to Jamie and remarks that he heard Jamie had isolated himself for 5 years. He says Jamie was already a grand magician back then, and now, after 5 years, his level of mystery is even more impressive. Jamie replies that he has worked hard. At that moment, a waiter breaks a plate. A noble, visibly frustrated, begins beating him, shouting about the inappropriateness of making a mistake in such a setting. Jamie observes the other counts' reactions and realizes they appear accustomed to such behavior. He wonders if the nobles of Harmonia are all corrupt. The noble grabs the waiter by the collar and accuses him of possibly joining the Liberation Army. Jamie calls out to the count, who responds that perhaps he has over-disciplined the servant. Jamie replies that he wasn't going to comment on that, then asks for the count's name. The noble identifies himself as Viscount Malv Capri. Jamie remarks that the food is delicious and requests more to be brought personally. He adds that if the Viscount is unwilling, perhaps Helram might have an opinion. Helram then instructs the Viscount to comply. After the meal, Jamie says he greatly enjoyed the feast and remarks that, because it was served by Viscount Malv, it was even more excellent. The Viscount hesitantly replies that he is honored. Helram then says that since Jamie has traveled a long distance, he should rest, and suggests starting the meetings the next day. As Jamie leaves, he says he hopes the servant from earlier is doing fine, pointing out that they are very busy people, unlike others. Helram responds with a fake smile, assuring him not to worry. As they walk, Lennon stretches and says he feels better now. Annie remarks that she was shocked by how elitist the country is. Lennon then asks Jamie if they truly must help this country. At that moment, Count Neo Padel approaches and requests a private conversation with Jamie, introducing himself formally. Alone, Jamie asks what Padel wants to talk about. Padel admits that he witnessed what happened earlier and confesses that seeing Marquess Helram humiliated was satisfying. Jamie replies that he's unsure what Padel means by that. Padel acknowledges that he may have gotten too excited and mentions it's their first meeting. Jamie warns that if he reports this to Helram, Padel could get into serious trouble. Padel responds that he's already in trouble, leading Jamie to realize that Padel opposes Helram. Padel asks Jamie how he has found Harmonia so far. Jamie bluntly responds that it doesn't even feel like a real nation, more like a pseudo-democracy, and though he's angry, he feels powerless. Padel agrees, saying Harmonia would be better off collapsing, and asks Jamie to help him bring about its fall. In return, Padel promises that Harmonia will become dependent on Seldom. Jamie turns to leave, saying he will pretend he never heard that. Padel pleads with him to help the suffering people, insisting it's not a bad offer. He explains that the current king is just Helram's puppet, and if this continues, Harmonia will have no future. Jamie grabs him by the collar and calls him pathetic for wanting the nation to fall due to his own powerlessness. He questions if Padel has truly tried everything he could and warns that becoming dependent on Seldom might lead to even worse outcomes. Jamie tells him he should be ashamed. Padel shouts that even that would be better than the current hell. Jamie leaves, refusing to listen further, and Padel yells behind that he will prove his determination today. Meanwhile, in Helram's interrogation room, he beats the waiter savagely, furious about being humiliated. The waiter begs for his life, but Helram, consumed by rage, kills him. In frustration, Helram vows that he won't let Jamie Welton get away with this. Just then, a noble rushes in and informs him that the Liberation Army has infiltrated the capital. At the King's South Wall in Harmonia's capital, 2 guards stand watch. Suddenly, Henry from the Liberation Army appears and swiftly attacks, taking them down. Observing their lack of defense, he remarks how careless they are and wonders if it's overconfidence or a hidden tactic. Regardless, he declares that the king's head will fall tonight and leaps toward the castle. Meanwhile, in Jamie's guest room, a guard knocks and urgently apologizes as Jamie opens the door. The guard reports that there's been an ambush. Liberation Army special forces have infiltrated the capital and stormed the castle. He informs Jamie that General Malvern has sent him to escort Jamie immediately. Jamie agrees to go, thinking that this is his opportunity to evaluate the Liberation Army directly. He decides that he will observe both sides and only act once he fully understands the situation. If both sides are in the wrong, he will know what to do. Lennon asks where Jamie is going, and Hira asks if there has truly been an ambush. Jamie asks Hira to take care of the students, stating he must go alone. As Lennon also tries to follow, Hira restrains them with a spell and agrees, telling Jamie to be careful. Jamie thanked her and left the students in her care. High above, Jaqen, head of the Harmonium Magic Tower, observes the situation. He notes that the Liberation Army seems to be using mana-consuming equipment to hide their positions and scoffs at their tactics, confident that he will be able to locate them regardless. Jaqen uses his elemental power. In the elemental memory, elements exist all throughout the world, and even if someone hides their mana, they cannot hide their body. Jaqen says it is only a matter of time before he finds them all. He tells his army that he is sharing the location of the intruders and orders them to capture them. Jaqen then relaxes and thinks that Jamie is in the capital, so there is no need for him to go there. He wonders why the army has attacked so late. A liberator, Jin, then appears and remarks that he looks relaxed. Jaqen wonders if it is an intruder, surprised that even while looking straight at him, he could not sense his presence or the elements. He asks the liberator if he is the one who killed Sir Kirill. Jaqen realizes that he is facing a swordmaster, someone beyond his 7th class skills, a monster he cannot fight. But he believes he has memorized enough to escape. As he begins to attack, Jin slashes with a flash and severs Jaqen's head, saying it is too late, since he is already dead. Jamie then arrives and asks Jin if he is the frontier master who is helping the Liberation Army. Jamie notes that if his movements are so fast that his opponent could not notice, then his powers must be related to the moonlight. The frontier master, Jin, then leaps toward Jamie, who blocks the attack using chains that bind the sword. Jin wonders how Jamie managed to block it and realizes that Jamie has also figured out the nature of his power. Jin's ability, Moonlight Resonance, can only be activated when the moon is visible. While the moon is out, the power becomes nearly unbeatable, but its effectiveness drops significantly if the opponent identifies it. Jin thinks that even with partial understanding, it should still be impossible to block the attack completely. Jamie has only figured out a part of Moonlight Resonance, which functions within any area touched by moonlight. Jamie begins to counterattack and deduces that Jin's range must be where the moonlight reaches. Jin blocks Jamie's sword. Jamie suggests having a conversation, but Jin pushes him back. Jamie regains his footing and tells him to relax. Jin resumes the attack, but movement becomes difficult due to the mud he created, which is useless against a swordmaster, as expected. Jamie tries to defend with magic, but Jin vanishes and reappears behind him, launching an attack while claiming that magic is ineffective. Jamie then equips his Beyond Avalon and slams it into the ground. Jin, unable to sense Jamie's presence, wonders where he went. He notices a shadow in the sky and questions if Jamie caused it. Jamie uses his 100 Cs technique, declaring that he will boost acceleration using the 100 C burst and lands a perfectly close-range attack. Jin blocks the strike, saying that even if the attack is perfect and close, it still won't reach him, because a sword master is flawless. Jin then uses his Moonlight Resonance Slice on Jamie, an ability that turns moonlight itself into a weapon. He believes it's meaningless to try to block moonlight, declaring that as long as the moon is visible, his power is practically invincible. He admits that Jamie wields the sword better than expected, but insists that without being a master, Jamie can't win. Jamie acknowledges that defeating Jin with the sword alone has proven difficult, and says it's time to get to the main part. He activates Flash Boom. Jin is shocked he didn't even sense Jamie conjuring the magic. Jamie smiles and explains that he had already summoned the spell earlier in the reverse world. Even against a sword master, countering that won't be easy. A massive explosion of fire erupts. Jin, now standing on a rooftop, says he managed to block it by enveloping himself in moonlight, but the shock was significant. He decides to retreat. Jamie, from above, casts a fusion of 3 types of magic, a Class 8 spell combining perspective magic, convergence, fusion, wind, thunder, and reverse attributes. Thousands of arrows swarm toward Jin. Jin tries to retreat but launches a counterattack, using Moonburst, which Jamie also dodges. The spell causes a massive crater in the ground. Jin, standing in the destruction, wonders that Moonburst is a moonlight-based spell with a penetration attribute. It channels moonlight into the body and disperses it explosively. It is Jin's ultimate move against strong opponents, but it fails. Jamie observes that neither of them is gaining the upper hand and proposes a conversation. Jin, irritated, asks what Jamie wants. Jamie says he wants to understand why Frontier is supporting the Liberation Army. Depending on the reason, he might be willing to help. Jin explains that their goal is to create a free nation, one where the people are liberated and the Church of the 12 Gods can no longer interfere. He doubts Jamie would understand and tells him to turn back. Jamie refuses and reveals that he has been given great authority. If he helps the Liberation Army cause Harmonia to fall, Seldom could also claim a share of the land. Jin accuses Jamie of coming to seize the land for himself. He declares that the king's head will fall tonight, and Jamie won't be able to stop them. Jamie then reveals something serious: the Dryan Church has begun supporting Harmonia. On his way to the capital, he saw a priest of Dryan, the god of violence and plundering. If the nobles receive support from the church, the war could drag on longer. Jin questions how he can trust Jamie. Just then, they both witness a massive black light erupting in the sky. Jamie recognizes it immediately. It's Dryan's black light. He wonders what's going to happen now. During the time of Diablo Volfier, he faces Drain the second most frequently after genies. Although the Church of Drain has the smallest number of believers among the 12 churches, they are the most barbaric. Drain declares that only the strong will survive in the world, but despite Diablo being strong, he is weak because he is alone. Jamie thinks that although Drain is the most obsessed with power among the 12 gods, despite his brutal reputation, his power is ranked low. Jamie asks Jin whether the black light is Dryan's divinity. Jin replies that nothing has changed and says if he kills the king, then Harmonia will only allow Jamie to interrupt, stating that the king is not the central power of the country, and he's sure Jin already knows this. He adds that Count Padel also asked him for help. Jin thinks to himself that he knew it. Today's ambush is planned by Count Padel. Jamie then shouts, asking whether they didn't come to save the citizens suffering in Harmonia, calling out the idea of freedom for humans as nonsense. He claims they only want to take the land for themselves and points out that the real reason Jin is wary of him is that Seldom might take a portion of the land. Jin responds that Frontier is not an organization that focuses on such things. Jamie then says that if that's true, then there shouldn't be any issues if they join hands. Meanwhile, King Kypris is sleeping on the couch after drinking alcohol when Saint Amark of the Dryan Church arrives and asks Helram whether summoning them is already too early. Helram, while drinking, replies that things have gotten annoying, mentioning the chaos and how they still can't catch the 7 rats. He laments that the useful ones were all purged and considers that maybe he should have let them live a little longer. He adds that he believes one of the intruders is among them. Amark asks if he is referring to the one who killed the king's knight. Helram explains that Kirill, despite being strong among swordmasters, couldn't do anything against him and suspects that the man possesses a power specializing in assassinations. He states that if that person comes there, he will definitely try to kill the king. Since things have worsened, he declares that he will now do his best to protect the king. Amark requests Helram to share his plan, and Helram, scratching his face, says the plan remains the same: they will make the divine beast descend. When Amark tries to say something, Helram cuts him off, explaining that during the 5-year-long civil war, there was an abundance of corpses and blood. In order for the 12 gods to rise to the peak, which they have already begun working toward, they also need to survive. He adds that it is fine to call him cruel, as he will do anything to reach their goal. Amark agrees, calling it the will of their father. Helram then instructs to begin the plan and declares that he will make Jamie Welton regret it. He also orders the capture of Jamie Welton's student and secretary, who are currently at the magic tower. Meanwhile, amid chaos outside, Jamie's disciples and secretary sit in a room sealed with magic. Annie asks what the hell is happening outside, to which Hera replies she doesn't know, but reassures that they will be fine in there. Lennon rises in anger, saying he can't wait any longer and needs to go outside. Hera asks if he is thinking of going against the Elder's order. Then, they all notice that it has suddenly become quiet outside. As they step outside and wander through the magic tower, Lennon wonders aloud why no one is there, questioning if everyone went upstairs. Annie is about to respond when she notices droplets of blood falling. Looking up, she sees the corpses hanging and screams in fear. Hera, shocked, tries to understand what she's seeing. Suddenly, a member of the Dryan Church spots them and comments that there are still survivors. As he attacks Lennon, Hera quickly reacts, using Shadow Pierce to kill him. Soon after, a larger Dryan attack force approaches. Jamie rises and thanks Miss Hera for her action, then declares that from now on, they will fight in their own way. He tells Annie to keep analyzing, and she firmly replies that if she does, they will win. At that moment, Jamie's necklace starts blinking. He senses trouble and says his students might be in danger. Jin asks if he shouldn't go help them, but Jamie replies that it's okay. They may be young, but they are his students. Over the past 5 years, he hasn't been the only one who has grown stronger. And as long as they are together, he has no need to worry. He then declares they are heading straight for the castle. Meanwhile, a Dryan member reports to General Teru that they are struggling. Teru wonders how those kids can be so strong. He notes that Lennon's fire magic surpasses that of a veteran magician. But the one they need to be most cautious of is not just the red-haired boy or the blue-haired girl, who warns Lennon of attacks from the left and sees through all their moves, but also the woman fighting on the other side, who is equally formidable. When asked what to do, Teru answers firmly. The Archbishop's orders are absolute. No matter what, they must get past the students. He commands, "Go berserk." Annie tells Lennon that the ones behind them seem to be preparing for something, so they need to deal with their current opponents while using as little power as possible. Lennon gathers fire in both hands and says it's easier said than done. He then throws a fire attack at Dryan's army, noting that the curved corridor prevents him from seeing what the enemies are planning. Annie thinks to herself that since they can't gauge how many enemies are coming, a prolonged battle will put them at a disadvantage. She looks at the wall and tells Miss Hira to break it, explaining that, based on the building's structure, there should be a room behind it, and they can escape through a window. Hira tells them to stand back and launches an attack that breaks the wall, and they enter the room. General Teru yells at his forces not to let them escape, complaining that he didn't expect they would have to go berserk just to capture 2 kids and a woman. In response, Hira uses earth vibration, causing the attackers to fall to the ground. Lennon asks Annie what they should do next. Looking out the window, Annie says that their enemy's enemy is their ally, and suggests joining the man running down below. Hira binds the approaching attackers with Shadow Bind, then grabs the kids, and they flee through the window. Meanwhile, the man being chased by the Dryan army wonders where the new arrivals came from. Hira and the kids land in front of the man, Henry, who is surprised and questions who they are. Annie says they should fight together for now and asks Henry to follow her instructions. As he's about to say something, Hira leaps toward the enemies and tells him to stop commenting and just follow Annie's lead. They begin attacking Dryan's army using their respective skills. Hira kills an enemy who was about to strike Henry. Annie then asks Lennon if he has gathered all his mana, and he replies that he's ready. Henry starts to realize that even though he's only reacting to Annie's signals, it feels like they are truly fighting as one team. Annie states that they will be at a disadvantage if the fight drags on and asks Henry if he has any comrades. Henry says there were 7 of them, but they got separated. She says their priority now is to find his comrades. Lennon begins to blast their enemies with fire. He then uses Simon Fire and burns the attackers who are approaching. Annie takes the lead and tells them to move. Henry, while following them, notes that the kids' abilities are far from ordinary, and the women's abilities are as well. He begins to suspect that something is off, thinking that they were originally told to only fight Harmonia's soldiers, but now he wonders if Neo-Padal has betrayed them. Meanwhile, Padal curses Helram, saying that involving the Dryan Church was a mistake and questioning whether gaining control of the kingdom wasn't Helram's goal all along. As Padal begins to flee, Helram approaches from behind and asks where he is rushing off to. Padal demands to know how Marquis Helram knew he was there. Helram questions if Padal has realized that the ambush has failed and is now running away to plan the next one. Padal realizes that Helram knew everything from the start. Helram hands him a badge and says it's his last chance to swear allegiance to him, promising the safety of Padal's life and family if he does. Padal yells back that Helram should just kill him instead. He would rather die thinking of his nation than live under Helram's control. Helram steps forward and says he had overlooked Padal's actions out of admiration for his efforts, but now he's made him angry. He gathers dark energy and says the hell of the Dryan Church is an endless, merciless swamp. Then, he throws it at Padal, condemning him to spend eternity in pain there. But then, Jamie creates a protective layer around Padal and remarks that both of them seem to exchange greetings well, suggesting they fight with someone on their own level. Helram shouts at Jamie, asking if he wasn't supposed to be on their side. Jamie replies that the world is full of curvy balls. Jamie tells Jin to leave this to him and take Padal. Jin agrees, saying he'll trust him. Jamie declares there's no need to hide his power anymore and promises to show Helram the violence he loves so much. As Helram sees the dark magic approaching, he's surprised. Jamie observes that most people would have died instantly, concluding that Helram is not average noble trash. Helram clenches his teeth and accuses Jamie of betrayal. Jamie asks if Helram had been hiding his powers and thinks that, judging by the murderous intent, Helram must be one of the 3 high priests who rule the Dryan Church. Normally, holy knights manage the forces in most churches, but in the Dryan Church dedicated to violence and plundering, the priests themselves control the army. From that, Helram, the current high priest, is known to be the most vigilant and is unbelievably strong compared to most masters. Helram, with murderous intent, steps forward, saying he's made a mistake. If Jamie had sided with them, he would have merely scolded them. Jamie, gathering magic, questions if Helram was going to scold him and thinks he should have killed Dryan before genies, regretting that he fought him after. Jamie then declares that it's his rule to set things straight and unleashes darkness at Helram, telling him to just die. Helram sees the darkness surrounding him and begins to wonder if it is dark magic. He realizes that Jamie has reached his level through it and scorns him, calling him a fake despite being known as the world's most talented. Jamie, not one to tolerate insult, asks sharply who Helram thinks he's calling a fake. Helram forms a protective shell and rises into the air, shocked to sense a black mana that seems to breathe through divinity. He starts to panic, realizing that if the fight drags on, his chances of winning diminish. He thinks he must find an opening. But Jamie mocks him, questioning whether Helram really believes he can find a weakness that Jamie himself does not already know about. Jamie then uses the first power of rebellion, one that targets divinity directly, and it binds Helram's arms and legs. Helram, stunned, realizes its necromancy and is horrified that Jamie is able to control such power. He calls Jamie abominable. In response, Jamie touches his forehead and retorts that the real abomination is Helram's god. Helram cries out that Jamie's words are blasphemy. Jamie commands his god to punish the one who dares to insult divinity, claiming he is too busy to deal with it himself. Suddenly, a spirit sword begins to slash at Helram. Desperate, Helram activates his berserk battle aggression, a transformation that allows him to break free. He tells Jamie that forcing him to reveal this form is a serious mistake. Jamie leaps toward him, teasing that Helram looks macho now. Helram shouts in fury, threatening to rip Jamie apart. Jamie responds by attacking with the dimension-splitting sword, which tears through Helram's arm. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Jamie activates his black lightning punishment, a horrific curse that combines dark and lightning magic. The moment it touches a target, it destroys their cells. Jamie throws it at Helram. Helram, wounded and furious, yells that such an attack is not enough to kill him. But Jamie remains calm and asks who said he is done. He then uses a third power he developed 2 years ago, an advanced curse that increases the potency of all curse magic tenfold. With it, he launches another attack, and Helram collapses. Jamie looks at him coldly, saying he doesn't know what Helram had planned, but the moment Helram was caught, it was already over. He tells Helram to die and apologize to all those he has tormented. Yet even in defeat, Helram mutters that it is not over. He insists that a monster like Jamie won't be allowed to roam free, and, even if he dies, it is already too late. When Jamie asks what he means, Helram tells him that his father's loyal servant, the divine beast Basilisk, is about to descend. A little while earlier, Amark announces that the blood and corpses scattered throughout Harmonia over the past 5 years, combined with the 6 stars Helram has placed around the kingdom's perimeter, will serve as the foundation for a summoning ritual. Raising his arm, he declares his intention to summon their father's strongest creation on Earth, Basilisk. In an instant, a dragon-like creature with a serpent's body descends from the sky. As it arrives, Amark proclaims that they have now obtained a power that surpasses both Pyro and genies. He commands his followers to ostracize the pagans who obstruct the Dryan Church's path. Meanwhile, Jamie's colleagues notice the massive creature descending from the sky. One of them, startled, wonders what the creature is. Henry, seeing the monster, questions aloud what kind of snake it is, why it has wings, and how it's even flying. Jin arrives just then, carrying Count Padel. Padel, spotting Henry, expresses relief that Henry is the first person he encounters. He admits he hadn't expected to find Henry among Sir Welton Jr.'s party and introduces himself as Count Neo Padel of Harmonia. Before Padel can say more, Henry interrupts, affirming Padel's identity and explaining that he has been financially and morally supporting the Liberation Army. Jin, focused on the situation, says there's no time for introductions, they need to get away immediately, as the monster in the sky is not one that can be handled easily. Lennon grows suspicious of Jin and demands to know who he is and why he hasn't introduced himself properly. Jin, in turn, asks if Lennon is one of Jamie's students. The group reacts with surprise, asking Jin how he knows their teacher and where he is now. Jin tells them that Jamie is likely at the location of the giant serpent-like monster. Lennon and Annie express their intention to help him. However, Hira interjects with caution, saying that if their elder is struggling with the enemy, their involvement may only get in the way. She emphasizes that their priority should be survival. Jin then instructs Henry to take care of the others. Henry, concerned, asks what Jin plans to do. Jin responds that if it's just the two of them, he and Jamie, they might be able to manage. He urges Henry to gather everyone and move as far away from the capital as possible, just in case. Patel, visibly emotional, asks Jin if he will be alright. Jin reassures him, telling him to focus solely on surviving, as only then can he take responsibility for Harmonia's future. Patel thanks Jin sincerely. Henry then lifts Patel onto his shoulders and tells everyone that it's not the time for emotions, they must follow him immediately. Jamie sees the basilisk and remarks that 60,000 years ago, it was so massive that it didn't fit within his field of vision. He acknowledges that even if it has weakened, it is still not something he can take lightly. The basilisk throws a huge blacklight attack at Jamie, but Jamie stands unharmed, transforms himself, and says that he might have to go a little overboard. As he releases black magic, the basilisk wonders what the energy is. It growls again and casts a huge magic circle to trap Jamie. Jamie pulls out his sword, swings it, and destroys the magic circles. The basilisk growls at him, while Jamie uses his sword and Avalon, clashes them, and says that if that is everything it has got, then he is a little disappointed. A huge attack then approaches the basilisk, which destroys its body completely and causes it to collapse to the ground. Now in humanized form, the basilisk rises and wonders how the god's blessing that covered its body was broken in an instant. And if someone in the human world possesses such power, Jamie sees it and says that it did not die right away. The basilisk curses him and throws snakes at him. Jamie slices the snakes into pieces by swinging his sword. Then, using Avalon, Jamie causes destruction at the site of the basilisk. After a while, the basilisk appears from the destruction and thinks that it needs to get away from there. With a snap of its finger, it forms a dimensional wall, a 9th class space magic that separates the space completely from the outside world and creates a new dimension. Jamie then appears close to the basilisk, who curses him. Jamie puts his sword back and says that playtime is over now. He uses Flat Flux, a power of 9th class magic, a holy light manifested through an extreme phenomenon created by Black. He then says it would have been a good idea for the basilisk to watch what it says. The basilisk thinks that even if Jamie has reached the stage of supremacy, it should be impossible for a human to inflict such damage. Jamie says the basilisk would have still been weaker even if it had come in that form. Yet it descended with only that amount of power. The basilisk growls and asks how a mere human dares to look down on it. Jamie asks how many times it has been. The basilisk did die at least 300 times to him. The basilisk recognizes him and says it is impossible Diablo Volfier should still be sealed in the realm of eternity, and asks if Jamie is saying Diablo changed bodies. Jamie replies that who knows, and adds that he is glad the basilisk did not die in one go. Since the basilisk is a close aid to the 12 gods, Jamie is sure it knows the world's secret. The basilisk says it has nothing to say to him. Jamie places his hand on his forehead and says it does not matter. He thinks that since there is a keyword being cast, and he did not hear it from Pyro, he does not care what happens to the basilisk. Jamie then uses the cursing and mind invasion technique and says he will find out from the basilisk's brain. As Jamie begins to read the basilisk's mind, he soon realizes it is useless. In order to break through the basilisk's mental defense, he would need to use more 9th class magic, which would leave him bedridden for several weeks. But he managed to use it, and his situation deteriorated. He then politely asks the basilisk to tell him about what happened after Diablo Volfier's death, and the unrecorded history from 10,000 years ago. As the basilisk begins to speak, its body starts bursting apart, and it is destroyed on the spot. Jamie remarks that the ban extends even this far. Nothing is ever easy. He concludes that he has no choice now but to hear it from the 12 gods themselves. Even so, he notes that he has still dealt a huge blow to Dryan's forces. And even if Dryan realizes the basilisk is dead, he will not know whether Jamie survived, since the battle occurred within the dimensional walls. Jamie reasons that, being cunning despite lacking a clear identity, Dryan will likely retreat for now because of this uncertainty. Jamie then, with a snap of his fingers, leaves the dimensional wall. As it disappears, Jin approaches him and asks what on earth has happened, what that black thing was that just vanished, and where the snake with white wings went. Jamie, on the verge of collapsing, says they should talk later, and with that, he faints. Meanwhile, in a state near Harmonia's castle, Amark, throwing up blood, says that his connection with the basilisk has been forcibly severed. He wonders what could have happened and questions if it is because of that unknown light. He acknowledges that it is powerful, but doubts it should have been strong enough to recall the basilisk. As he is about to collapse, he mutters that he does not understand what is going on. But since the high priest will be the one taking responsibility, he will simply return to headquarters. At that moment, Jin arrives and comments that this is where Amark works. Amark recognizes him and asks if he is Moonlight's Jin. Jin replies by asking if Amark knows who he is. Amark steps forward and says there's no way he wouldn't know the people who keep interfering with his plans, and identifies Jin as Frontier's swordmaster and Ryo's warrior. Jin remarks that he shouldn't underestimate the Dryan Church's intelligence. Amark replies that in Ryo, a swordmaster is called the highest genies, and asks what brings him there, though internally, he begins to think about finding a way to escape. Jin answers that Amark doesn't need to know. Amark then launches an attack, calling it a shame. Jin draws his sword and calmly says there is something he needs to correct. In Ryo, he clarifies that swordmasters are not called the highest genies. With that, he severs Amark's head and adds that the correct term is simply the genies and the highest genies is a level above. He finishes by saying he hopes those in hell don't confuse the terms. Meanwhile, Jamie, lying on the bed, slightly opens his eyes and asks if this is the bedroom and how long he has been asleep. He slowly sits up and thinks that 9th class magic still puts a heavy toll on him, and because he added additional stress powers to it, the burden increased several times over. He acknowledges that while the power is undeniable, using it multiple times would push his body beyond its limits. He feels relieved that the basilisk descended in a weakened state. He reflects that thanks to the gods of death, the black mana, which created the monstrance, allowed him to neutralize the basilisk's power. He confirms to himself that the monstrance is effective against divinity, but admits there is still much he does not know. He thinks that if Blackie were awake, he could have easily found the answers. However, since the creation of the monstrance, Blackie has not awakened for 5 years. Annie then enters Jamie's room and asks if he is alright or feeling dizzy. Jamie replies that he is fine. She tells him she was worried because he had been asleep for 3 days. Jamie, wondering, asks what is going on now. She runs outside, saying she will bring someone who knows. Soon, everyone arrives. Count Padel expresses relief that Jamie is awake. Jamie responds that it was only a deep sleep, so there's no need for them to worry. Lennon says he knew Jamie would wake up quickly, to which Jamie teasingly replies, not to say things he doesn't mean. Hira tells him she is relieved he is fine, and Jamie apologizes for worrying her, saying it must have been tough looking after the kids. She replies that, instead, she was the one who received their help. Padel then adds that thanks to them, he is still alive, and thanks Jamie. Jamie tells him that someone who will become the future king shouldn't bow his head. He then gestures toward Henry and asks if the liberation soldier behind him wouldn't agree. Henry shakes his hand and says Jamie is quite funny, introducing himself and sharing that he received great help from Jamie's students. Jamie replies that it seems they also received help from Henry, and as their teacher, he thanks him. Jamie then says he has something to discuss with Count Padel alone and asks the rest to give them some space. After they leave, Jamie asks Padel how he plans to manage the kingdom. Padel replies that he is still unsure, but first, he plans to get rid of all the rotten parts, like a purification process. Jamie tells him that Seldom will support Harmonia until it returns to its original state. Padel thinks to himself that the moment they receive Seldom's help, Harmonia will be affiliated with them, and he is certain Seldom will involve themselves in the nation's affairs. He might even end up becoming Seldom's puppet. Jamie then says that Seldom will not interfere in Harmonia's affairs and encourages him to do his best, reminding him that this is the reason he revolted. However, he warns, if Padel cannot return Harmonia to its former glory, Padel cuts in, saying he won't disappoint, the savior of their country. Jamie extends his hand and asks for Padel's promise, and Padel agrees with determination. Afterwards, Jamie sits and remarks to himself that he should meditate until he recovers at least. That was his intention. But he notes he's far too popular for that. A knock sounds at the door, and Jamie responds by telling the person to stop loitering and come in. Jin opens the door and asks why Jamie is speaking like that, and he's aware Jamie is very young, but he has no respect for his elders. Jamie asks why he's suddenly lecturing him. Jin replies that he's joking. Jamie notes that Jin doesn't usually joke like that and asks what's wrong. Jin explains that he has something he needs to ask. When Jamie was fighting inside the black space with the basilisk, there was a moment of extreme light. He asks what it was, saying it was the greatest energy he's ever seen in his life, so overwhelming that, had he stood in front of it, he would have perished along with the moonlight. Jamie tells him it was an incomplete 9th class spell called Flat Lux. Jin repeats the term 9th class, saying he suspects as much, but is still shocked to have his assumption confirmed. Internally, Jin reflects that the supreme rank is what all magicians dream of, but it's a domain considered unreachable by humans, yet Jamie Welton seems to have reached it. He says he still can't believe it, even after hearing it directly, and that the world will erupt once the news spreads. But then he points out that Jamie called it incomplete. Jamie confirms it, saying that as the name suggests, it's not a complete 9th class spell, only half. He asks Jin to keep this a secret, explaining that it's not yet time to reveal it. He thinks to himself that historically, when a magician reached the 9th class on a national level, all records were erased under the influence of the 12 churches. They likely fear the emergence of another Diablo Volfier, who was a nightmare to the 12 gods. So the power must remain hidden until he can completely control it, and until he can survive something as dangerous as a dragon. Jin then asks what Jamie will do if he decides to reveal it. Jamie replies that if that happens, one of them would end up dead. Jin then says he will be careful. Jamie replies that he also has to ask if Jin and Han are from the same place. Jin confirms that they are both from the eastern continent, Ryo. Ryo isn't divided in terms of magic and sophistication. It is a country filled with martial artists and warriors, known for their advanced traditional weapons. Instead of lacking magicians entirely, they have shamans who cast spells. Jamie asks if all warriors in Ryo are as strong as Jin. Jin says of course not. If all warriors were genies, they would have already conquered the Loan continent. Jamie points out that it seems swordmasters in Ryo are called genies. Jin confirms it, adding that above the genies there are supreme genies, followed by the evolutionary realm and the mystic realm. Jamie reflects that if a genies is equal to a swordmaster, then a high genies must be equivalent to a grandmaster, and if Ryo even has people stronger than grandmasters. He then asks if Ryo's manpower is quite remarkable. Jin explains that Loan and Ryo use different ranking systems. For instance, only 2 supreme genieses in Ryo are capable of standing against Isis, the head of Frontier, who is a grandmaster. Jamie asks if that means supreme genieses are equivalent to headmasters who are about to become grandmasters. Jin confirms that's right. Jamie then thinks to himself that this reminds him of someone. Though he doesn't remember the name, he recalls a man who was once his comrade, the strongest swordsman. He's certain that man has surpassed even the evolutionary realm. Jamie then asks if there is a swordsman who has reached the evolutionary realm. Jin replies that there is no such thing and that the last master to reach the evolutionary realm existed 100 years ago. According to the records, he was the first martial artist to visit Loan, and only his surname was recorded as Chiok. Jamie's eyes widen upon hearing this name. He recalls a moment when his comrade asked if he was the magician who had reached the peak, then challenged him, introducing himself with the surname Chiok. Jamie remembers now that his name is Jung Kyong. He recalls that even though Jung Kyong fought against Diablo's magic, he was not easily defeated with his sword. Every time Jamie trained, the things Jung Kyong said were a big help. Jamie asks Jin if the surname Chiok is common. Jin replies that they are rare, but they do exist. Jamie thinks that it is fair to say both have the same surname. He tells Jin that he has found out something great and expresses his wish to visit Ryo if the opportunity arises. Jin says that when the world becomes peaceful again, he will be Jamie's guide. He then adds that on that note, he wants to ask if Jamie would like to come with him to Frontier's headquarters. Jamie responds that if it is about joining Frontier, he has already declined the offer. Jin says that he is not recruiting him, but he thought it would be good for Jamie to meet Isis. He stands up and mentions he is planning to leave after a week, so Jamie should let him know before then. Jamie says he will think about it. Meanwhile, an informer informs King Friedmore that the revolution in Harmonia has ended successfully. They report that all corruption has been removed, and that state authorities are being sent to interrogate the corrupt officials. The king has been exiled, and Count Neopadal is managing the country as a temporary king. King Friedmore comments that the Padal family, with its extensive history, is perfect for the first king of a new nation. He then asks what has happened to the Dryan churches. The informer replies that the churches are not doing anything in particular, but they think other churches might begin to pressure them. Among the 12 churches, there is an unspoken rule that a nation with an established religion can indirectly impact a situation but cannot directly get involved. Due to the brutality of the Dryan church, which has brought imbalance to the world, the 12 churches are expected to ensure they are properly punished. The king slams his fist on the table and wonders how much longer the issues of the human world will continue to be dealt with under the rules of the 12 churches. Friedmore then says that, despite his frustrations, Jamie has done a good job. He acknowledges that Jamie was entrusted with a lot of power, but he didn't expect him to handle the situation so well. The informer tells him that it was Sir Jamie Welton who defeated the Dryan church's forces. The king remarks that Jamie is an incredible child. With this, he gained a new ally nation, Harmonia, and pressure is applied to the genie's church. The informer then gives a letter, saying that a message from Sir Jamie Welton has arrived. The king reads the letter, which states that Jamie Welton will wander the world to expand his knowledge. Friedmore wonders aloud that Jamie is going on a trip, and that is the end of his message. The informer apologizes, saying that is all he received. He then adds that a little note is included, which says that if there is an urgent matter, they should use this to call him. At that moment, a bird arrives, prompting them to wonder as they see it. Harmonia stabilizes very quickly. The corrupt nobles are punished, their assets are confiscated, and the resources are used for the livelihood of the public. The once starved citizens begin to gain more energy, and the lives of the slaves and the oppressed start to change. It is still not enough, but their hellish conditions begin to improve rapidly. Meanwhile, while dining outside, Lennon observes the surroundings and says to Annie that it feels like a different country. She replies that it has only been a week. Hira adds that she hears Sir Padal has barely slept and that it is a busy time for him. But he is happy because this corrupt country is starting to become normal again. Then, Henry appears in a commander's uniform and greets Miss Hira and the kids. Annie tells him that she heard he was appointed commander of the Capitol Guards due to his contributions to the revolution. Hira comments that he looks much better than before. Henry replies that he is still not used to it. When someone calls for him, he says he is busy and needs to go, then bids them goodbye, saying they will meet again next time. Jamie slightly approaches them and asks what they are doing there. His sudden presence startles them. Hira explains that they were just taking a walk and exploring the streets. Jamie notes that a lot has changed over the past week. Hira then asks why he isn't at the castle and how he knew where they were. Jamie says he has something to tell them. He has chosen his next destination. He will go to Frontier's headquarters with Jin. His disciples immediately begin pleading to go with him. Jamie refuses and, with a magic flick, throws them away. Despite that, they continue pleading. Jamie then tells Hira that he is leaving the kids in her care. She asks how long he will be gone. Jamie says at least a month, but if he stays longer, it could be over a year. She notes that the children will be greatly affected by their teacher's absence. Jamie confidently replies that she should guide them from time to time and that she is skilled enough to have her own students. Turning to his students, Jamie explains that this trip is very important, so he can't take them with him. Annie tries to protest, but Lennon stops her, saying to give up. He then tells Jamie that he already knows he won't be taken along and asks Jamie to be careful, promising that they will master what he taught them before his return. Jamie mocks him, saying that the serious tone doesn't suit him. Lennon insists that he is serious. Jamie says he trusts that they will do well. Annie wishes him a safe trip, and Lennon reminds him not to forget their souvenirs. Jamie replies that, of course, he won't. He then says that they will be parting ways for a little while. As they are about to leave Harmonia, Jin asks Jamie if he has said his goodbyes. Jamie replies that he has and asks where the headquarters are. Jin explains that it is in one of the 6 restricted regions of Araxis. It lies north of Ariajade's Great Forest, the largest temple in the northernmost area. For a long time, humans have not set foot in that region, so it is infested with poisonous plants and monsters. Jamie asks if Isis is there. Jin says no, not right now. He adds that, to be honest, a fortnight ago, Isis and Beryl were in Harmonia, but had something to do, so they left. Jamie asks what would happen if he couldn't meet her, even if he had gone to the headquarters. Jin replies that he doesn't think that will happen, because they will likely arrive there before Jamie and him. He suggests that it is better to wander the world and travel leisurely. Meanwhile, in the Irko Mountains, some children are throwing stones at a little boy who is shielding his younger sister. They mock him, saying they heard he waits every day for a father who abandoned him. Rumors claim that their father was a famous scammer. They both move from there, and the little boy thinks to himself that he needs to become an adult quickly, only then can he leave the village. On their way through a village, Jin tells Jamie that they will stay there for the night. He heads to a restaurant and asks the man at the counter to arrange 2 rooms for them. The man calls over a girl named Nilva and instructs her to guide the guests, and agrees that she will take them to the 2nd floor. Later, while eating at the restaurant, Jamie comments to Jin that he is quite interesting, especially for carrying around a mask that allows him to eat while wearing it. Jin replied that it didn't matter whether he wore the mask or not. Jamie tells him to wear it as much as he wants. Just then, he hears some nearby customers gossiping about a curse. A man says the village became strange after a woman and her 2 kids arrived, insisting they need to be driven out. A girl responds that it's just speculation and questions whether they really think those people are the cause. The man warns that he can't judge someone by appearances, mentioning dark magicians. Hearing this, Jamie coughs and accidentally spits out his drink in Jin's face, then apologizes. Jin wipes his face and asks Nilva for a beer. As she begins to serve him, she turns to Jamie and asks if he would like anything. Jamie declines but points out that the people nearby are talking about a curse and asks what that's about. Nilva explains that a few months ago, a mother and her children came to the village, and after that, a spirit began appearing. The villagers blamed the newcomers and chased them out, but the spirit didn't disappear. She adds that now there's a rumor the village is cursed, and travelers avoid it. Jin comments that it's fascinating. Nilva moves away and says that in any case, they shouldn't stay in the village too long, no one knows what might happen. Jamie thinks about the spirit and the cursed family. At night, while in his room, he says that he should go and check it out. Closing his eyes, he states that if there really is a spirit, it cannot escape his energy sense. He then senses it in the area and realizes that it is true. As he comes out secretly, he notes that the energy is thick, dark, and cold, and concludes that it is not an ordinary graveyard. He reasons that there is only one reason for a spontaneous spirit to possess such dark and cold energy when it becomes an evil spirit intending to harm humans. However, despite its dark energy, he can barely feel any malice, which he finds abnormal. He notices the gathering of dark energy in a particular direction. As he follows it, he states with certainty that a necromancer must be involved. Upon finding the source, he tries to bind it with his power and commands it to take him to its master. But he is surprised that it resists his power, thinking that modern necromancers are supposed to be incompetent. Jamie declares that a stronger power will always be defeated by a stronger one, then uses his magic rebellion against divinity and binds the spirit with chains, commanding it to come to him. As the spirit approaches, Jamie comments that it is quite skilled, but reminds it that he is the one who created necromancy, so it cannot defy him. Suddenly, the spirit cancels the subordination spell and takes away its power of submission. Jamie realizes that it has cancelled the rebellion against divinity spell. He deduces that this is only possible under one condition: overwhelming loyalty. He steps back, intrigued, and says that it is interesting, and that he needs to tell Jin they should stay a couple more nights. The next morning, a boy enters the shop. The shopkeeper recognizes him as Fibian and asks if it's 2 portions today as well. Fibian replies to give him 3 today. The shopkeeper agrees and says he will get it ready. Fibian hands over the money and wonders if this will last them a week. 2 locals enter the shop and recognize him. They mention how annoyed they are that they can't go out at night because of him. They question why law-abiding people have to suffer because of his family. Fibian shouts back that his family is not cursed. One of the men punches him and grabs him by the collar, asking how he dares to scream at them. He then suggests checking if the curse will lift by killing him. Fibian pleads for help as the man begins punching him again, saying no one would help a possessed boy. At that moment, Jamie arrives and catches the man's fist. He says the man shouldn't be doing that to their child. Tightening his grip, he throws the man away, knocking both aggressors down. Jamie says he came because it was too noisy in the morning and asks if the man paid a deposit for this place or something. He adds that people who harass children need to be put in their place, then casts pain magic, causing both men to faint. Fabian thanks him for saving him. Jamie wonders if this is one of the children from the rumors, noting that finding him has just become easier. Jamie then asks if he can see his face. After healing his wounds, Jamie says he is a priest sent by the church and should help those in danger. Handing his hat to the boy, he adds that it seems like the family has been misunderstood and asks if he can help them. Fabian then takes Jamie with him, leading the way through the graveyard. Jamie wonders that the dark energy in the area is dense, yet a human is living there. Arriving at the house, Fabian says they are here and invites Jamie to come in. He runs to his mother and sister, calling out that he is home. His mother, Irina, asks if he is back. Fabian says they have a guest, a priest who claims he will eradicate the village spirit. Irina asks in surprise if it's true, then greets the guest. Jamie introduces himself as Ricky from the Pyro Church. Irina asks Fabian how he came to bring someone to such a lowly place. Fabian says that Jamie is the real deal. He healed all of his injuries, even the ones from being hit by rocks several days ago. She expresses her surprise and gratitude to Jamie, saying that she heard it costs a lot of money to receive treatment from the church, yet he used such valuable power for them. Jamie replies that it was nothing, that he only acted according to the goddess's wish to show mercy to others. Internally, he thinks that this is so humiliating. He then brings up the rumor that the source of the village spirit is this house and asks if he can confirm it. Irina tells Fabian and Fiona to give them some space as the adults need to talk. After closing the door, she brings out a box, opens it, and shows a rosary she received from a priest before coming to the village. She explains that the priest told her it would protect her family from evil spirits. Jamie senses an unknown divine power coming from the rosary. She then confirms that the rumor is true. He then asks why a priest is chasing her. Irina says she doesn't know the exact reason, but she assumes it's connected to the children's father. He was the Knights Commander of the Siltio Kingdom. However, during a coup d'etat, her husband was murdered while protecting the kingdom. 3 years ago in the Siltio Kingdom, the king passed away due to illness, and to claim the empty throne, the lowest-ranking prince initiated a coup d'etat. The prince succeeds, abandons the imperial furnace, creates a new one for himself, and begins his reign as the new king. Jamie says he thinks that is the reason. He considers that the Siltio Kingdom lies in the far western region of the Alicia continent, quite far from the village, which is located in the northern region. He questions internally whether there is truly a reason for them to chase after a powerless woman and her young children, even if they are the family of the former commander. Jamie then tells Irina that he will head back after collecting the seeds and thanks her for telling her story. He calls it an unfortunate situation and assures her that he will set them free. When she asks what they have to do, he responds by saying that they need to act as bait so he can catch the spirit. They then see him off, expressing their gratitude and saying that they will be in his care. Jamie tells them not to worry too much. Fabian thanks Jamie for healing his injuries and for catching the spirit. Jamie replies that he is welcome and reminds him that, as the oldest, he must protect his family. He also instructs him not to come outside, no matter what happens that day. Standing atop and observing the village, Jamie thinks that the rosary's power seems to affect the area within 300 meters of Fabian's house. He reflects that the black mana and dark magic created by Diablo, the seeds he spread in his past life, still remain in various places across the world. He is unsure if it is possible to collect all of them, but believes that if he retrieves each one slowly, he will eventually gather them all. He then wonders if he should attack first, considering that the enemy likely cannot use his powers at the moment. He then activates his rebellion against Divinity's door. Through the enhanced power of rebellion against Divinity, he summons forth Azard, Reza, and Esther. Jamie notices their expressions and asks why they are just staring when their master has summoned them. Esther says he is excited because it has been a while since he came there. 5 years ago, Esther was the killer from the organization that supplied Apophis X, an illegal drug in the magical world. When he was alive, Jamie threw him into the rebellion against Divinity's door, and after his death, he became one of Jamie's undead. Jamie then assigns them a mission, instructing them to watch and see if any undead appear in the area. Azard comments that he detects a strange smell. As Jamie begins to leave, Reza asks where he is going. Jamie replies that his presence might prevent the spirits from appearing, so he plans to move away from there to make the spirits feel safe. They bow before him and say they understand, assuring him that if they find any trace, they will send a signal right away. Jamie disappears, telling them to call for him. Meanwhile, Jin sits in the restaurant, looking out through the window, thinking that the dark energy is quite thick, and that he can feel the energy of the dead. He places his cup on the table and believes it should be fine since Jamie said he would handle it. Nilva comes over and asks if he would like more beer. He refuses and then asks her how long she has been there. She says it's been about 2 years. Jin internally notes that although all the villagers are unwell due to the influence of the dark energy, this girl seems different. As he stands, he tells her he understands, and she can go now. Nilva, slightly confused, says she thought he was about to give her an order, but leaves. Outside, the 3 summoned undead Azard, Reza, and Esther stand alert. Azard comments that the dark energy has thickened and wonders if everyone will be alright. Reza explains that Master cast a sleeping spell on them, so they should be fine, but notes that Master is not responding to his call. Esther then announces that the spirits have appeared. Azard questions why revengeful spirits are manifesting in their early stage since, if a necromancer were controlling them, they shouldn't be this stable. Esther says it doesn't matter, and they just need to kill them. Reza agrees and instructs them to make sure the spirits don't get close to the house before killing them all. As Esther moves forward, he excitedly yells that it's slaughter time. Elsewhere, Jamie stands before a Death Knight and admits he has been completely fooled. He realizes the true cause behind the incident is a naturally arisen Death Knight, a powerful, high-ranking undead. Jamie begins to wonder why this Death Knight is targeting Fibion's family, but also acknowledges that resolving this quietly will be difficult. Pointing his sword at the knight, Jamie demands to know why he has come and notes that his true objective lies elsewhere. As he pours magic into his sword, he warns that if there is no answer, he will have to demonstrate his strength. The Death Knight replies that all who stand in his way shall die. As the knight leaps toward him, Jamie recognizes the black mana, dodges the attack, and smirks, saying that it's interesting, and he will make it his. Jamie realizes that the Death Knight's skill involves controlling his black mana, and that her swordsmanship is at the level of an expert. As he begins to charge, she retreats and summons more Death Knights. Jamie notes that she seems to have many allies. Using Divine Explosion, he states that it suits those who are already dead. He casts the spell, causing the undead to vanish. The Death Knight appears surprised, and Jamie remarks that such low-ranking undead cannot harm him. He says he initially thought she was experienced, but now understands that she is not a vengeful spirit who built up power over time instead. She gained strength from his black mana and became a powerful undead. Jamie casts magic chains toward her, but the Death Knight cuts through them with her sword. As he leaps to strike, he notes that she is skilled but still a young undead who recently entered this world. However, she avoids his attack. Jamie compliments her move and then uses Avalon. When she tries to slash at him, he narrowly dodges and comments that when fighting a battle mage, it's necessary to account for variables. He then shatters her helmet using magic, revealing her face. She, then about to collapse, tells him not to interfere with the command. Jamie thinks that although she is a high-ranking undead Death Knight, who should be fully aware, she behaves like a recently formed vengeful spirit. He sheathes his sword and decides that he only needs to train her. He tells her to stop wandering and troubling the living and to come to him. He casts magic to absorb her, but then a powerful energy bursts from her as she insists on carrying out the command. In the memories, within Siltio Castle, as commanders battle against the coup d'etat forces, Volvino's Crayon holds a child and orders the commanders to use any means necessary to evacuate the Crown Prince's son. Liberator Powell, the vice commander, tells him that it would be better to abandon such a foolish dream. He informs him that the fourth prince has already beheaded the Crown Prince and that the coup has succeeded. Liberator adds that if Crayon hands over the Crown Prince's son, his life will be spared. Crayon asks Vice Commander Liberator whether he truly intends to kill a newborn baby. He believes that with the Crown Prince dead, his son is the only heir remaining and must be protected to preserve the royal bloodline. He then orders a girl named Bianca, also a commander, to protect the child at all costs, saying he is the sole heir to the nation's future. Liberator shouts at Crayon not to do anything foolish. Crayon blocks Liberator's sword and commands Bianca to take the child to his wife and inform her of all that has happened in the castle. Bianca hesitates, saying she can't be the only one to run away. Crayon insists that she follow her commander's orders. She agrees and vows to carry out his command. Bianca escapes through a window and runs, thinking that she must reach the Crayon estate and deliver the message. However, an arrow pierces her body, causing her to fall, and another arrow strikes and kills the baby. She reaches toward the child, whispering her need to fulfill the command. Then, dark energy emerges from Siltio Castle and flows toward Bianca's corpse. She rises again as an undead knight, captures the baby's energy in a locket, and repeats that she must carry out the command. After going through her memories, Jamie says that she didn't intend to harm Fabian's family. He thinks that Bianca's desperation had awakened the first black mana. But her obsession with the command she received is too overpowering. He realizes that if she's left in this state, she will eventually lose all rationality and become a monstrous spirit. He then declares that he will avenge her. Meanwhile, Jamie's summoned spirits continue battling the undead. Jamie then brings Bianca to Fabian's house and tells her to complete the command she received. The one she needs to meet is inside. Bianca knocks on the door and announces herself as Imperial Knight Bianca Eder, stating that she has come under Commander Crayon's orders. Irina opens the door, recognizes Bianca, and asks how she knew they were here. Bianca says that her husband and his comrades are currently fighting to stop the coup inside the castle, and instructs her to take the Crown Prince's son and flee, as a time will come to rebuild. Irina, confused, asks what she means since the coup occurred years ago. Jamie's voice is heard telling Irina to accept what Bianca is saying. The vengeful spirit of Bianca stands before her and needs to be allowed to rest in peace. Irina then asks Bianca if she came all the way from the castle just to entrust the Crown Prince's son to her. Bianca confirms, saying she just fought the enemy and followed her commander's orders to come here. Irina embraces her and tells her she did well. Bianca begins to cry, saying she left the commander and her comrades behind and came alone. Irina reassures her that it's all right, they would understand, and urges her to rest because everyone will be waiting for her. Bianca sobs and apologizes, admitting that she failed to protect the commander, who died on the way, and made Irina's life difficult. With that, she disappears. The undead that Jamie's summoners are fighting disappear as well. Esther receives Jamie's message, in which he instructs them to remain on standby until he finishes cleaning up the situation. Jamie then turns to Miss Irina and commends her for doing a good job. She asks Jamie whether he had known all along that Bianca's soul was the one tormenting her family. Jamie replies that he hadn't known initially, but stumbled upon the truth by coincidence, which led him to her home. Irina reflects that Bianca must have kept dreaming of an impossible future and imagines how hellish each day must have been for her. Yet, she admits she feels a little envious Bianca didn't have to witness her country's fall, her family's death, or her enemy sitting on the throne. Irina thinks that Bianca's nightmare ended today, while she herself lost her husband and her homeland, yet continues to live in this horrific world. She wonders aloud if, by dying, she too would be able to rest. Jamie tells her that death is futile, nothing remains afterward, only lingering regrets. Irina replies that he speaks as if he's already experienced it. Just then, her children rush in and hug her, crying. She embraces them and assures them she's not going anywhere, that she could never leave them behind. Jamie quietly thinks that he should give them some space. As he turns to leave, his eyes fall upon Bianca's locket. Jamie then returns to his summoners, who observe that it seems like the issue has been resolved. Jamie confirms it, adding that it was actually a sad situation. With a snap of his fingers, he summons them back into the rebellion against Divinity's door, telling them they did a good job and can rest now. Holding Bianca's necklace, Jamie remarks that he thought she would ascend. As the locket begins to glow, Bianca appears above. Jamie asks her why she's still in the world of the living, wondering if she hasn't fulfilled all her regrets. She lands and explains that there's still something she must do. If she returns now, she wouldn't be able to face her fallen comrades. She says the ones who are comfortably living in Siltio Castle will soon be shown what hell truly is. Seeing Bianca's determination and the black mana radiating from her, Jamie wonders if she realizes that the energy she holds is enough to start a war. Jamie thinks that such immature thinking cannot be allowed to run free in the world, and if the 12 gods discover her existence, she will be subjugated by the holy knights before ever reaching the castle. She says it does not matter, as long as she can pierce their hearts with her sword. Jamie tells her to join him, promising that he will make sure she gets her revenge. At that moment, Bianca senses a vast and powerful energy from him and hesitates, thinking she cannot ally with someone who uses evil powers. Jamie tells her he is not a dark magician as she assumes. Bianca asks what he means, and Jamie reveals the pyro symbol to her, asking if she recognizes it. She looks at it and says the symbol belongs to Pyro. Remembering their fight, she realizes that he used divine power. She then feels a sharp pain as the pyro sign glows. Jamie tells her he is the saint of Pyro. She responds in disbelief, saying that a dark magician is the enemy of mankind. If someone could be so wicked as a god's saint. Jamie replies that it is because the power he wields is different from that of ordinary people, and that the power she now possesses originally belonged to him. She begins to wonder why the black mana within her is resonating with him. Jamie then tells her to choose whether to join him or leave. She reflects that this may be her last chance. If it means avenging her comrades, she is willing to join forces with devils. She then declares that she will make a contract with him. Jamie smiles and says the contract has been settled. She declares that she will serve him as her liege and pledges her loyalty. Jamie draws his sword and points it toward her, saying he appoints her as his knight. She affirms that she will devote her allegiance to him. Jamie sends Bianca through the doors of rebellion against divinity, deciding that Reza will fill her in. He thinks the Phibian family should feel calmer now. Meanwhile, Irina tells her children that she should do her best so they can eat and wear what they want. Jamie, standing outside her home and hearing this, thinks she is determined to live and rely on her children. He reflects that perhaps because he knows what the warmth of a family feels like, it makes him want to help them, though he still cannot get used to these feelings. He calls out to her, and when she opens the door, she asks where he went, saying she wanted to thank him but was flustered when he disappeared. Jamie replies that he had something he needed to do, so he left for a moment. She then presents a necklace to him, explaining that it is not much, but it was a gift from her husband, and since she has received such great help, she wanted to offer something in return. Jamie asks if she really wants to give him such a precious necklace and suggests she hand it down to her children in the future. Instead, he asks for the rosary she showed him earlier. She agrees, saying she will give it to him if that is what he wants. He takes the rosary and thanks her. Jamie then tells her they should go to Harmonia, giving her a letter and explaining that if she shows it to Commander Henry in the capital, he will find her a place to stay. When she asks why the commander would do that, Jamie replies that they know each other. Irina then asks if she may know his real name. Jamie realizes she has noticed and tells her it is Jamie. With that, he disappears. As he walks, he mutters that he has been doing many good deeds recently. Looking at the rosary, he wonders whose divinity is contained in it, since the divine energy is too weak to identify. He admits he cannot distinguish many of the 12 gods' divinities and has not had many chances to encounter others beyond them. He then breaks the rosary, saying he will figure it out if he analyzes it. A strange energy appears, and he wonders if he unconsciously exuded black mana. Realizing the energy is not from any of the 12 gods, he begins to wonder if there is a 13th god he has never known about. Jamie tells himself that he should calm down and think about whose divine power this belongs to. The first thought that comes to his mind is the old gods from before Diablo's time. However, he considers that none should exist, as they were wiped out when the 12 gods took control of the world. He concludes that what is more likely is the birth of a new god. He thinks about asking Firo, but decides the risk is too great. Then he considers Isis, who is the leader of the frontier and someone closest to the world's secrets. She might know something. He tells himself to sleep for now. Inside the door of heavenly divinity, Azard attacks Bianca, who dodges him. He questions why she is so fast, and she replies that he is nothing but all talk, and that his skills are a joke. Reza notices Esther lying collapsed nearby. As Azard unleashes another attack, Bianca dodges again and punches him, causing him to collapse. She remarks that he cannot even put a wrinkle in her clothes with that. She then asks Reza if he is also going to challenge her. He responds that the result is obvious if the others have already lost. There is no reason to waste time fighting. Jamie, observing the situation, notes to himself that he only came for a second before heading back, but finds the scene quite surprising. Azard and Esther are no match for Bianca. He lands and comments that even the great Reza can be shocked. He then asks if they have all introduced themselves. Reza says there was no time. Jamie replies that since it has come to this, they should do it now. He introduces Reza as the commander of the undead army and Bianca Eder as their new family member. He suggests that the commander greet her. Then, Bianca and Reza shake hands and greet each other. Jamie then notices the undead army and remarks that the army has many regions that are disorganized and not in a state where he can easily increase the number of soldiers. He tells Reza and Bianca that they both have important roles and instructs them to manage the undead soldiers well. Jamie then asks where Nevro is. Reza responds that he is not sure, as Nevro has not been seen for a few days. Nevro becomes an undead after committing all kinds of evil deeds while serving as a school director. Since he is an independent force, Jamie assumes he is probably training alone somewhere in the Heavenly Defiance village. Jamie tells Reza to introduce Nevro to Bianca when he gets back and expresses trust in Bianca, saying he believes she will do well. Bianca says not to worry. Jamie mutters that he is more worried about the others. He then teleports back to his room and decides to get a little bit of rest. As he senses someone in front of the door, he asks who it is. Nilva appears and says it is her. Jamie asks why she is here so late. She replies that she has a favor to ask whether he can return the rosary. Jamie thinks to himself that the person related to the 13th divine power has appeared like this. He then says they should talk outside and teleports out. Jamie shows the rosary and asks if it is the one Nilva is referring to. She confirms, saying yes, and adds that she would be grateful if he returned it. Jamie replies that he doesn't want to. She responds that this will be troublesome for her. Jamie then asks who she is. She transforms into a man, and Jamie is surprised by the transformation. The man then greets Jamie and introduces himself as Nirvana, one of Jormungandr's armor. Jamie, taken aback, reflects on the sudden appearance. In the past, a girl Diablo's familiar, Jormungandr is seen collecting a man's blood in a container using suction tubes. The man warns her not to go overboard and asks if she intends to ruin all their plans. Jormungandr, expressing impatience, says she has endured tens of thousands of years just to meet him again and can't wait any longer. The man, feeling anxious since the reincarnation appeared in Harmonia Kingdom, reminds her of the hardship of protecting Diablo all this time and urges her to endure just a little longer to avoid being discovered by the 12 gods. Back in the present, Jamie asks Nirvana if he is truly an Ormer. Nirvana confirms it, explaining that Ormer is a title given to Jormungandr's subordinates, meaning snake. Jamie thinks to himself that Nirvana is not lying. The infinite form ability he uses was indeed one Jamie once gave to Jormungandr. It's a formidable power that allows complete transformation into any existing form in the world, something even the 12 gods are wary of. Jamie then asks what's going on and where Jormungandr is. Nirvana says he cannot reveal that, as contact between Jamie and Jormungandr would ruin their plans. Instead, he offers his head as a gesture of apology. Jamie asks about the rosary and whether it was made by Jormungandr. Nirvana confirms this and adds that it was made using the divine power of Diablo Volfir, Jamie's own black mana. Jamie thinks to himself that its true divine light was created at the peak of black mana, so it isn't impossible. Nirvana explains further, saying that fragments of Diablo's power are currently being scattered across the continent. He adds that they managed to get hold of one of those fragments and succeeded in converting it into divine power. Jamie asks if that is how they created divine power, and reflects that if Blackie, one of the 3 great familiars, is capable of creating light from black mana, then creating divine power isn't out of the question. He then asks Nirvana how he knew that. Nirvana explains that the moment Blackie created divine light, a resonance occurred with their side, and assumes it happened because both originate from the same source. Jamie acknowledges that since both Blackie and Jormungandr's power stem from his black mana, it makes sense. He then asks one more question, whether Jormungandr has created a religion. He reasons that divine power can only exist if there are believers and faith, and although it might not be comparable to the 12 gods, a large number of believers would still be needed to sustain such divine power. Nirvana responds that he cannot reveal that, saying Miss Jormungandr will explain everything herself in time. Jamie then hands over the rosary and tells Nirvana to let Jormungandr know that he wants to see her soon. Nirvana bows and says he will see Jamie again, then disappears. Jamie stands alone and says that whether it was in his past life or this one, he still doesn't understand what Jormungandr is thinking. No, perhaps it's his own obsession with killing the 12 gods that has kept him from trying to understand those children's feelings. He decides that once everything is over, he should take the time to care for them more. The next morning, Jin approaches Jamie and remarks that it seems everything has been settled. Jamie replies that it is being perfectly dealt with. As they set out on their journey, Fibian calls out to Jamie from behind. Jamie asks what he needs so early in the morning. Fibian, panting, says he is glad he was not late. He hands Jamie a pouch of coins and says it's the money he's been saving over the years, and that he is thankful for Jamie saving his family. Jamie mocks him, saying his labor usually starts at gold. But Fibian replies that he doesn't have much. Jamie tells him to forget the money and just work hard for his family from now on. He adds that he'll come back to receive payment when Fibian becomes a man. Jamie then turns, waves, and says he is going now. Jin comments that Jamie is pretending to be cool in front of a child. Jamie replies that he has always been a cool guy. As they walk away, Fibian shouts that Jamie has to promise to visit again, and swears to pay him back as a cool man. In the north of the Orisha continent, within the Vilko Mountains, a murderer named Kenji, who has a strange arm as a weapon embedded in it, runs while being chased by soldiers. As he flees, he wonders why things have come to this and thinks he doesn't have much energy left to keep running. Kenji stops at a point and tells himself he still can't give up. He then lets out a loud scream and spreads his demonic arm, waving it around. He declares that he is going to survive. Meanwhile, on Mount Bevos within the Hilko Mountains, Jin and Jamie sit around a fire. Jamie asks why they are traveling through the mountains when going through the Vaughn Kingdom would be much easier. Jin replied that he wouldn't be able to pass through their screening since he didn't have an identity. Jamie thinks that, now that he considers it, Jin does seem more uncivilized compared to Han when judging by behavior. He then asks Jin what his relationship with Han is. Jin responds that he is not very close to him. Though they are from the same place, their statuses were different. If put in local terms, Han was a noble while he was a slave. Since he was good at fighting, he was lucky enough to be noticed by the general and became a free citizen after proving his worth while living as a slave under him. However, as one's birth is their foundation, he still faced great discrimination even after gaining his freedom. While it might have seemed like Han wanted to be close to him, from his perspective, it felt very uncomfortable. Jamie says it makes sense why he would not be close to Han. In any case, he mentions that this situation makes him want to just fly over. Jin replies that he can't, since the area is a mana zone. The mana zone is a transparent wall that divides countries. It serves as a barrier installed to prevent conflicts between nations, and when magic use is detected near it, both bordering countries interpret it as an act of aggression and take action to trace it. Moreover, to monitor the human world's movements, the mana zone is, in fact, a wall erected by dragons. Jamie thinks that if he recklessly breaks through the mana zone, it could provoke the dragons into action, which would be highly troublesome. Still, he finds it a relief that the dragons do not manage the wall directly. As long as someone like the Black Mage Kenom does not appear, the dragons won't have a reason to enter the human world. Since it is forbidden for dragons under the dragon god Brahman to interfere in the domain of another god, they remain uninvolved. Jamie then suggests they get some sleep and leave in the morning. Just then, they hear a scream and become alert. Jin remarks that he felt it too and says there's definitely something out there. Bloodbringer, known as the one who takes blood, is a demon sword that spread a horrific nightmare throughout the entire Lurko Mountains 100 years ago. Kenji's discovery of it happens entirely by chance. Kenji was once the headmaster of a small orphanage, a warm-hearted man who treated abandoned children as if they were his own. To gather the funds needed to run the orphanage, he began accepting dangerous missions and gradually rose to fame as an extraordinary mercenary. However, everything begins to change the day an old man comes to meet Kenji. The old man tells Kenji that he has come to meet him after hearing about his reputation as a skilled mercenary. He explains that he has a commission to retrieve a medical herb that only grows in a specific forest, though the forest is vast and difficult to search. While in the forest, Kenji notices a weapon stabbed into a tree. He feels as though the sword is calling to him and reaches out to grab it. As soon as he does, branches wrap around him, and he cries out in pain. When he regains consciousness, the demon sword is attached to his right arm, and he's surrounded by the corpses of numerous monsters. From that moment on, the sword begins to crave blood relentlessly. The bloodlust intensifies, and Kenji starts losing control. Eventually, he ends up killing the son of the lord who governs the Lurko Mountains. Now, hiding behind a tree, Kenji thinks that maybe dying would be easier, but he then remembers the faces of his orphan children. He tells himself he can't give up yet. He must live at least until the children are able to survive on their own. He can't afford to be caught or killed. As he starts to move again, he regrets not being able to thank those who helped him. In order not to harm them, he believes it was right to leave. He also knows he has to stay alert. He has no idea when the next search party will come. Meanwhile, Hildur, the commander of the pursuers and a high-ranking expert knight, orders his soldiers to keep searching, stating that their target couldn't have gotten far. As he scans the area, something catches his eye. He wonders aloud if there had always been such a large cave nearby. Confirming it, he remarks that there really is an enormous cave here and suspects that the fugitive might be hiding inside. Deciding to investigate, he steps in. As he enters, he notes how overwhelmingly vast the cave is. But then, the ground beneath him begins to tremble and shatter. Confused, he wonders if it's an earthquake until a deep voice echoes, asking how he dares to cause trouble in the land of its owner. Fear sets in as Hildur realizes what he's hearing. If it is a dragon, he thinks. His fear becomes reality when the creature swiftly annihilates him. The being is Kairos, the red dragon known as the strongest species on Earth. He coldly remarks that Hildur was simply an unlucky insect, stirring chaos in his domain the very moment he awakened. Kairos then senses something unusual among the intruders. There is one human who isn't like the rest. In fact, one of the two carries considerable strength. With a grin, he shifts into his humanoid form and mutters to himself that the beginning of this act promises to be quite interesting. Meanwhile, Jin feels the oppressive wave of murderous energy flooding the mountain and is visibly shaken. He grips Jamie's arm tightly and says that it's the first time he's ever felt such thick murderous intent. Whatever is happening, they need to flee immediately. But Jamie shakes his head. They can't run. Their opponent is a dragon. Jin, bewildered, asks why no one seems to know about a dragon being here. Jamie explains that dragons each have unique temperaments. It's likely this one has cast perception incongruity magic over the area, hiding its lair and presence from the outside world. Jin then brings up moonlight resonance as a possible escape method. His power becomes infinitely stronger under moonlight, and with his tracking technique, it might be enough. But Jamie counters that while moonlight resonance is indeed an impressive ability, it won't work here. They're already inside the dragon's domain, and within it, escape is nearly impossible. Jin then raises the most pressing concern: if it's blue or white, there's still a chance. But if it turns out to be a black or red dragon, their lives may truly be in danger. Jamie nods grimly. Judging by the intensity of the aura, if it's an ancient dragon, then they might have no choice but to fight. Jin silently hopes it's a young one, because if it isn't, they may not survive. Meanwhile, Kenji runs for his life, thinking that he will keep running and take the children to flee the country. He recalls the people who once saved him and thinks that if it is that skilled magician, then maybe they can remove the horrific sword from him. Kairos notices him and comments to himself that he is wondering what it was that reeked of blood. Upon seeing Kairos, Kenji wonders if he is one of the pursuers. Kairos remarks that it is merely an insect with an interesting attachment and observes that Kenji appears to have been devoured by a demon sword. He throws some sort of magic at Kenji and explains that the sword is like a parasite. It will do whatever it takes to take over the host's body. Kenji collapses to the ground, struggling to hold on, insisting to himself that he cannot give up his body. Kairos acknowledges that, for an insect, Kenji has strong willpower, but warns that if the output increases, he is finished. At that moment, the demonic sword completely takes over Kenji's body. Kairos notes that this must be the first time it has fully taken control, so it likely wants to test its strength. He understands the sentiment but warns Kenji to be careful when choosing his opponents. Kenji is about to attack him, but Kairos shatters it into pieces. He commends Kenji's courage for daring to attack him, but says that it will be the last time he does so fearlessly. He won't forgive a second time. As Kenji growls under the sword's control, Kairos instructs him to go and kill the insects, which creates chaos in his domain. He mentions that among them, there are some who are not insects, and if Kenji kills them too, he will be rewarded. He commands him to go and wreak havoc as a bloodthirsty beast. Jamie tells Jin that they now have one more enemy besides the dragon. He rushes forward, adding that it seems Kenji wants to repay their kindness with revenge, just as Kenji begins slaughtering the knights. Jamie appears behind Kenji and says that he had been suspicious from the beginning, but now it is clear he has been committing horrific deeds. He remarks on the betrayal, noting how Kenji repays kindness with destruction. Then he senses the dragon's presence drawing near. Jin says that he will be the one to kill Kenji, explaining that since they were the ones who saved him, it is his responsibility to ensure the dead receive honor. Jamie responds that he will go look for survivors. Kenji, seeing them, remarks that Jin is one of the people who are not insects. Jin draws his sword and says that he doesn't know what Kenji means, but he will send him off painlessly as an act of mercy. He then swings his sword and slashes at Kenji's neck, saying that he cut it nicely, so there would be no pain. However, Jin notices that the blood from the wound begins gathering, and his neck heals. Kenji then declares that he will destroy the world. Meanwhile, Jamie searches for survivors but finds only corpses. He wonders where the presence he felt earlier has gone. At that moment, Kairos appears behind him and comments that he seems relaxed, calling him a decent insect. Jamie wonders if this is the red dragon. Kairos asks if Jamie knew he was coming. Jamie replies that anyone can feel the excitement that radiates from a dragon. Kairos says Jamie is quite arrogant. Jamie replies that maybe Kairos has just grown out of the adult phase. Kairos laughs and asks if a mere human is trying to speculate about the level of power he wields. Jamie then states that he thinks Kairos is close to 3,000 years old. Kairos throws the spell Destruction at Jamie, who immediately recognizes that it is cast using dragon language. Jamie knows that dragon language is one of the 2 weapons a dragon possesses and is among the strongest language-type spells. It is an absolute manipulation spell, permitted to be used only by dragons. Jamie then asks Kairos what the spell is and remarks that he must be about 2,700 years old. Kairos appears surprised upon hearing this. Jamie explains that dragon language is a power that strengthens with age, but since the spell is only this strong, it is obvious how old Kairos is. Jamie then activates his perfect cell technique. The moment it is activated, the user becomes immune to all diseases and curses. Upon seeing Jamie in this state, Kairos clenches his teeth. Jamie tells him that they should head to his battlefield, declaring that either he will die or Kairos will. He then opens the gremia. Meanwhile, Jin is struggling against Kenji's ambush attack. He realizes that Kenji can manipulate blood and has awakened an exhausting power. Jin considers that if Kenji can control his opponent's blood, then dragging out the fight will put him at a disadvantage. Standing firm, he concludes that it must become a battle of speed. He slashes Kenji with his half-moon slice technique, cutting him in half from the shoulders and discovering a core from which the bloodlines originate. Jin wonders who could have created such an evil thing. As he prepares to use his moonlight stamp against Kenji, he notices that Kenji has regenerated and even copied his form. Jin remarks that if Jamie Welton were there, perhaps he ran into the dragon or something. He wonders why Jamie is so late. In Gremia, Kairos thinks that it feels as if they are traveling through another dimension, noting that Jamie has dispersed space in an instant. He then asks Jamie if he truly plans to fight him. Jamie responds by asking if Kairos is scared. Kairos shouts and begins to throw fire, but Jamie counters with the fire burst technique. Kairos, surprised, asks what Jamie did. Jamie calmly replies that it's nothing much. Kairos simply can't use fire in this space. In fact, fire isn't the only thing that's unusable. Mana and oxygen are being reduced, gravity is increased, and the pressure is overloaded. Jamie explained that he has prepared many things, especially for Kairos. Kairos acknowledges that Jamie has done some interesting things. Jamie tells him that if he truly is the greatest species in the world, then he should be able to fight even with such handicaps. Kairos asks if Jamie is doing this because he might lose. Then, declaring while swearing on the name of Brahman, the king of dragons, Kairos vows to kill Jamie. Jamie thinks to himself that Kairos must be crazy to swear on the name of the Dragon King. If Kairos loses after swearing such an oath, then his soul cannot be saved. Frustrated, Kairos declares that he will kill Jamie in an instant. He rushes behind him and launches an attack, but Jamie quickly notices and uses his dark magic to fuse with the incoming strike. As Kairos lands on the ground, he comments that Jamie wields black magic, though it feels somewhat different from the kind he knows. Without hesitation, Kairos charges toward Jamie to attack again. Jamie blocks him with his sword, but Kairos mocks him by asking if he really believes a mere lump of steel can stop him. With that, he shatters Jamie's sword into pieces. Seeing this, Jamie is momentarily stunned. The sword his father once gave him is now broken. He recalls all the memories tied to that sword, the moment his father handed it to him. Fueled by that memory, Jamie activates his light magic, causing a massive explosion that knocks Kairos down. Frustrated, Kairos shouts, "How dare Jamie do that?" Jamie then declares, swearing on the Weldon family's name, that he won't kill Kairos kindly. In response, Kairos transforms into his full dragon form and roars at Jamie. As Kairos begins his attack with a powerful swipe of his claw, Jamie swiftly forms a magic circle that blocks the strike for a moment. However, the force behind Kairos's claw is overwhelming, and he shatters the circle, causing massive destruction at the site. In the next instant, Jamie appears behind him and asks if he really thinks size is all he has. Hearing Jamie's voice, Kairos growls in frustration and turns to strike again. But Jamie has already leapt toward him, launching a surge of dark magic that detonates into a massive explosion against the dragon's body. Kairos, now under pressure, begins to worry at this rate. His wings are going to be pierced. The dragon prepares to release his breath, but Jamie remarks that he is doing something useless and activates his second power of darkness. As the dragon hurls his fire breath toward Jamie, Jamie counters it with darkness magic, destroying the attack and causing a massive fire explosion. Kairos collapses to the ground, and Jamie throws a magic chain, binding him. He then activates the Longinus weapon, stating that Kairos is neither dead nor alive and that he will turn him into a corpse and summon him forever. Jamie uses Longinus, Curse of Corruption, on the dragon's heart, causing him to growl in agony. Longinus is known as a weapon of evil, and those pierced by it are cursed to suffer in pain for eternity. Jamie says that breaking his sword is a heavy sin, but then feels a surge of pain in his heart and is about to spit blood, wondering why his power is faltering at this moment. The magic chains disappear from the dragon, who remarks that if Jamie had been at a higher level, he might have fallen instead, and declares he will kill him quickly as he throws his fire breath. Jamie responds, questioning if the dragon thought all he needed was to rip off a scale. But Kairos then realizes he cannot use his breath. Jamie tells him it is the curse of Longinus and reminds him that he is someone who delivers on all promises. The dragon, after growling, collapses to the ground. Jamie reflects that he used every skill that makes him lose rationality. He then notices a huge light and realizes it is a dragon heart, an immense concentration of the strongest energy in the world, and thinks about whether he can get to it. Meanwhile, blood drips from Jin's forehead, and he thinks that he's glad it was his forehead that got cut, as his half-mask is also broken. He wonders about Kenji, realizing that all physical attacks are useless, and no matter how many times he slices him, Kenji regenerates. Still, he slashes his weapon again, stating that he cannot back down when the moon is shining. He begins slashing, saying he is sure there must be a weakness somewhere. He then notices the Gremia space nearby that has exploded. Kenji's body also starts growling and acting strangely. Jin thinks he doesn't know what's going on, but it's the only thing he has left. He then uses the moon resonance technique and attacks Kenji, causing the ground to shatter. Placing his sword into the core, he says that he destroyed it. He then again sees the Gremia and wonders what it is and whether it has something to do with Jamie. As he begins to check it, the core explodes, and the dragon inside Kenji's body regenerates, declaring that it is going to destroy everything. Then a huge attack approaches and shatters the core into pieces. With that, Jamie lands on the ground. Jin wonders how Kenji kept regenerating, but Jamie destroyed him in one blow, thinking that he still needs to hone his skills more. He then asks Jamie about the Gremia, confirming whether he was fighting over there. Jamie responds that it is his artifact. Jin, looking at the aftermath, notes that it seems like Jamie fought a dragon. Jamie confirms it and says the dragon died. Jin, surprised, asks how that is possible, stating that even for a 9th class magician, killing a dragon is beyond reach. Jamie admits that he almost died too, and that one mistake would have cost him his life. Jin remarks that Jamie says so, but still looks fine. Jamie explains that it's because of what happened when he approached the dragon heart, grabbed it, and noticed that his body aged slightly due to the resonance between the dragon heart's energy and his own life core. Holding the dragon heart, Jamie absorbed the energy coming from it. Jin tells him to put it away immediately, asking what he would do if someone saw it. Jamie replies that Jin is overreacting and asks who would even be around to see it. Jin says that, regardless, it feels real, and the energy it emits is unbelievable. Jamie agrees, adding that he changed significantly, even though he absorbed only a portion of it. He mentions needing to think about how to dispose of it. Jin warns that he can't sell it, or the dragon might destroy the human world. Jamie says he knows that much and suggests they go, since an ancient dragon might appear. The two young blue dragons, Sebi and Ephesian, observe Isis and discuss that the creature below is extremely powerful, so powerful that they cannot fight it. Soon, Senstrian and Kyransera, elder blue dragons, arrive. Sebi asks their grandfather, Kyransera, if he can defeat the creature below. Senstrian, the elder brother, scolds Sebi, saying it is rude to ask such a thing of their grandfather, who has only come to hear what the creature has to say, not to engage in battle. Kyransera tells Ephesian to take good care of her younger sister, stating that he will be heading down. He also instructs Senstrian to stay with the children. Meanwhile, Isis looks upward and remarks that it had been difficult for her to see before, but thanks to Kyransera, she now can. Kyransera lands on the ground and addresses Isis, reminding her that he had declined to be involved and questions whether his words hold any meaning. Isis responds that after reconsidering, she truly needs his help. Kyransera remarks that she is brave for a woman of Lan and asks if she has forgotten who he is. She assures him she remembers and nearly died the last time they met, but this time she is fully prepared, presenting the Gram, the lightning dragon sword. Kyransera is taken aback upon seeing it. Isis explains that it is a dragon slayer. Kyransera, angered, asks if she is insane and truly wishes to die, questioning how she dares to bring a weapon made from a dragon before him. Isis proposes a wager. If she does not die, Kyransera must listen to her request. She reminds him that, as a dragon responsible for managing the middle world, it is not possible to ignore her. Kyransera, frustrated, orders her to be silent and approaches her, but Isis uses the sword to knock him down. She remarks on how thrilling it is. Kyransera retaliates by releasing his breath at her, but Isis leaps forward to block it, causing a massive explosion. A fortnight later, Jamie and Jin are sitting and having tea. Jin asks if Jamie is planning to absorb the dragon heart. Jamie replies that he doesn't know. If he wants to draw more from it, he would need to reach enlightenment, but honestly, he doesn't think the dragon heart can be the source of that. Jin agrees, saying it makes sense. Jamie says he is planning to absorb a portion of it, as it's good for increasing his mana. He thinks to himself whether he should create a fourth divine relic, then wonders where the god killer weapon is now. He reflects that he has been trying to track it down for the past 5 years, but hasn't heard any rumors about it. Jin then stands and suggests they get going, mentioning that Isis might have arrived in Abaraxis and is likely heading to Frontier's headquarters now. It is the northernmost area in Ablia, the northern region, and one of the 6 restricted areas, filled with various poisonous plants and monsters. Jamie asks Jin if Abraxas is dangerous. Jin responds that it is a horrific place for a foreigner, as it is a restricted area and therefore dangerous. Jamie thinks back to 5 years ago, when he first went to Marquis Bell's territory and couldn't even dream of entering Ariajad's Great Forest, a restricted area. But now, he feels confident that he can walk through Ariajad's Great Forest alone. He also thinks about Garmin and realizes he needs to start searching for that place. The dark magician Genon, who was the lover of Maeatre, a blue dragon, and the one who discovered the truth of the world through human power, had written in his diary about discovering a place called Garmin. He mentioned it on a tombstone just before Diablo's last battle. Jamie concludes that if he wants to go to Garmin, he must avoid the eyes of the 12 gods, and the 6 restricted regions are the best places to hide. Therefore, he thinks Garmin is either in Ariajad's Great Forest or in Abraxas. Another fortnight later, at the end of all their hardships, they reach the entrance to the Abaraxis temple. After defeating the monsters, Jamie says there is no end to them. At the temple entrance, he asks if it will be fine once they go inside, as he can see the history. Jin tells him that Frontier has hypothesized the temple to be over 20,000 years old. Jamie thinks that it must have gone through at least 2 world resets. Jin advises him to follow closely. After a while, Jin says they have arrived. This is Frontier's headquarters, Avalon. Jamie senses the energy and thinks Isis is already there. She belongs to the Lan clan, one of the 3 great species alongside dragons and high elves, and is also Frontier's leader. Jin asks Jamie if he is nervous. Jamie replies that he isn't. Jamie then realizes that, by using the dragon wall, they have cast restoration magic throughout the entire village. Jin asks if, as a 9th class magician, Jamie can tell without looking. Jamie replies that even if one isn't in the 9th class, a high-level magician can still feel it. He thinks that not many magicians are capable of casting such large-scale restoration magic across an entire village. Jin says there is a 9th class magician in Frontier who can teach him. Jamie wonders if it's the same 9th class magician Beryl mentioned 5 years ago. He asks who cast the restoration magic. Jin replies that it was an elven magician named Nell Sharon, a young elf who turned 130 this year. While walking, Jamie thinks that most elves are estimated to live up to 500 years, so if Nell Sharon is 130, She has just reached adolescence. Looking around, he says it's fascinating that so many different species are living together here. Jin replies that he was also very shocked at first. In Rio, there is only one subspecies, so when he came here, it felt like someone had smacked his head. Jamie reflects that subspecies are usually hostile toward humans, yet despite his presence, no one seems to care. As he watches the different species freely wandering about, he wonders if this is the freedom Frontier speaks of. Jin then says that this is where he stops being Jamie's guide, and that someone else will escort him to the central hall. Jamie agrees and says he will see him later. Just then, Beryl, commander of Frontier and a swordmaster, appears and calls out to Jamie. Jamie greets him, saying it's been a while. Jamie asks when he arrived, noting that Beryl was supposed to be near the border of Kariron. Beryl explains that he returned earlier this year due to personal matters and adds that Jamie has grown a lot in that time. Jamie says it seems he hasn't inherited the Welton blood too much, and that his parents were shocked by his growth the last time they saw him. He then asks how Benna and Behemoth are doing. Beryl replies that Jamie should be able to meet them soon. More importantly, he says, they have arrived at Avalon's central hall. Everyone is waiting for him. As the doors of Avalon's central house open, Frontier leader Isis says that, just as others mentioned, an unbelievably strong kid has arrived. She welcomes Jamie Welton and introduces the group as Frontier. Looking at them, Jamie thinks to himself that they are all masterclass powerhouses and is impressed by how extraordinary Frontier truly is. He notes that although Isis hasn't said anything directly, the man standing next to her exudes strength as well. He is Frontier Commander Clerk. Then there is Commander Rosemary of the flower species, Commander Hawks of the bird species, Commander Fion of the Valkyrie species, and Iron Lil, a dwarf and also a Frontier commander. Jamie then spots an elf and wonders if she is Nell Sharon, the magician Jin had told him about. He sees Han from Rio waving at him and thinks there are only 3 humans present, not counting Jin, who isn't currently there. Commander Hawks looks at Jamie and says he's heard that Jamie is the most talented among humans, but he is disappointed, though he wasn't expecting much from a human anyway. Han responds sharply, saying he's not going to ignore that remark. Hawks retorts that it's simply the truth, humans are a species with limits, and Han has proven that by losing to him multiple times. Jamie interrupts them, telling them to shut up. He reminds them that it's him Hawks has a problem with, so there's no need for others to get involved. He then taunts Hawks directly, calling him Birdhead and telling him to come over if he has a complaint. He will fix that arrogant habit of his. Hawks stands up, saying he likes Jamie's guts and that he will properly test his skills. But Isis shouts at them to stop. She tells Hawks to sit down and shut up, which he does. Jamie sneers and says Hawks was acting all tough, but in the end, he's just Isis's minion. Isis turns to Jamie and asks him to stop as well. She adds that she will personally apologize for Hawks' improper remarks. Jamie then says that he thought Frontier was an organization that promoted harmony and freedom among all species. Yet, a commander openly looks down on humans and insults them, and no one says anything. He questions if this is what Frontier truly stands for. The dwarf, Iron Lil, turns to Isis and says that he's leaving, and to let him know if she needs anything another time. Isis sighs, saying the situation is exhausting and that she herself is still tired. Given how things have escalated, she suggests that everyone will feel better if they fight it out, and she will set a date for another day, and asks Jamie what he thinks. Jamie agrees, but warns Hawks not to run away, calling him a bird brain. Hawks responds in kind, saying the same to Jamie, and then flies off. Isis concludes that it will be difficult to have a proper conversation today and decides to end the meeting, promising to call for another one later. She then instructs Rosemary to take care of their guest. Rosemary turns to Jamie and politely asks him to follow her, saying she will guide him to his lodging. Jamie then leaves with her. Isis then says that she probably shouldn't have told Hawks to come here. Han responds that it's not like they would never see each other anyway, and given Hawks' personality, this kind of conflict was bound to happen. He thinks to himself that even though Hawks is the next strongest after Isis, simply relying on his strength makes him arrogant. Beryl comments that he thinks it will be a fun fight. Han, surprised, asks if Beryl isn't going to stop them. Isis adds that she thinks it will be interesting too and asks the clerk if he agrees. Pan, now more confused, says that he doesn't know anymore. Meanwhile, Rosemary takes Jamie to his lodge and tells him that he may stay there. Jamie, noticing the surroundings, remarks that it is quite clean. She then adds that if he needs any assistance, he should ring the bell and ask him to rest. As she leaves, Jamie says that he isn't tired, so he might as well walk around until it's time for dinner. As he steps outside the lodge, Benna, seeing him from a hiding spot, says that now is the time. Grabbing a huge weapon, she charges at Jamie, declaring that she will show him the result of 5 years of training. As she attacks, Jamie blocks her weapon with magic and throws her back. She manages to hold on to the ground, but just then, Behemoth leaps toward Jamie to attack. Jamie says it's 100 years too early to ambush him. He then uses his reverse technique to throw them both away. As he approaches them, he politely says, "Long time no see." Benna says that it has been a while since they last saw each other, yet Jamie made her head like that. Jamie replies that it's right for both of them to rush at him. She comments that he has grown a lot, and Jamie tells her that her hair is brighter, starting to resemble their mother's. He then asks why she is here, saying he thought she was with the queen. Benna explains that she believed if she stayed at Frontier, he would come eventually. She shows her hands and says that he once told her to become stronger, so she trained hard for 5 years. Jamie thinks to himself that it seems he wasn't the only one who improved. He tells her that it's good to see her. Jamie then mentions that he is going to fight Hawks. Both Benna and Behemoth are surprised and ask if he is serious. Jamie questions why they are so surprised and wonders if they think he's going to lose. Behemoth responds that while he isn't sure how strong Jamie is right now, Hawk's power is nearly on par with the great beings of the mythical era. Hawks is said to be a grandmaster, someone who, if given the chance, could break through the limits and step into the realm of superhumans. In the human world, only a few reach that level, such as the Sword Lord Talik Fan, the undefeated champion of the Darkness Arena, and the Sword of Genies, Creon. Behemoth adds that even those individuals might not be able to guarantee a win against Hawks. Jamie replies that he doesn't believe they would lose and says that it's okay, he is going to win and fix Hawk's arrogant attitude. He then expresses curiosity about Isis's personality and asks what she is like. Just then, Rosemary arrives and informs Jamie that Miss Isis would like to speak with him. If he is available, she will guide him there now. They are in an old house. Isis hesitates about the place, and Jamie says he is more grateful that she invited him. He then asks what is wrong with her right arm and wonders if she fought an ancient dragon. Isis replies that he is very observant. Jamie asks why she fought it. She answers that, simply put, it was to kill a god. Jamie says it seems like she has skipped the whole explanation, but he likes what she said. He then asks what killing a god has to do with an ancient dragon. She explains it is because of the ruins in the Dragon Mountains. Jamie tells her that it is said the 12 gods hid the world's truth in those ruins. To fight the 12 gods, he needs to know the truth, so he tries to enter it no matter what. Isis asks if he is more interested in the world's truth. Jamie says it is because he knows that the dragons are blocking other species from entering. He then notices a spider in its net, about to catch a butterfly. Isis asks if he knows about the story of the dark magician Ganon. Jamie replies that he heard it from Maitre. Dark magician Ganon is a 9th class magician and the lover of Maitre, a blue dragon. He is kicked out by the dragons and hides in the land of strong evil. It is said that he attains the world's truth there. But no matter how much Jamie asks around, he cannot find the land of strong evil. Isis says that, of course, he cannot, because the whole area including the Dragon Mountains is the land of strong evil. Jamie, surprised upon hearing this, thinks that the reason he cannot find the land of strong evil is exactly this. He then asks if the dragon god Brahman ordered the dragons to protect it. She confirms that this is right and explains that the reason she fights an ancient dragon is that she asks them for help. The dragon god is basically the master of all dragons. If an ancient dragon hears her request, they would not let it slide, so she is rejected at first. Jamie then wonders about her rejection that another species asks to enter the Dragon Mountains, yet they do not kill her, but simply reject her. He asks if the ancient dragon she met is a blue dragon. Surprised, she asks how he knows that. Jamie says that if one thinks about it a little, it becomes clear. The Dragon Lord makes Ganon a target to annihilate the dragons. Maitre, who is his lover, becomes a traitor because she helps him. The blue dragons, who possess strong familial love, try to help her and apparently create tension between the other dragons. No, they are probably ostracized because the dragon god would have ordered it. Jamie says that Isis, who wants to kill a god, approaches the blue dragons because of their anger toward the dragon god, but in the end, they do not become allies. She says that Frontier's target is the dragon god Brahman, and the blue dragons have agreed to it. The reason she approaches the blue dragons and the ancient dragon is to make this offer. She is not rejected, but she almost dies. Jamie asks why she doesn't give up if she nearly dies, how someone from the Lan clan, even after growing this much, can put everything into something that is impossible. She replies that it is to take their world back. Jamie, surprised by this, feels something stir from his past. He then smiles and asks if Isis has forgotten their wishes. As he releases his black mana, he says she defies the 12 gods and desires freedom. She senses his power and wonders if this is not ordinary black mana, but god-killing black mana. Jamie then stands and says his name is Diablo Volfir. He has defied 66,666 years of time, and has ascended onto this earth as the natural enemy of the gods. She wonders if the day of revelation is the day the savior is born. Diablo Volfir, the name of the savior she has tried so hard to find. She then asks if he is truly the last sentry. Jamie replies that there was a time he was called that. She hesitantly asks if he is reincarnated. She says she understands when she sees the black mana, but she still cannot believe it. Jamie then points his finger at her forehead and says he can make her believe. She then realizes it is truly Diablo. Jamie says she is the only one who knows his secret. She moves and asks if Jamie will come with her, saying there is someone she wants to introduce him to. Meanwhile, someone spies on them, murmuring that there have been a lot of souls who have reincarnated in the past 100 years, wondering when he will reincarnate. Isis shows Jamie a teleportation portal and tells him this is Garmin. She says this is where the ancient god resides. Jamie, surprised, asks if Abraxas is in Garmin. He recalls that Garmin is mentioned in the diary of Ganon, the dark magician. Ganon, who discovered Garmin written on the stone, called it his last hope. Jamie then asks who would have thought Garmin is the ancient god. Isis confirms, saying the god has no name according to him. His name and memories were stolen. She adds that the god should have known when Jamie resurrected, but she wonders why he has not noticed. Jamie steps into the Garmin, saying they will find out when they talk. Isis follows him, telling him to wait and that she will guide him. Inside the Garmin, Isis calls to a man dangling mid-air and tells him she has brought a friend to introduce. Jamie asks Isis if he is the ancient god and why he is dangling like that. Isis replies that he says it is due to ancient sin, even though he does not know what it is. Jamie observes that although the god appears so weak that it is almost embarrassing to call him one, it is still incredible that an ancient god is alive. Isis tells them to introduce themselves, saying Jamie Welton is her new friend, and refers to the man as the elder who does not know his name. As Jamie prepares to greet him, the man asks who he is, stating that the ancient god should still be in the beginning's darkness, so what makes him appear here? He says no one can escape the beginning's darkness and asks how Jamie did it. Jamie wonders if Diablo Volfir is still in the beginning's darkness. That is impossible based on his memories of the previous war. Then he thinks about how he acquired the vestige of his previous life and realizes that it makes no sense to recall everything so vividly if that were the case. Jamie asks the man what he looks like to him. The ancient god replies that Jamie's soul is not his own, it is what he is made of. Jamie wonders if this means he did not completely regress. However, the memories don't feel like those of a third party. He is sure, especially since Diablo was the strongest magician since the beginning. Jamie then declares that what he is made of does not matter. His previous life was Diablo Volfir, and he exists to destroy the 12 gods. The ancient god asks if Jamie's strong will to eradicate the gods is the reason Gaia was called. He explains that Gaia, the goddess of creation, is now in deep sleep, but she is the one who created the current world. Jamie is surprised he has never found traces of another ancient god in the past. He asks if Gaia is involved in his rebirth. The ancient god replies that he is not completely certain, but if Gaia is involved, then Jamie's resurrection is not entirely impossible. He then asks for Jamie's name. Jamie responds that he is currently called Jamie Welton. The ancient god finally says he will confirm Jamie's will and introduces himself as Osiris. Osiris says Jamie will be able to become the savior, then falls asleep. Jamie calls out to him a few times, then thinks that a piece of his lost past has returned to him in an instant. He realizes Osiris must have exhausted all his energy and concludes he will wake up eventually. Reflecting on the existence of both the ancient god Osiris and the god of creation Gaia, he believes it was a good decision to come here. He turns to Isis and remarks that she now knows another of his secrets. As they return, AC says she has no idea what's going on. She apologizes and tells him they should talk later, saying she has a headache. Jamie agrees, and she disappears. On his way back, Jamie decides to head home and reorganize his thoughts. Suddenly, Hawks appears in front of him and says he has been waiting. He adds that there is no need to wait a few days after all and asks if Jamie is backing out like a coward. Jamie calls it a funny joke and refers to him as a bird brain. Hawks admits Jamie is strong for a human, but insists a human is still just a human. Jamie asks if he would believe that a human once nearly brought the 12 gods to ruin. Hawks responds that it is hard to believe since he never saw it himself, and then he tells Jamie to prove it, then throws his weapon. Jamie retreats just in time, and the weapon causes destruction on the ground. Hawks mocks him, asking if dodging is all he can do. Jamie replies that it's not and says he will now show him the power of a human strong enough to fight a god. He activates his technique. Hawks, surprised by the energy, dodges and says he won't be defeated by that alone. Jamie thinks it was good that he dodged. Being hit by those reinforced feathers would have been fatal. Hawks throws another attack and says running is pointless. Jamie counters by using Beyond Avalon, reversing the world and the attack. Hawks asks if that is Jamie's strongest move. Jamie denies it. Hawks says that's good, because if that was all Jamie had, he'd never be able to defeat him. Hawks then thinks to himself that Jamie must be stronger than expected, to still be standing after being hit by Let There Be Light. Jamie announces that it's time to get serious and says he will show that humans have no limits. He draws from Diablo Volfir's magical perspective the power that earned him the title Thousand Wizards and casts thousands of three-dimensional, multi-complex magic circles. Hawks, surprised, asks what the hell that is. Jamie thinks it's taking a toll on his body, as he hasn't fully mastered this magic perspective. He declares that he will destroy Hawks' insidious ego and launches the massive attack. He then tells Hawks to stay alive because that's how he will prove humans are not weak. Hawks declares he will erase the humiliation he received today. Jamie retorts that even if he does, he's still just a bird and reminds him that his kind were once slaves to the dragons. Hawks shouts that he is the bravest Chozo warrior, activates a skill, hurls his weapon, and yells that he will never lose to a human. The attack Hawks throws is so loud that everyone hears it. Jin and Isis realize that Hawks is the one causing the commotion. Isis rushes, saying she needs to stop him, but Jin stops her, explaining that he heard they had planned to fight, and thinks the fight might be coming to an end. Isis responds that she will do her best to stop the aftershocks from their powers and asks Jin to minimize the damage to the civilians. Meanwhile, Dwarf Iron Lil wonders if Hawks has used the ultimate weapon he personally made for him, the Hunter's Resolution, a fusion-type artifact created by combining a crossbow and a spear. He notes that even a person with a normal amount of mana can destroy a small mountain using it. Jamie forms a magic circle and feels the magic looks incredibly powerful. But since his opponent is Hawks, one of the strongest people in Frontier, he thinks how unlucky it is and believes the fight will end soon. The attack continues, piercing through the magic wall, thinning it. Jamie struggles inside, but suddenly the magic circle breaks. He then kicks and reverses the weapon. Hawks catches it and calls it absurd. As Hawks is about to land, Jamie, from behind, acquires a skill and throws it at Hawks. Hawks notices and prepares a dodging attack. Jamie thinks that at this rate, he will be swept away too. Hawks then throws the weapon, telling Jamie to admit defeat. As the weapon approaches, Jamie thinks it is too late, and he cannot dodge it. However, the weapon stops close to him. Jamie wonders if the spear has stopped, but then realizes time is flowing slowly, as if time itself refuses to accept his defeat. He notices Blackie, who has done this, and hears him say they should do this together. While Hawks celebrates his win, he suddenly notices his spear has shattered. He wonders about it and asks Jamie who he is. Jamie says, thanks to him, that his old friend has woken up. He then tells Hawks to open the eyes he has covered with the power of curses, calling him the strongest hunter. With that, Jamie forms the strongest magic circle, which causes Hawks' defeat, and Jamie lands him on the ground. Jamie thinks that if he leaves Hawks there, someone will come to get him. Isis arrives and asks if he really defeated Hawks and whether he awakened a new power. Jamie replies that he got lucky and admits Hawks is strong. He then leaves, saying he will leave the rest to her, as he needs to organize his thoughts. Later, Hawks, completely bandaged, wakes up. Isis, sitting close to him, asks if he is awake. Hawks looks around and acknowledges that he lost. Isis confirms it and asks how it feels to lose to a human. Hawks says it is not as humiliating as he thought, and adds that it feels very different from that day. He recalls the day when he was caught in an ambush by different hawks and a dragon, and Isis appeared, killed them, and saved him. He thinks that from that day on, he asked Isis to teach him and developed himself into someone strong. Hawks then tells Isis that, in the end, he has lost to a human. Isis says that, as he said, humans might actually be a strong species, and among them, some are strong enough to be compared to monsters. She tells him that he has been cursed until now and urges him to break free from the curse cast by the Black Lizard. Meanwhile, Jamie, in his room, wonders why Blackie hasn't woken up. He notes that it gave him a clue about the monstrance and then disappeared again. Looking at his hand, he observes that this power is similar to the 13th divinity created by Jormungandr, but unlike the 13th divinity, this power has no faith. He recalls that Black Mana was born from the Spirit King of Darkness in the Shadow World. His hypothesis is that the Shadow World is a space detached from primordial darkness. He believes that the god-killing power was absorbed by reaching the end and became light, transforming into a power similar to divinity. Jamie then considers that the primordial darkness, the root of Black Mana, might be the opposite of the 12 gods' power. He questions why they locked him in primordial darkness in the first place. He wonders if, from their perspective, primordial darkness is the most dangerous space. He concludes that it doesn't matter he failed in his past life, but in this life, he is going to break them all down. On the other hand, in the southern continent, in Catacomb, a prison camp for violent criminals, Creon breaks the prison, kills the soldiers, and declares that he has waited for this day. He says to wait for him, Jamie Welton. The god of war and peace, Genies, sits soaking in the sun, complaining that it is boring. He says it has been the same for tens of thousands of years in this world, and he finds it tiresome. He asks a fairy how things are at the Church of Pyro. She tells him that the church's saint awakened a year ago. Genies asks what his sword, Creon, is doing. She informs him that Creon has just exited the desert on the southern continent. Genies calls him a pathetic guy and wonders if he should start a war. Maybe his servant needs an energy boost. She assures him that his belief will be repaid with more faith. Genies says he needs to at least do this much, as the sun god gets annoyed. He thinks that if he does it, things will be more amusing later. He decides he must first track down Pyro and sends down a holy war through the Temple of Revelation. The holy knights surround Creon. One of them declares that Creon's escape ends there and acknowledges that, although he has gotten weaker, he has come a long way. Creon laughs, noting that he is completely surrounded and saying that, as expected of the sun god's holy knights, the Church of the 12's strongest force has arrived. The knights shout that the enemy is Genies' sword and warn one another not to let their guard down, as the holy knights at the catacombs were killed by him. Creon uses a single slash and activates his technique, decapitating them. Stretching his body, Creon says the warmth feels good and thanks them, saying his body feels more refreshed. He then remarks that 5 years ago, if he had not fled to the southern continent, he would have started the holy war according to his father's revelation. He declares that he is going to rip Jamie Welton to shreds. Meanwhile, in the Sun Church's internal study, Blazer, the strongest commander of the Holy Knights, asks his subordinate about Creon's escape. The subordinate bows and confirms that, apart from the bodies of the Holy Knights, there are no other traces. Blazer dismisses him and reflects that Creon has grown stronger. To kill the Sun God's Holy Knights and break through the prison walls is no small feat. Blazer thinks that 2 days ago, a revelation came to him through a dream. It told him to let the Sword of Genies go. He followed it, but now he doubts the result, though he is sure the god has a reason. He believes that when Creon arrives at the Genies Church's headquarters, he will likely begin the war against the northern continent, the war he could not initiate 5 years ago. Seeing the Godkiller, one of Diablo Volfir's 3 divine relics, he worries that it might mark the beginning of the world's reset. The next day, Jamie stands outside the blacksmith Iron Lil's smithy. He recalls his conversation with Isis the night before on the way to meet Garmin. He had asked her whether the frontier possesses any fragments of Diablo Volfir, and she confirmed that they had found 5, one of which is currently being worked on by their blacksmith. Jamie enters and thinks that he must check the fragment and meet Iron Lil. Looking around inside, he notes that this is the exclusive smithy of Frontier's blacksmith. Iron Lil, while working on something, says that the guest Isis mentioned must be Jamie and invites him in, asking if he has come to see the weapons. Jamie grabs a sword and thinks that it feels good, noting that Iron Lil seems to focus a lot on reducing weight. Iron Lil asks Jamie how it feels, and if it is not that bad. Jamie replies that not bad is an understatement. Iron Lil then mentions that he heard Jamie used a sword, but does not see him carrying one. Jamie explains that it broke because of a stupid guy. Jamie then brings up a request for a sword. Iron Lil questions if that's how one asks for a favor. Jamie places the sword back and says he has very good materials. Iron Lil replies that he has used almost every material out there. Jamie then asks if he has ever smelted dragon hearts. Shocked, Iron Lil demands to know how Jamie has one. Jamie offers him the chance to smelt it and requests that he make a sword that suits him. Seeing the dragon's heart, Iron Lil asks whether it will be okay since making a sword from a dragon's heart means making all dragons enemies. Jamie responds that he has defeated hawks, so he believes he is ready to fight a divine dragon. Iron Lil notes that ancient dragons are usually considered demigods. Gods' apostles. Demigods are agents created to directly convey the god's will to earth. Jamie thinks that the dragon god Brahman, however, has no apostles. This is because Brahman invested all his divine power into creating dragons instead of apostles. Additionally, dragons are said to maintain a limited number of entities. Because of this, dragons become stronger as they age, especially ancient dragons, who acquire immense power over time. Jamie considers that it would be troublesome if such beings tried to kill him right away. Still, he believes there are no problems with him reaching the 9th class. Jamie says it is okay for me, and Iron Lil says if he can smelt a dragon heart, then he also has no problems at all. He asks what type of sword Jamie wants, assuring him he can make any kind. Jamie thinks of Skid, the precious sword he inherited from his father. However, with such a lean sword, he cannot use the skill passed down from his grandfather. Jamie then says he wants a sword strong enough to cut space itself. Iron Lil confirms he's referring to a sword capable of handling a vast amount of mana. Jamie agrees, adding that it should not become blunt. Iron Lil reassures him that ancient dragon hearts have low mana sensitivity and says not to worry. He also reveals that he is one of the 5 hands, a prestigious blacksmith title in the dwarf world given to only 5 individuals. Weapons made by the 5 hands always become famous. Jamie is surprised to learn that Iron Lil holds such a title. He then entrusts the sword making to him. Holding the dragon heart, Iron Lil says he will make Jamie a great sword. Jamie then notices a nearby sword and senses something from it his own power. He realizes it must be the Diablo's fragment Isis mentioned. He asks Iron Lil about it, and Iron Lil says their commander gave it to him for examination. However, even with his skills, he could not tear it apart and had no idea what it is. Jamie offers to take a look. Lil responds that he would be grateful if Jamie could figure it out. As Jamie grabs the sword, energy suddenly absorbs into him, and his entire body becomes covered in armor. Jamie, surprised, realizes that it is full body armor. Iron Lil is also surprised and says that it's quite a surprise it can also be called an enhancing suit. Jamie responds that it feels as though a very thin string is connecting his muscles, bones, veins, energy, and blood directly to his mana core. He adds that it also feels like the overall efficiency of his body has been forcibly increased. Iron Lil, noticing the black mana, asks if Jamie is a dark magician. Jamie answers that he is not an ordinary one. Iron Lil thinks to himself that Jamie doesn't seem to have any bias toward dark magicians, then asks if Jamie can take the armor off, as he wants to disassemble it. Jamie says that would be great, but when he tries to take it off, the armor absorbs into his body. Iron Lil touches him and asks if it has fused with him, wondering if it's a parasitic type item. Jamie admits that he didn't expect this to happen. Lil, disappointed, says it's a shame he can't tear it apart, but suggests calling it the black suit. Jamie says he's going to make good use of it. At that moment, Nell Sharon watches from the window and asks what he is going to make good use of. When they notice her, she introduces herself, saying she is Nell Sharon and that she has something to show Jamie Welton. Nell then takes Jamie to her workshop. As she sits down at her desk, Jamie stands behind her and thinks that it's already been an hour since she sat down. She wonders if she has forgotten about him. Braha enters the room and Jamie greets her, noting that it's been 5 years. She replies that they haven't seen each other since the secret auction at St. Dermang, and Jamie agrees. They both turn to look at Nell, and Braha says that Nell keeps mumbling Jamie's name and brings him here in the end. Braha explains that Nell has savant syndrome. Although she struggled with forming relationships, she was born with exceptional magical talent. Jamie asks if her condition developed further because of her growing obsession with her creative talent. Braha confirms it, saying that Nell became hyper-focused on crafting and began learning magic. Jamie recalls that this syndrome reminds him of Maymil, a comrade from the past who had autism. Back then, awareness of mental illness was low, and since childhood, Maymil lived in a society that despised him. To cope, he created a golem that became his only source of comfort. Immersing himself in golem making, Maymil eventually built a strong golem army and contributed significantly to Diablo's revolutionary army. But the 12 gods, feeling threatened, planted a spy within the army and had Maymil assassinated. After his death, the 12 gods began their bombing campaign, and Jamie regrets being unable to give Maymil a proper funeral. Nell then presents a hand cannon and says it is named Nia, her friend. Jamie looks at the weapon and senses the energy, recognizing it as Maymil's photon system. As he wears it on his arm, he asks if he can test its power. Nell agrees. As they go outside to test the weapon, they stand in front of a massive wall. Nell tells Jamie to hurry and shoot. When he fires the hand cannon at the wall, it completely shatters. Nell expresses surprise, and Jamie asks her if she has never tested it before. She admits that she made it after being inspired by his fight with Hawks the previous day. Jamie is shocked and asks if she really created a hand cannon in just one day. He reflects that it took Maymil his entire life to develop the photon system. Nell then asks Jamie to show her the large magic circle he formed in the sky. Meanwhile, in Isis's room, a clerk approaches her and asks about her arm. She replies that nothing has changed and believes full recovery is unlikely. The clerk tells her that His Majesty is concerned and suggests returning home. Isis, clearly frustrated, reminds him never to tell her to go back. The clerk releases his energy and says that he only takes orders from His Majesty, even if she is the Princess of Ran. Isis asks how long he plans to keep acting like a slave. He responds that defeating the 12 gods is impossible and asks if she found hope after meeting Jamie Welton. Isis says that while Ran might survive the world reset and even be appointed to rule the next world, she refuses to live as a slave. She insists that their world must be freed and declares that Earth is not a playground for the 12 gods. She tells him not to offer help if he won't support the cause, but also not to tell her to retreat. The clerk says he will inform His Majesty that she is well for now and slams the door on his way out. She remains still until she notices a bright light outside. On the other side, Jamie demonstrates a layered magical circle to Nell and explains that there is no need to perfect the formation all at once, it should be created piece by piece and then combined. As Nell tries it herself, she asks if she is doing it correctly. Jamie confirms that she can indeed manage it in one go. Isis arrives and asks what they are doing. She also questions why Braha is with them. Jamie tells her that he and Nell are exchanging magical knowledge. He shows her Nell's hand cannon, which he created using the photon system. When he demonstrates his power, Isis is surprised. Jamie tells her that although it is not yet perfect, its destructive potential will be extraordinary once it is. Isis considers the possibility that if they can mass-produce it, they may gain an advantage in the war against the 12 gods. Jamie returns the cannon to Nell, suggesting she will need to invest heavily in it now. Isis then asks Jamie about his sword request to Lil. Jamie is surprised and asks how she already knows, given that it has only been a little over an hour. She explains that everything within Avalon is reported to her in real time. Noting his keen eye for swords, she offers to give him some guidance. Jamie equips the weapon, leaps toward her, and proposes a spar instead. Then, Jamie finds himself lying on the ground, thinking that Isis has defeated him instantly without even using a weapon. He gets up and charges again, only to be taken down just as quickly. Jamie asks how she blocked his attack. Isis responds that while it wasn't bad, an ambush like that won't work on her. Nell comments that Isis is too strong and that Jamie can't win, then walks off. Isis tells Jamie to try attacking her again, promising to explain what went wrong. As he stands and leaps at her, determined to win this time, she grabs his hand, throws him forward, and slams him to the ground. Jamie realizes she used his own strength against him. Isis confirms it and asks if he wants to go again. Jamie agrees, but as she helps him up, she says she's done for now. She tells him that although his skills are impressive for someone who's been trained for 5 years, they're still not enough. She reminds him that he seems to have forgotten this is Frontier. a place filled with powerful individuals. After that, Jin mentions that rank matches are taking place and says he has come because Isis called him. Jamie explains that he was the one who asked her for help. Jin then asks if Jamie's sword is ready, to which Jamie replies that he received it from Iron Lil. As Jamie wields the sword, he notes internally that it feels good to hold it again and recognizes that it's a finely crafted weapon. Jin, seeing him ready, says they should begin. Before they start, Isis steps in to lay out the rules. She states that magic and powers are not allowed in this match. Mana can be used, but not a swordmaster's aura. She explains that the rank match is meant to be a simple, practical experience, where they can learn from facing each other's skills. Victory will be determined either by the opponent surrendering or being rendered unable to fight. She then instructs everyone to take their positions. As Jin and Jamie face each other, Isis quietly observes Jamie. She thinks that while she's standing opposite him, his foundation is solid, and he can properly use the Welton sword techniques. Internally, she wonders whether Jamie will be able to break through to the next level. As the match begins, Jin uses foot techniques to swiftly close the distance. Jamie, noticing his approach, realizes that not maintaining distance could be dangerous. He prepares his sword, thinking that Jin, being a swordmaster, has far more experience in swordsmanship. Still, he decides to test how far his skills can go and begins using the Welton-style sword technique. Jin immediately notices something unusual, questioning if that is black mana he's sensing. He decides to focus on the match for now, but recognizes the black line technique as the Welton family's secret, the dimension-splitting sword. Jamie, on the other hand, reflects that had he not pulled his sword back in time, the hilt would have been split in half. He's confused, as he has never heard of black mana appearing when space is cut. Noticing Jin's expression, Jamie realizes that Jin is going all out from the start and has no intention of backing down. Jin then declares that he accepts the challenge and will show Jamie what it's like to lose. He slashes his sword, which Jamie manages to block, but the impact breaks Jamie's weapon. Isis immediately orders them to stop. She asks Jamie how he found the experience and points out that the wall to reach the level of a swordmaster is quite high. Jamie replies that although he could see Jin's movements, it was still difficult to block them with his sword. However, he adds that after experiencing it firsthand, he feels he has begun to understand the critical difference between Jin and himself. Isis explains that the higher a martial artist rises in rank, the more they focus on training their senses rather than physical strength. She notes that by developing their senses, they become able to predict an opponent's movements more easily. She adds that the perspective of a magician and that of a swordsman are fundamentally different, so in the meantime, Jamie should try training from a swordsman's point of view, without relying on magic. Jin then requests permission from Isis to speak with Jamie alone. She agrees and says she will wait. Once alone, Jin tells Jamie that he noticed his black mana and asks if Jamie is a dark magician. Jamie apologizes for hiding it, explaining that it wasn't something easy to reveal and that a lot has happened over the past month. He says that after spending time together, he came to trust Jin, which is why he used black mana during their match. As a gesture of honesty, Jamie formally reintroduces himself. His name is Jamie Welton, a dark magician who has returned to this earth with the goal of killing the 12 gods. Jin, though clearly shocked to hear it so directly, bows and extends his hand. He introduces himself in return and says he will be in Jamie's care. Just then, Isis returns and asks if they're finished talking. She then suggests finding Jamie his next opponent. And with that, the rank matches continue on the following day. The next day, Isis reminds Han that he isn't allowed to use aura or power during the match. Han responds that he already knows. Jamie, watching him, reflects that since he's still getting used to his new sword, he needs to absorb every bit of experience he can from this fight. Han warns that he won't go easy on Jamie. Jamie replies that if he did, he'd actually be upset. Taking that as a cue, Han immediately launches his whisper technique, sending swift and precise bell attacks toward Jamie. As the strikes come at him, Jamie focuses. He realizes that to anticipate Han's next move, he must develop his senses more keenly. He starts to concentrate on the subtle flow of power in Han's movements. Internally, he notes that the key lies in reading that flow, first stopping it, then turning it to his advantage. Jamie blocks the bell attack using his technique, but quickly realizes something. Though all the bells appear real, only one actually is. He understands that he just needs to dispel the illusion to stop them. Han, noticing Jamie's reaction, asks if he's already figured out which bell is real. But he adds that just identifying the real one doesn't mean Jamie can block all of them. Jamie struggles as the approaching bells close in. He thinks to himself that if he doesn't counterattack soon, the match will slip out of his hands. With a decisive move, he activates his dimensional cut technique, slashing through the illusions and destroying the bells that are closing in and even sending the attack back toward Han. Han is surprised to see the illusion distort and break apart. He leaps up to avoid the incoming attack, realizing that if he gets caught in it, he's finished. As Jamie charges toward him for a follow-up strike, Han raises his weapon just in time to block the sword, struggling under the pressure of the blow. Watching them, Isis comments that it's not bad at all. Jamie successfully predicts Han's movements and reacts quickly. She notes that because he's constantly thinking about magic and evolving his approach, his speed of understanding is on another level. He's quick to analyze his opponent's strategies and find ways to respond. With a glint in her eyes, Isis thinks that she's truly looking forward to seeing just how powerful Jamie will become once he reaches the level of a true swordmaster. Half a day later, Han notices that Jamie has fallen unconscious. He senses that both of them have already consumed too much mana. Han decides it's time to end the match. He remarks that with Jamie's current skill, the next technique will be impossible to counter. He then activates the Frost technique of the Lyman's Han family and launches it at Jamie. But just as the technique is about to land, Han realizes that Jamie has vanished. In the next instant, Jamie reappears behind him, mid-swing with his sword. Han is quickly alerted and wonders how Jamie managed to get behind him unnoticed. Reacting on instinct, he uses his special power to dodge. His ability allows him to alter any part of reality related to himself in whatever way he wishes. Han is momentarily stunned, realizing that he activated his power unconsciously. At that moment, Isis shouts for them to stop, declaring the match over. They both look over and see that Jamie has collapsed again, this time into a deep sleep. Han turns to Isis and asks if Jamie had used magic. She confirms that he didn't. It was his innate power that activated just now. Han presses further, asking her to explain exactly what happened. Isis answers that, to put it simply, there were doppelgangers, 3 versions of Jamie present during the technique. Han, shocked, asks if there really were 3 and why he couldn't see them. Isis admits that she's unsure whether they were true doppelgangers or something else entirely, and she won't be able to confirm until Jamie wakes up. What's important, she says, is that Jamie has just reached the level of a swordmaster. In her thoughts, she reflects on how rare this is. Among long-living races like dragons and elves, a 9th-class swordmaster might be born once in a while, and even then only after centuries. Jamie, however, has only been wielding a sword for a few years. She silently wonders if Jamie will remember that power once he wakes up. Meanwhile, Jamie sits up and finds himself in the hospital. He wonders to himself that he didn't expect to become so exhausted from the match. Just then, a little old lady came and commented that he was finally awake. She introduces herself, saying he can call her Dr. Jamie, still drowsy and confused, quietly mutters to himself that she seems like Madwoman number 2. The doctor explains that his body has definitely awakened. She tells him that while he was sleeping, his muscle density increased, which is a clear sign of awakening. Jamie, still unsure of what she means, asks for clarification. At this, she shouts at him, saying he is not a patient and should get out immediately. Jamie comes out of the hospital and sees Hawks and Isis waiting for him outside. Isis tells him that she's glad he seems fine and asks if he remembers how the match against Han ended. Jamie replies that he's not sure. He doesn't remember. Isis says there's no point in explaining it to him then, because now that the power has already manifested, he needs to wield the sword again until he fully understands it. Jamie asks what she means by that and why Hawks is there. Hawks responds that he heard Jamie is participating in ranked matches and came to redeem himself. Later, at the battlefield, as the two stand facing each other, Jamie asks Hawks if he doesn't use weapons. Isis interrupts to say that this time, they're going to do things differently. She explains that they need to push Jamie into a corner, and Hawks will be using his power instead of weapons. Hawks adds that his back crystallized fist packs quite a punch. Isis then announces the start of the match. As Hawks approaches, Jamie finds himself seeing multiple versions of Hawks and is caught off guard. Hawks punches him in the stomach and throws him back, scolding him for thinking about other things during a match. Jamie catches himself by holding onto the ground, and Hawks asks if he plans to keep spacing out. Jamie then manages to block Hawks' next attack with his sword, though he struggles with the force. He continues to see strange visions, but when Hawks tries to punch again, Jamie dodges unexpectedly and slashes at him with the sword without being in his senses, grazing his arm. At that moment, Hawks declares that Jamie Welton has finally awakened his power and congratulates him on becoming a swordmaster. Jamie stands still, visibly confused. Jamie is surprised to hear this and internally wonders if he's truly become a swordmaster. Isis then asks if he understands what happened. Jamie explains that he saw the same situation unfold in multiple different scenes, each playing out its own unique outcome. In only one of them did he see his attack succeed, and when he came to his senses, that successful scene had become his reality. Isis suggests that maybe what he saw were the possible outcomes, because from her perspective, she saw multiple clones of Jamie. Jamie, confused, asks if there really were multiple clones of him. But Hawks disagrees, saying that from his point of view, Jamie had simply appeared in front of him all of a sudden. Isis adds that Han had said the same thing. She theorizes that the person fighting Jamie doesn't actually see what's happening. What appears to be clones might just be afterimages. From what she observed, it seemed like Jamie was selecting the best course of action, and then moving according to it. She suggests that those afterimages might represent possibilities from the multiverse or perhaps versions of Jamie from parallel worlds. Meanwhile, at night, Jamie sits atop a rooftop, quietly pondering the idea of a multiverse or parallel worlds. He recalls that during his time as Diablo Volfier, there was a period when he had delved into multidimensional theory, and he had found evidence suggesting the potential existence of alternate dimensions. Reflecting on the scenes he saw through his power, he considers the possibility that those battles were not imagined but actual events unfolding in different dimensions, each with a version of him engaged in combat. Jamie notes that most powers are tied to the wielder's identity. In his case, that pattern seems to hold true. Gremia, the object he once created in an alternate space. Beyond Avalon, the staff that allowed him to connect with hidden worlds. 100C, an attack designed to dominate space. The dimensional splitting sword, his family's secret technique, which cuts through space itself. Many of his skills, he realizes, are rooted in the manipulation of space. Perhaps the power he now possesses stems from that very affinity, combined with his recent desire to fight multiple opponents at once. Standing and looking up, Jamie activates a skill that replays a vision of his battle. Observing closely, he notices something significant. His weapon is now radiating an aura created from black mana. He understands that among countless possible futures, he had instinctively chosen the best one and brought it into reality. With quiet resolve, he names this new power, Future Walker, the one who walks the future. The next day, Jamie tells Isis that he wants to fight her in his final ranking match. She looks at him, slightly surprised, and asks if he really means to fight her, with just swords. Jamie confirms, explaining that he thought the final match was supposed to be against the strongest. Isis responds, unsure whether to call him brave or reckless. Jamie says he has no one else who can stand up to his power, Future Walker. Isis notes that he has already given his power a name and admits it's a good one. However, she tells him it's still too early for him to face her. Instead, there is someone more appropriate for him to fight. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a clerk approaches Jamie and complains that he doesn't understand why he has to spar with him so early in the morning. He then turns to Isis and declares confidently that she should just watch. He'll prove that the man she holds in such high regard is not worthy of it. Isis responds calmly, stating that in this match, both of them can go all out. She will only step in if things go too far, and advises them not to kill each other. The clerk then moves toward Jamie, thinking that with one attack, he will make Jamie realize he is just an ordinary human. Jamie also wields his sword and blocks the clerk's punch with it. The clerk thinks that if he had fought Jamie the day before, that attack would have worked. Jamie then uses the Future Walker power and says that he, who exists in multiple dimensions, can become one. He channels the aura gained from Future Walker into Monstrance and throws the light power at the clerk. The clerk says he will admit the princess's decision to choose Jamie is valid, but insists it is still too early for Jamie to defeat him. As he releases his energy, Jamie is surprised and wonders why Future Walker is warning him. The clerk leaps toward Jamie and says he will show him his powers. Using his destruction technique, he lands a powerful punch toward Jamie and commands him to kneel before it. Isis runs toward Jamie. Jamie senses the strength of the attack but wields his sword and shatters it, saying he will match it too. The clerk says he is surprised to think Jamie is this strong. He then captures his power back and after settling the attack, a huge destruction appears on the ground. Jamie sees it and wonders that since the clerk's rank is higher than his, he cannot completely absorb the power, but he is shocked by its destructive force. The clerk appears again and says what a monster Jamie is, and reveals that he used a Ran stone. A Ran stone is a stone in which a person of Ran stores their power for their entire life. When using the power stored in a Ran stone, the person gains fighting power hundreds of times stronger than usual. The clerk begins to leave, saying there is no need to test Jamie further. Isis calls for the clerk, but he does not listen. Jamie thinks that he understands after going through that match. Even though he has awakened as a swordmaster, he is not sure if he can defeat those two. He believes he needs to recover the power he had in his prime. Isis tells Jin and Han that Jamie Welton is a swordmaster and has obtained a really strong power. Han responds that Jamie is a damn talented guy, noting that he is just 15 yet already a 9th-class magician and a swordmaster. Jin asks where Jamie is at the moment, and Isis replies that it seems he has to talk to Beryl about something. As Jamie walks through the forest, Beryl asks if it is true that he has become a swordmaster. Jamie agrees. Beryl remarks that Jamie's father will pass out when he finds out, and thinks to himself that when he first saw Jamie, he was a child, but now it looks like he has grown up. Beryl then stops and tells Jamie that, regardless of what Jamie thinks of him, he has always lived his life as a good father to him. As his godfather, he promises to watch over and support Jamie's future. He says that when Jamie is tired, he will lend him his back, and when Jamie wants to push forward, he will assist him without hesitation. He vows to support the ideals Jamie pursues, so Jamie should march forward. Jamie thanks his godfather. Meanwhile, at the Church of Genies, some guards point their swords at Kiron and ask who he is, demanding that he not move and tell them his identity. Kiron responds that just because time has passed does not mean they should not recognize him. He then slashes at them and severs their heads. Opening the door with his power, he says that if the commander of the 7 knights has come, they should all come to greet him. A disciple standing on the stairs remarks that the Sword of Genies seems very enraged. Kiron asks who he is. The disciple tells him to stand down and says that he is in God Genies' palace. With a flick of his finger, he catches Kiron's arm with a chain and says it is a shame their first meeting is going this way, but it is a pleasure to meet him. He introduces himself as Noah, the disciple of God Genies. Creon says he hasn't heard that a disciple was born. Noah responds that it is God's will, and there is no need to explain everything to a believer. Creon asks if Noah is implying that he is merely a believer. Noah replies that, of course, Creon is the Sword of Genies, so he isn't just a believer, but still, if he continues to speak so crudely, it won't be tolerated. Noah states that he was chosen by Father and has become his doppelganger, adding that Creon should be reporting to him. Creon starts laughing and asks if this is another trial given to him by the Father. As he begins to release his energy, he says he understands. Noah comments that they should fix Creon's attitude as well. Creon begins to attack, saying Noah talks too much. Noah replies that he can't keep Creon out without the Father's permission, and says he will begin by showing the difference in their skills. Noah blocks Creon's sword with just his finger and reminds him that he already told him he is a disciple. He remarks that it is amazing for a human to expel confidential power through a sword, but he, Noah, is the Father's doppelganger and proxy, the Savior sent to earth, the Messiah. It is said that for the sword to aim itself at the one it is meant to protect is an impossible act, one that defies the divine rule and is absent from the Father's commandments. Hearing this, Creon sits and bows, declaring that he, the knight, swears to put his life on the line for God's proxy. Noah responds by saying that he will be in Creon's care from now on. At the Pyro Church, Holy Knight Raz Hyang returns and announces his arrival. Ricky acknowledges his return. Raz expresses regret for interrupting prayers, saying he would have delayed his greeting had he known. Ricky reassures him, noting that the prayers were nearly finished, and reminds Raz that he had previously told him to speak casually when they are alone. Raz insists on maintaining formality, explaining that he is no longer a child. Ricky then asks if Raz met Anna as well. Raz confirms but notes that the Saintess is currently out. Ricky remarks that she must be enjoying her travels. Raz explains that since she was blind until a year ago, when her divinity weakened and she gained sight, everything must be new and exciting to her. When asked about the situation on the front line, Raz reports that it remains the same, with Kariron and Olbia engaged in a minor skirmish, a conflict between allies. Karayan, representing the eastern continent, is under the genie's church, while Olbia, the northern continent, is associated with the Pyro church. He adds that Alicia from the western continent and Brian from the southern continent have chosen not to intervene. Heron, the middle continent, has not yet declared a stance, but it is likely that the Lily Church, which leads Heron, will mobilize part of its kingdom. Roz explains that the gods of war and peace, genies, dragons, Brahman, and beauty, Lily form one faction. While the god of dragons cannot recklessly mobilize dragons and will likely not interfere, there is a strong possibility that the Lily Church will side with Karayan if the war escalates. Ricky asks if Olbia will be alright, and Roz replies that the Northern Continent's alliance is strong and that the Seldom Kingdom plays a key role in the conflict. Ricky notes that the 12 Lords system has already collapsed and emphasizes that in order to survive, they must strike first. He mentions needing to meet the Pope to report this. Finally, he inquires about Jamie, stating he heard Jamie made a major contribution a few months ago. Roz confirms this, saying Jamie played a significant role in stopping the holy beast of the Dryan god and in the restoration of Harmonia. Ricky expresses admiration, saying Jamie is truly impressive and that he hopes to meet him soon. Meanwhile, as Jamie steps into the Garmin, he states that there is still something he needs to discover. According to Ganon's diary, someone had written Garmin's name on Diablo's tombstone. The individual who did so clearly understood what kind of place Garmin was. Jamie reflects that he must find out who that person is. Osiris recognizes Jamie and asks if he is the one seen before. Jamie replies that he has come to ask a question. When Osiris inquires about what he wants to know, Jamie says he seeks information about someone from the past, specifically whether they lived in Garmin. Osiris assumes Jamie reached this place by following the person's trail, but Jamie clarifies that he did not follow a trail, he was simply fortunate. Osiris, drifting in and out of consciousness, admits to not remembering much from that time, but recalls one member of the group clearly. This person often said that the world, ruled by the 12 gods, would turn ugly. He believed that had he destroyed the 12 gods, the world could have been different. He fought alone and ultimately failed. Osiris confesses that he had initially seen that person as pathetic, but now realizes the man's approach was valid. He declares his intention to complete what that man could not, and to destroy the 12 gods. Jamie agrees internally, acknowledging that the man was not wrong. He reflects that things might have changed if he had joined forces with his last comrade, but unfortunately, that person did not survive long. Osiris adds that an infection spread, wiping out most of the group, and only a few managed to escape. Eventually, Abraxas was formed. Jamie contemplates that if Abraxas has survived 2 world resets, then the group whose names were engraved on the tombstone existed at least 20,000 years ago. They knew Diablo well, and one among them had even tried to become Diablo Volfir. If that person is still alive, then Jamie considers that he could appear before him in any form. Meanwhile, Prometheus finds himself in a strange situation where monsters surround him and begin to kill him. Then he awakens abruptly and wonders if he has dreamed about that day. Jormungandr asks if it is that nightmare again. She tells Prometheus that even if he is afraid of what they accomplished that day, he must continue moving forward for the sake of her master and herself. Prometheus replies that he knows, which is why he made the contract. He thinks that soon, in order to atone for the mistake of killing his comrades with his own hands, he must pass down a new cause to humanity. That is what he and his comrades had wished for. He resolves that he will kill the 12 gods himself and will not allow anyone else to do it. Osiris then asks if Jamie has more questions, saying that aside from things related to his time in Garmin, Jamie is free to ask anything. Jamie replies that he will ask one more question and asks why Osiris ended up like this. Osiris answers that it is because he lost. Jamie asks if it was to the 12 gods. Osiris says that is what they are called now, but they were not called that back then. Suddenly, Osiris's body begins to deteriorate. Seeing this, Jamie wonders if it is also taboo, realizing that there must be some kind of restriction connected to revealing information about the seal. He concludes that he has no choice but to return for now. As Jamie exits, Commander Fion of the Valkyrie species waits for him. She says she was waiting for him and needs to talk about Princess Benna. Jamie wonders, since Fion has been overseeing Benna's training and Benna should be doing well, if there is another reason. Fion gets straight to the point, saying that the princess keeps saying she wants to follow Jamie and asks him to stop her. Jamie asks why he should. Fionn responds that he is cold and explains that the queen does not have long to live. 15 years ago, after the princess went missing, the queen's health began to decline. Although she has improved recently, such deterioration is irreversible. The queen likely has only 1 year left to live. Princess Benna is unaware of the queen's condition, but Jaime knows what the queen means to the Valkyrie. With that, Fionn leaves, saying she trusts that he understands. The next day, Benna asks Jaime what he means by telling her to stay in Avalon, wondering if he is joking. Jaime tells her that he heard the queen is ill, and if something happens to the queen, Benna must remain with the Valkyrie. Benna says it's okay, she has already gotten permission from her mother to wander the world while she is still young. Jaime responds that the place he is heading to is a battlefield that will decide the fate of the world. If something happens to her there, the Valkyrie cannot be revived. He reminds her that she knows this, too. Benna stands and shouts that she just needs to stay alive. Then, she questions why she waited 5 years and says he should never have told her to come back safely. She storms off, saying she needs to cool off. Jaime quietly says that it should be enough. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie queen stands before the Odin tree, saying she does not have much time. She recalls the first time she brought Benna there, how Benna cried her lungs out. The queen says that she will support Benna no matter what she chooses to do and encourages her to spread her wings and fly free. Sitting down, she prays for Odin, god of the Valkyrie, to look after his child. At the same time, Benna sits alone, crying, saying it's so unfair. She remembers the promise to stick together and regrets having left Jaime's side. She says that Jaime, who saved her, is more precious than the Valkyrie. As she lifts her head, she sees a crab-like monster in front of her. When the monster lunges, she quickly retreats and wonders why there is a monster in Avalon. She's certain Avalon has Frontier's blessing, which should repel them. Then she realizes she ran too far, and is outside the blessing's range. Monsters are swarming around her. Surrounded, Benna says it's actually good she needed to let off some steam. With that, she equips her weapon and begins to fight the monsters. After killing several monsters, only 2 remain. Benna grips her weapon tightly, saying she hasn't spent the last 5 years just standing around training. As one of the monsters approaches, she prepares to use a skill, noting that although it's incomplete, Einherjar Valkyrie is the most important enhancing technique. It forcibly draws out power, but leaves her paralyzed once it ends. She charges and strikes the crab monster, then says there is only one left. Knowing she won't be able to move after the skill ends, she pushes forward to finish before that happens. However, Einherjar Valkyrie consumes too much stamina and deactivates mid-attack. At that moment, the remaining crab's attack is about to strike her. She closes her eyes, internally apologizing to Jaime, believing this is the end. Jaime appears, shouting at her for being stubborn. He grabs her and blocks the crab's attack by forming a protective shell around them. Behemoth arrives and offers help, destroying the crab by slamming it into the ground, creating a deep crater. Jaime observes Behemoth's power and reflects on how much he has recovered over the past 5 years. He tells Benna he saw her Einherjar Valkyrie and acknowledges her impressive progress, but criticizes her for recklessly going after the last monster, advising her to learn when to retreat. Behemoth agrees, pointing out she would have been in serious danger without them. Benna hugs Jaime, apologizing and thanking him. Jaime responds that it's fine and suggests they return. As they sit, Benna asks if she truly cannot go with him. Jaime admits he wants her to come, but reminds her she is the Valkyrie's princess and current interim queen. He tells her to lead the Valkyrie and join him later. Just then, Fionn arrives, shouting in excitement. She says she has incredible news: a new Valkyrie princess has been born. Both Jaime and Benna are confused. Fionn explains that Benna's little sister, who will become the second princess, has just been born, which means Benna is now free to travel with Jaime Welton. Benna asks Fionn if she's joking about a younger sister suddenly appearing, saying the joke isn't funny. Fionn replies that she isn't joking, and then asks if Benna knows how Valkyries are born. Benna wonders internally, realizing she has never learned about their birth process. Fionn explains that Valkyries are a species made up solely of females. A seed is created from a gene extracted from the queen's body, and this process continues through the generations. When that seed is planted in the forest of birth, a flower grows, and a Valkyrie is born inside the flower. However, a queen is different. The gene of the interim queen is planted on the white tree, and if a red flower blooms from that tree, a princess is born. Benna asks if this means someone planted another gene into the white tree. Fionn confirms it, saying that after Benna went missing and no trace of her could be found, 7 years later, the 4 elders proposed planting a new gene. The seed they planted didn't show any signs of life, and most of the Valkyries had given up hope. Then Benna was found, and everyone's focus shifted back to her. Recently, a flower was discovered growing in a cavity at the roots of the tree. Benna asks if that means the gene planted 8 years ago is now beginning to grow. Fionn says it hasn't bloomed yet, but it's growing, and she believes it will bloom after 2 years. Jaime thinks to himself that this means the new princess will be born after the current queen's death. Jaime slams his hand on the table and tells Benna that he needs to tell her something. Fionn tries to stop him, but Jaime insists that it's time she knows the truth. He tells Benna that the queen has only 1 year left to live. Her health deteriorated after losing Benna, and extracting another gene from her placed an even heavier burden on her body. Benna sits down on the floor, crying loudly, blaming herself and saying it's all because of her. If she hadn't gotten lost that day, her mother wouldn't be in this condition. Jaime touches her head and tells her to snap out of it. He reminds her that they can't turn back time, and drowning in regret will only bring her more pain. Benna says that she wants to see her mother right now. Jaime agrees and says they should go see her immediately. They arrive at the entrance of the Valkyrie forest. Jaime asks Fionn if they need permission to enter the forest. Fionn tells him that since he's with a princess, no special permission is required. As they enter, Jaime notices Benna's hair turning red and wonders if the forest is affecting her. Second Elder Santina greets them, saying that the princess has arrived. Benna greets Santina, saying it's been a long time and that she has come to see her mother. Santina then asks about Jaime. Jaime introduces himself, and Santina realizes that he is Princess Benna's master. Santina tells them to wait a moment while she informs the queen. Jaime asks if she is one of the elders. Fionn confirms it and explains that Santina is strong, her direct superior, and the queen's aide. Jaime thinks to himself that, as expected of a Valkyrie elder, the energy coming from her is at least master class. Santina returns and tells Fionn to stay there while Jaime and the princess may enter. Benna rushes toward her mother, hugs her, and begins to cry. The queen asks why she is crying and if something bad has happened. Benna says she has heard everything and asks if it's true that the queen has only 1 year left to live. The queen, surprised, asks how Benna knows. Benna replies that if she had known sooner, she wouldn't have left the forest and would have stayed by her side, then apologizes. Jaime, observing them, thinks that if his own parents or Sarah's health had deteriorated, he would have reacted just like Benna. He reflects that one can't escape loss in life. It's something that must be overcome and accepted, even when one doesn't want to. He remembers going through it before and anticipates going through it again. In his past life, the pain had been too much, leading him to erase his emotions. But in this life, he resolves to accept all the pain. The queen then comments that she's being unsightly in front of a guest and asks Benna to introduce Jaime. Benna says he is her master and that she has talked about him a lot. Jaime introduces himself, and the queen says she is finally able to meet the savior of the Valkyries. She thanked him for helping her find her daughter and presented a leaf to him, saying it was not much, but she wanted to give it to him sooner. She explains that even just processing a leaf of the white tree gives energy and asks him to accept it. Jaime accepts and says he already feels more refreshed. The queen then says she would like to discuss her daughter's future and asks if it's right. Benna says she will step aside. The queen then asks Jaime if he told Benna about her having 1 year left. Jaime says yes and explains that he told her so she would return home, as the absence of a queen is detrimental to the Valkyrie. The queen says she hadn't planned to tell Benna because she didn't want to see her in pain. Jaime replies that, as a parent, that selfish children have the right to know about their parents. The queen acknowledges that she was being selfish and thanks him for bringing her daughter back. Jaime says he will say goodbye to Benna. He then sits with Benna and tells her that, since they've come all this way, she should make her decision. He asks if she remembers the first time they met 5 years ago. Benna says she remembers how he had scolded her. She says she had been disappointed upon learning that Valkyries don't have magical talent, but was happy they could be together. Crying, she says that moment is unforgettable. Jaime says there's no need to forget, it doesn't matter how far apart they are. He is her master, and she is his student. They are always together. Crying, she agrees. Jaime then takes his leave and tells Benna to take care of the queen. He says he will see her again. He teleports back to Avalon, sees Behemoth sleeping, and says he'll be upset when he finds out Benna stayed behind. Feeling bitter, he says he should go to sleep. The next morning, Isis and Beryl call Jamie's name. He wakes up groggily and asks what's wrong, wondering if a war has broken out. In the Freedmore calendar, year 524, Tarja, a nation located in eastern Karayan and backed by the Genie's Church, launched a military invasion against the Chechen kingdom on the northern continent, Olbia. With covert support in the form of troops and weaponry from the Genie's Church and allied eastern countries, Tarja devastated the border city of Jeren, reducing it to ruins. Although the Chechen kingdom was in a constant state of military readiness, it was unprepared for the full force of Tarja's coordinated assault. As a result, Jeren fell to the invaders. The Seldom Kingdom, the dominant power on the northern continent, quickly responded by dispatching Linmal Marquess and Simon, two grand magicians, to assist Chechen. Their intervention successfully stalled Tarja's forces, halting their advance toward Agni for a time. However, this delay only brings a short reprieve. Once Tarja regrouped, they resumed their offensive. In response to the dire threat, King Aptesha of the Chechen kingdom urgently summoned a meeting of the Northern Alliance. During the Northern Alliance meeting, King Aptesha expresses his concern, wondering what course of action to take. He admits that he is barely managing to hold on, thanks to the support from King Freedmore, but fears that if things continue as they are, Agni will fall next, followed by Shire, Apo, and Cattle. He warns that if that happens, the path for the enemy will be open, and no kingdom in the north will be safe. King's navy of the Ibri kingdom raises a concern that Ibre, being a coastal kingdom, is constantly under threat of attack from Quatacha. He tells Aptesha that although the troops from the Northern Alliance have given Ibri some breathing room, they are not in a position to send military aid elsewhere at the moment. Aptesha says he understands, but insists that the fall of Chechen would put the entire northern continent in danger. King Ray of the Apsalan kingdom asks what role his kingdom should play, wondering if he must send more troops. In response, King Vito of Galtian mocks him, calling him pathetic and a puppet who cannot make his own decisions. King Freedmore of Seldom intervenes, saying that it is no time for arguments, especially with the enemy already deep in their territory. He advises everyone to focus on the crisis. Aptesha thanks Freedmore for calming the situation. Freedmore then outlines the current status. Seldom has already sent Grand Magicians Simon and Linmal to assist Chechen, and Count Welton is leading 10,000 troops to Agni. However, reinforcements will take time to arrive. He suggests sending more troops from the neighboring kingdoms of Apsalan and Lender. King Dickaroy of Lender says he has plans to send General in tow, known as the Flame Knight, along with 300,000 troops to Ibri. He has also dispatched General Kalja and 7,000 soldiers to Chechen and asks everyone to hold out until their arrival. King Navy notes that General Into's presence will be crucial. His power will keep Kalja's assault unrestrained. King Ray commits to sending General Shadakan with 5,000 troops. Aptesha expresses deep gratitude to King Ray and vows to repay him, declaring that he will not lose to the enemy. King Navy encourages the alliance to take this opportunity to crush the Genie's Church, which has the power to summon demons, and to show Karayan the strength of the northern kingdoms. King Freedmore closes by reminding everyone that while their forces may be stronger, they must not let their guard down. The enemy could summon demons again at any moment. Jamie stretches his arms and remarks that the war has started. Isis observes that he doesn't seem surprised. Jamie tells her that small-scale battles had been occurring continuously, and that this war should have started 5 years ago. He asks about the current situation. Isis informs him that Tarja has already conquered Jeren. Although the enemy was advancing, 2 grand magicians from his kingdom stopped them. Jamie asks if she knows their names. Beryl answers that they are Marquess Linmal and Count Simon, and adds that he has also received orders to return immediately. Just then, a bird delivers a message to Jamie, stating that war has broken out, and that Third Elder Jamie Welton is to return as soon as possible. Isis says they can't help. Jamie reassures her, saying that Frontier is preparing for something major as well, so she shouldn't feel pressured. He adds that he'll ask Behemoth to stay in Frontier and assist. Instead, he asks Isis to kill the dragon god, saying he will definitely kill genies. Isis responds confidently, agreeing. Jamie then says, before they leave, he wants to check when his sword will be completed. Isis, guessing he's heading to the smithy, says she will go with him. They look inside the smithy, wondering if Sir Lil is there. Iron Lil is seen working intensely as fire spreads throughout the smithy. Jamie quickly forms a shield around them, and Isis asks if it's the fire of the red dragon. Jamie confirms, saying he gave Sir Lil the heart of the red dragon. Iron Lil emerges, saying he nearly died from the heat. Jamie asks if his sword is ready. Lil replies that he was about to come looking for him and then presents the finished sword. Jamie takes the sword and asks Isis if she can help him test its power. She agrees and suggests they move somewhere more spacious to avoid damaging the smithy. They head to a plain. Jamie announces he's going all out, and Isis agrees. As their swords clash, a massive explosion occurs and a bright light bursts forth. When the dust settles, a huge crater is left behind. Seeing it, Lil comments that it's on par with Isis's Gram. Jamie reflects that this sword is a true dragon slayer. As its name suggests, it's trying to escape his control. He realizes that if someone with a weak will were to wield it, the sword would have devoured them and become a terrifying demonic weapon, causing disaster. But he's confident it's no match for him. Isis asks if he thinks it can rival Gram's lightning and says it's amazing. She then asks if he likes it. Jamie replies that it's incredible. Isis turns to Lil and asks what the sword is called. Lil says he was too focused while crafting it to think of a name. Isis asks if she can name it, saying she already has a good one in mind. Jamie asks what it is. She explains that there are several powerful weapons in the legends of Ran. One of them is Barisada, the legendary sword wielded by her ancestor, Hero Rolang. Barisada was said to have the power to cut through space itself, and Rolang also wielded Durandal, the sword that helped him rule the world. Jamie repeats the name Barisada and says he likes it. In the Church of Genies, Creon looks at himself in the mirror and says it has been so long since he has worn this. He recalls that the 5 years spent in the catacombs, the underground prison of the sun god, are horrific. But now, he has received a new divine power from Mount Changban. He declares that this is it, and that he can now return to the battlefield. He says he is going to destroy Jamie Welton this time. A boy presents a sword to Creon. Upon sensing his aura, the boy begins trembling. Creon asks if he is scary and why the boy is trembling. The boy responds that it is just a little chilly. Creon takes the sword and tells the boy not to work too hard and to take it easy. The boy thanks him, but Creon then severs his head with the same sword, saying to go and work next to the god Gemmies. He throws the sword aside, stating that he no longer needs this world. As he approaches another sword and grabs it, he says it has been a while, Durandal. Jamie stands alone by the window, thinking that it is already time for him to leave. He reflects that he has recently obtained great power and the blessing of an ancient god. He has become a swordmaster and gained Barisada. Comparing his current skills to those of his past life, he feels he still has a long way to go. Since Diablo had reached a level above god tier, he believes the opponents he will face ahead will be far stronger than those he has encountered so far. He knows he must acquire even greater power to defeat the 12 gods. Then he notices Behemoth trying to say something. Jamie asks what it is. Behemoth responds by asking how Jamie can suddenly say he is going to live alone, and why he didn't wake him up before sending Benna off. Jamie apologizes. Behemoth asks if Benna will never come back. Jamie explains that she will become the interim queen and won't be able to stay with them. He tells Behemoth to stay and help Isis. Behemoth, looking sad, says he understands and will just talk to Benna through Fion. Jamie hands him a warp magic circle that connects to where Benna is. He tells Behemoth to assist with Frontier's plans and not to forget to restore his power. Behemoth promises that next time they meet, he will be mostly back to normal. Jamie then goes outside and asks Beryl if he is ready. Beryl says that everyone is in the hall and suggests they go and say their goodbyes. In the hall, everyone is present. Isis mentions that a few members are absent due to unforeseen circumstances, but says it would still be great to say goodbye to Jamie. Nell tells Jamie that it is a shame he is leaving. Jamie replies that next time he returns, he will show her even cooler magic circles and asks her to perfect the things he taught her until then. Jamie turns to Hawks and thanks him for helping him recognize his own thoughts. Hawks responds by asking if that is all for a goodbye, saying it is not much. Jamie then addresses Jin, recalling how they traveled together for over a month and how much fun it was, even mentioning that they crossed the border illegally. Jin replies that he is glad Jamie had fun. Next, Jamie thanks Han for safely bringing Benna and Behemoth to Frontier. Han replies that it was a task that needed to be done. Jamie then expresses his gratitude to Rosemary for preparing his meals. Jamie stands and addresses everyone present, thinking that when he first heard of Frontier, he found the name revolutionary and believed they intended to destroy the existing system. But after spending time with them, he realizes Frontier is an organization that resists the 12 gods and pursues freedom. Feeling it is the right time, he decides to reveal the truth. Jamie announces that his real name is Diablo Volfir, a dark magician who stood against the 12 gods 66,666 years ago. Everyone reacts with shock. Jamie says he does not know how he came back, but he is certain that his goal remains unchanged: freedom for the world. To achieve that, they must unite and defeat the 12 gods. He declares that everyone in the revolution who has forgotten Diablo Volfir's will but now stands in resistance to the gods is his comrade. Hawks remarks that this means an ancient being has reincarnated on Earth. Beryl says he is surprised but now understands why Jamie is so talented. Jamie apologizes for not revealing the truth earlier, but assures Beryl that he is still his godfather, regardless of his past life. Beryl thanks him and promises to keep it a secret from Count Welton and Sears, who are still unaware. Han speaks up, saying he finds it strange. He clarifies that he is not saying he doesn't believe Jamie, but wonders if 60,000 years isn't too far-fetched. Jamie offers to show him his memories. Han declines but asks what it was like back then. Jamie responds that it was horrific, worse than the present. He explains that religious fanatics ran rampant. The 12 gods meddled in the world, and chaos reigned. The entire continent was embroiled in great wars, and the air was filled with constant screams. However, he believes that the so-called peace created by the 12 gods now is even more horrifying than before. Therefore, he vows to bring down all 12 gods and break the chains that bind them. That, he says, is his dying wish, rooted in a resolve from 60,000 years ago. As they are about to leave, Jamie tells Beryl that they did not stay in Avalon for long, but the outside world feels unfamiliar. Beryl replies that it means Jamie has grown fond of the place. Jamie says they should move in one go. Beryl asks if he will be okay, to which Jamie responds that despite how he looks, he is a 9th-class magician. Beryl then says they should go beat them up. In the northern region of Albia, outside Agni in the Chechen kingdom, the Lord of Agni asks Valfoy what they should do next. He says they've gained some time thanks to her help, but they've already lost many soldiers. Simon notes that the enemy's supplies have not stopped and must have been prepared in advance, allowing their supply lines to move faster than those of Chechen. Valfoy asks if that means they can't stop the enemy. Marquess says the enemy calculated all of this in advance, especially with the divine relic of the genie's church, the battlefield's helix, which can perform war simulations and draw conclusions. He says that in the end, the battle depends on the enemy commander's strategy, and asks for Count Simon's opinion. Simon agrees and explains that the supreme commander of the Tarja troops is Katarina Robson, an 8th-class grand magician known as the Puppeteer. His homunculus magic soldiers are a significant advantage. Valfoy questions the usefulness of homunculi, saying they're artificial humans made by magic. Simon replies that it's different when created by an 8th-class grand magician. With a large mana supply from magic stones, the magic soldiers can be controlled almost permanently. The Marquess adds that some of these homunculi can use at least 3rd to 5th-class magic. Valfoy, realizing their strength, asks what they should do. At that moment, a soldier rushes in, reporting an emergency. The enemy has brought 5 siege weapons bunker breakers, each powered by a rank magic stones. These weapons are known to shatter even steel with ease. Marquess thinks that with a rank magic stones, the enemy can destroy the castle walls in one strike. He realizes their goal is to break through the magical defenses cast by both him and Simon. Simon says that once the walls are broken, the enemy will charge in to conquer Agni, and it will be impossible to avoid their fire. He decides to head out first. Marquess then tells Valfoy that he and Simon will do their best to stop the enemy, but she must evacuate the people and leave Agni. Meanwhile, as Simon stands atop the wall, watching the enemy prepare to attack with bunker breakers, he thinks to himself that they have truly prepared well. With those weapons, they could easily turn the city into an inferno. But as long as he is there, he won't allow that to happen. He then unleashes his flames, activating Ifrit's hand. Katarina Robson, recognizing the flames, identifies Simon as the Red Lotus and challenges him to try to stop them. He orders the activation of the bunker breakers. As the weapons fire, they clash against Simon's blazing technique. Katarina observes the result and admits it's not as easy as he had anticipated, but insists that it's still not enough to stop Ifrit's hand. He declares that if it doesn't work the first time, then it will the second. He commands another strike, challenging Simon to stop this one. Simon sees the incoming attack and immediately realizes that it's beyond his limits. At that moment, the Marquess appears and says he will block it. With a single move, he unleashes his annihilation technique, intercepts the attack, and destroys the bunker breaker in one powerful strike. Katarina remarks that the godly mage of Seldom has finally shown himself. Simon follows up by launching his own fire technique, rendering 2 more bunker breakers useless in an instant. Katarina, unfazed, declares that he has already predicted this. He announces that the wall will soon collapse and commands all troops to advance. As the enemy troops begin their assault, a massive wave of energy tears through them. Beryl has arrived. Seeing him, Katarina shouts that the wall will still fall soon. But then he pauses and says to watch closely, as the hero of the next generation is entering the battlefield. Jamie appears, channels his light energy, and obliterates the remaining 3 bunker breakers in one sweeping strike. Katarina is shocked that Jamie could destroy 3 at once, and immediately orders his troops to stop him. Realizing that the situation is slipping out of his control, Katarina casts a summoning spell and calls forth the Tarja Masters Pharaohs and Draxar. Pharaohs arrives and notes that the situation must be serious if both of them were summoned together. Draxar comments that this is why he insisted on leading the operation. Katarina responds that it's not the time to argue. Powerful reinforcements have just arrived for the enemy. Draxar declares that he will kill Jamie with Jabolg, a legendary magic spear infamous for its deadly nature, capable of killing its target even without a critical hit. He hurls the spear, vowing to shatter Jamie's light as well. Jamie instantly recognizes it as a master-class reinforcement and mocks them, remarking that they're so weak it's boring to the point of death. He easily dodges the incoming attacks and then casts a powerful disappearance spell at them, resulting in a massive explosion. Marquess, witnessing the devastation, remarks that they almost got caught in the blast, though Jamie ultimately saved them. Simon, puzzled, comments that he doesn't understand why Beryl appeared alongside Jamie and questions what exactly happened over the past 2 months. Beryl silently observes that Jamie has grown even stronger than when he sparred with Hawks. Seeing the extent of the destruction, Marquess concludes that their part in the battle is done. Jamie, after clearing all out, approaches Katarina, who has managed to shield himself inside a magical shell. Katarina, shouting in desperation, unleashes his soul destruction technique. Jamie dodges effortlessly using dark energy and notes that it was wise of Katarina to save his trump card for last. Then, with overwhelming force, Jamie summons Leviathan, which bites down and devours Katarina's arm. Defeated and terrified, Katarina surrenders. Meanwhile, Iliode, the 4th pope of the Genie's Church, furiously shouts at a subordinate, demanding how the Tarja troops could have been defeated. He questions how the subordinate failed to calculate the enemy's movements. The subordinate apologizes, admitting that he hadn't anticipated Jamie Welton appearing on the battlefield. Iliode sharply retorts, asking whether the subordinate is implying that God Genie's relic, bestowed upon them, was flawed. The subordinate quickly denies it, confessing that the error was his alone during the strategic process. Suddenly, a guard slashes the subordinate from behind. Iliode then turns to Noah and asks what they should do next, requesting his disciple's opinion. Noah silently thinks about how Jamie managed to take down 3 veteran masters single-handedly. He then says he believes Jamie Welton has reached the supreme state. Iliode interprets that as meaning sending ordinary forces will yield the same outcome. At that moment, Creon interrupts and volunteers, asking to be sent. He requests command of the army, vowing to show the northern forces what hell truly looks like. Iliode considers him trustworthy. Noah then suggests that they leave this task to Sir Creon and perhaps also begin preparations for them. In Agnes' underground prison, Jamie stands before the imprisoned Katarina and asks where the 3rd one went, noting that there were originally 3 of them. Katarina, slumped in defeat, simply tells him to kill him. Jamie thinks to himself that Katarina won't speak without resistance, just as expected, and considers casting location magic. He then remarks aloud whether Katarina truly believes he's foolish enough to kill a master-rank captive. Katarina responds coldly, saying their worth ended the moment they were captured, and that Jamie, being a dark magician, should understand that their lives are meaningless now. Jamie admits he also considers them worthless, but asserts that they should pay the price for creating chaos in the land. He then suggests turning Katarina into a master-rank undead, saying it would make him a powerful asset. Katarina shouts back, demanding Jamie kill him instead. At that moment, Marquess and Simon enter. Simon says he was looking for Jamie and realizes this is where he had gone. Jamie replies that he was busy locking up the prisoners and mentions that one of them managed to escape. Marquess observes silently, thinking that Jamie defeated Tarja's large army on his own, something that should have been impossible, especially against another master. He then directly asks Jamie whether he has reached supremacy. Jamie confirms that he has. Simon comments that the world will soon be in an uproar again. Marquess adds that he must report this to the palace immediately. Simon then asks what they should do with the captives. Jamie answers that he wants to turn them into undead and use them in future battles, as they would be a powerful force. Simon agrees, and Marquess, though hesitant, says he won't stop Jamie if it's for the sake of mankind. Jamie asks about Beryl's whereabouts, and Marquess replies that Beryl has gone to the Lord, saying he would take care of the chaos. Marquess then shifts the topic, mentioning that Count Welton is coming to Egny. Since it will take some time for him to arrive, he advises Jamie to get some rest. Jamie thinks that it will be his first time meeting his father in a place far from the palace. He tells them he will leave everything to them. Meanwhile, a subordinate approaches Freedmore in the meeting room and urgently reports that General Welton, the third elder of the magic world, has defeated Turge's large army of 50,000 troops and has reached supremacy. Freedmore, visibly pleased, asks Marquis Bell if he knew about it. Marquis Bell responds that he had heard from Beryl but cannot confirm it without proof. However, considering the defeat of such a large army, he believes it must be true. At the same time, Isabella thinks about Jamie, reflecting that although she didn't know when he would reach supremacy, he eventually did. After seeing him reach the 9th class not long ago, she sensed the impending darkness and wondered what Jamie would do now. 2 days later, Jamie goes to the prison and finds that Katerina and Draxar have been killed. He remarks in frustration that it's annoying and concludes that the one who escaped is responsible, as not even a footprint is left behind. He notes that he had cast location magic throughout the city, expecting this, but realizes the escapee must have the ability to evade detection magic. Jamie then smiles and acknowledges that the bait has been taken. He had never intended to turn Katerina and Draxar into undead, having already confirmed their baptism into the genie's church. He reasons that if the genie's church had discovered their resurrection, his plans would have failed, so he used them as bait instead. Sitting beside them, he touches Katerina's head and prepares to read his memories, intending to recall the memories of the dead. Jamie sees in Katerina's memories that Feroz is the one who came and killed them. Jamie wonders how a single individual managed to turn into a spirit and assassinate his comrades. Since it is a spirit, Jamie notes, it should not have been able to avoid his energy detection. As he leaves the prison, he tells himself to let Feroz run as best as he can. Meanwhile, Feroz is still within Agni, thinking that due to spiritualization, he should be thankful for only losing his left leg. Spiritualization is a type of undead transformation where the physical body becomes ghost-like. He recalls that when the light poured down, he would have died without this power and ended up like Draxar. Feroz understands that this power enabled him to remain undetected and assassinate Katerina and Draxar. He reflects on how dangerous the two would have become if resurrected as undead, and is surprised to learn that Jamie Welton is a dark magician. He resolves to spread the word and bring Jamie down. Confident in his spiritualization ability, he believes Jamie will never find him. Then Jamie's voice speaks, remarking that most people think they can escape, that they won't be found if they leave no trace. Hearing this, Feroz draws his sword and calls out, declaring himself Tarja's swordmaster and claiming to pass judgment on Jamie in the name of God. Jamie's voice responds, saying that fear is making him speak nonsense. Feroz, growing agitated, begins slicing trees and calling Jamie out. Suddenly, Feroz is overwhelmed by his senses. He loses control and sees visions of Katerina and Draxar around him. He pleads for his life, but is ultimately killed. Jamie, sitting calmly on a tree branch, watches the scene unfold. He notes that Feroz appears to be begging him. Jamie then uses the third power, cursing. This power pushes Feroz's mental state to the brink, making it impossible for him to escape. Jamie reflects that Feroz betrayed his comrades without even trying to save them, and therefore has no right to die peacefully. He condemns Feroz to endless torment in the pit of darkness, with Katerina and Draxar dead and Feroz gone. 2 days later, the army of the Seldom Kingdom arrives. Argino remarks that he can finally see him again. Ofen Ginger says to Argino that he must be excited to see his son since it has been a while. Argino replies that he would be lying if he said he was not. He adds that since Jamie has reached supremacy, he is looking forward to seeing how much his son has grown. He recalls thinking Jamie was amazing when he first met him at the central magic tower in the magic world, but to hear that Jamie has reached supremacy in just 5 years is incredible. Valfoy then welcomes them, introducing himself as Wolf Omelette, the Lord of Egni. Argino greets him, saying it is a pleasure to meet him. Valfoy thanks them for coming and says the soldiers can be left to him, inviting the two to come inside the castle. Argino agrees and asks if his son is staying at the castle too. Valfoy confirms this, explaining that he was not able to inform Jamie since he came in a hurry. He adds that young Master Welton has gone out on patrol, for which he is grateful. Argino, displeased upon hearing this, thinks to himself whether Jamie is planning to leave his own father hanging. Meanwhile, Jamie, while observing Jaren, notes that semi-magical artifacts are scattered throughout the city. He wonders if they really think they can stop him with such measly things. He pulls out his sword and says it's fine, he can use this chance to test Barasada and destroy them. As he is about to land on the ground, he senses a suspicious energy beyond the border and realizes it is Creon. He recalls that 5 years ago, when he met Creon in Afton, he had no chance against him due to the skill gap. But now, the situation is different. Jamie declares that before they arrive, he will reclaim Garen. In the meeting room, Argino and Ofen from the Selden Kingdom's support team greet the two elders. The Marquess acknowledges their presence, and Simon notes it has been a while since he last saw them. Argino then tells Beryl that he did not expect to see him there, to which Beryl responds that one thing led to another. Argino notices some artifacts and asks about them. Simon explains that they symbolize the semi-magical artifacts, installed hastily because the enemy felt threatened by Jamie and their reinforcements. Argino asks how many of these artifacts are present. Marquess informs him that they have confirmed about 3,000 of them, and for his information, these artifacts have already stopped Jamie's magic once. Argino mentions he heard Jamie went out on patrol and wonders if he perhaps went to Jaren to scout. Marquess clarifies that Jamie is not on patrol, but rather on a recon mission. Valfoy admits he was mistaken. Marquess continues, expressing relief that both Argino and Ofen have arrived on time. He informs them that in 2 days, at around noon, General Kalga and 7,000 soldiers from the Lender Kingdom will arrive. Simon adds that there appears to be internal conflict in Absalom. They had promised to send soldiers, but no news has come from them. Argino then calculates that combining all their soldiers would give them a force of 10,000. With that number, reclaiming Jaren should be possible. He states that if magic cannot be used, then they can cut through the enemy with swords. If any of the magical artifacts are taken out, the Grand Magicians will regain their power. He emphasizes that the central pillar in reclaiming Jaren is the Swordmaster. Given the urgency, he proposes they begin the meetings without delay. Jamie comes back and thinks that it was good. He did the recon he needs to inform the elders of this news. As he stands outside the meeting room, he senses a familiar energy. His father, inside the room, also senses the same energy. Then, both rush toward each other, greet one another. His father says it has been a while, and Jamie responds by welcoming him back. They sit around the table, and Ofen addresses Jamie, asking if he should be calling him the third elder now. Jamie replies by acknowledging that the first elder has broken his seclusion after 5 years. Jamie observes that Ofen has developed greatly. He is at the highest level of the 8th class and might soon reach supremacy. Ofen notices Jamie staring and asks why. Jamie apologizes, saying it has just been a while since they last met. Ofen suggests they continue the meeting, and Argino emphasizes that reclaiming Jaren is critical, asking if anyone has a strategy. Jamie raises his hand and says there is something urgent to discuss. He reports that the genie's sword, Creon, is leading about 10,000 soldiers and advancing toward Jaren. He estimates they will arrive in 2 to 3 days. Beryl comments that they are moving very quickly. The Marquess asks Simon whether they should abandon Agni, move to the rear, and establish a defense line. Simon responds that it might be better to quickly reclaim Jaren and then set up the defense line, as Jaren is a choke point connected to Turja. Jamie then asks if defeating Creon would allow them to break through Turja's first gate, Geode Castle. Argino questions Jamie's thinking, saying that with their current strength, reclaiming Jaren should not take long. Jamie suggests that 100 soldiers, his father, and he should be enough to reclaim Jaren by tomorrow night. His father agrees, wondering internally if that is really his son. After the meeting, while walking, Argino tells Jamie that seeing him up close, he has grown a lot. His mother and Sarah will be shocked. Jamie asks if he has really grown that much. Argino replies that Jamie's swordsmanship also seems greatly improved, and that he might even be a swordmaster now. Jamie admits that he knew his father would find out and shares that he has acquired a new sword since Scud broke during a fight. As his father unsheathes the sword, he wonders if the weapon holds death within it and asks whether a dwarf crafted it. Jamie replies that yes, a five-hand named Iron Lil created it. His father asks how he managed to get a master like that to make him a sword. Jamie responds that he simply asked nicely. Argino tells him to just say so if he doesn't want to share and adds that it's not funny. His dad is pissed. Jamie says it's nothing and thinks that since it's been a while since he talked to his father like this, he feels more at ease. This is what a family feels like. Jamie then brings up Scud, saying he wasn't able to take proper care of it, and it broke. He asks if his father isn't angry. Argino replies that swords can break and tells him not to worry too much about it. More importantly, since it's been a while, he suggests they spar not with wooden swords, but with real ones. In the drill hall, Argino states that the rules are simple. The one who admits defeat first is the loser. Jamie thinks that he originally wanted to talk about recapturing Jaren, but now he's suddenly being pulled into a spar. He then asks if no one admits defeat. Beryl appears and says he came out wondering what they were doing, but now it looks like something worth watching. Argino comments that Beryl still moves around without any presence, like a ghost. Beryl replies that it's a habit and asks if Argino is complaining. Jamie feels awkward about the situation, remembering that they once fought to the death over a girl. He asks Beryl to be the referee, and Beryl agrees. He adjusts the rules so that losing will be determined either by verbal admission or by being clearly overpowered. Argino agrees, shakes hands with Jamie, and says, "Let's have a good fight." He thinks to himself that it's been a while since they last sparred, and he's truly looking forward to seeing how much Jamie has grown. Beryl then announces the start of the match. Jamie and Argino clash swords, and Jamie immediately feels the overwhelming force behind his father's strike. He wonders if his hand is about to be torn off from the shock and notes how dense the aura is, so much that it's hard to breathe. Leaping backward to regain balance, he realizes after just a few exchanges that his father is at least on par with Clark. Argino asks if that's all Jamie has. In response, Jamie activates his sword power and says, "Of course, not now. The real fight begins." He unleashes the Future Walker technique, moving at the speed of light around his father while wielding his sword. Argino senses something approaching, even though he can't see Jamie. He concludes that if this is Jamie's power, then it's time to reveal his own. He activates All-Dimensional Slice, a technique that cuts through every dimension, and with a swift movement, he slices through Jamie's Future Walker. Jamie is stunned. No one before had ever been able to sense, let alone counter, a Future Walker. Yet his father instinctively and precisely cuts through it without even seeing it. He thinks to himself that he knew his father was strong, but not this strong. Argino then says to Jamie that he congratulates him on becoming a swordmaster in just 2 months, but he reminds him that nothing in this world is absolute. Argino then activates the afterimages of the all-dimensional slice and blocks each of Jamie's slashes, stating that his power will dominate Jamie's. Jamie wonders if his father has been hiding his true strength all this time. Sensing magic, Argino questions if Jamie has used magic. As Jamie approaches from behind to strike, Argino blocks it with his sword. Jamie admits that since he cannot defeat his father with just the sword, he will now fight as a magic swordsman. Argino responds that this is exactly what he wanted and throws Jamie away. Jamie casts fire magic and hurls it toward his father. Argino acknowledges Jamie's fighting spirit, but says that a mere flame cannot block his sword. As he slashes at the fire, he realizes it is only meant to block his vision. Jamie then uses Beyond Avalon, aiming to go to another world, conceal his presence, and ambush his father, thinking that not even Argino can counter that. But Argino says it is meaningless and slashes into Avalon, throwing Jamie into the wall. Jamie is shocked that his father can slice through another world with his dimensional sword. Argino says that at his age, one can use one's power in any and every way. Jamie, seeing that Future Walker and Beyond Avalon are ineffective, watches as his father rushes in, announcing that he will now attack. Jamie, now fully armored, stops the attack with a powerful slash, using a black suit, one of Diablo's fragments that increases his physical abilities by utilizing them on a core. Jamie tells his father not to hold back and to use the dimensional sword, as he will fight with everything he has. Argino tells him to prepare himself, and they both engage in a fierce battle. Beryl, observing them, wonders what kind of blood flows through the Welton family, thinking it is not an exaggeration to call them monsters. He notes that Jamie has grown stronger after using the black armor, but the match will soon be decided. Although it appears close, Jamie's spirit has decreased significantly. Still, Beryl admits Jamie has done well to endure this long against Argino, and now it is time to see who the winner will be. The morning after, Jamie lies on his bed and says that his whole body is itching. His father, standing at the door, asks if he is still in bed. Jamie sits up and mentions that he didn't expect his father to hold back on the final attack. Argino replies that the spar was as real as an actual battle, so he only attacked in a way that increased his chances of winning. He recalls that during the fight, he saw Jamie's sword beginning to swallow his all-dimensional slice. If he hadn't withdrawn his sword quickly and avoided aiming for Jamie's vital point, things could have become dangerous. He tells Jamie that, due to the space restrictions, Jamie couldn't properly use his magic. If both of them had gone all out, he couldn't guarantee he would have won. That's why he declares that the spar will be their last. He needs to do that so he can continue to support Jamie as his father. Jamie then asks when his father became a Grandmaster. Grandmaster is considered the highest and most supreme level a warrior can achieve. There are no sudden awakenings or manifestations of new powers at that stage, and those who reach it often can't pinpoint exactly when it happened. Welton explains that he isn't sure of the exact moment himself, but he realized he had become a Grandmaster around 6 years ago. Jamie, surprised, thinks that his father had already reached Grandmaster status before he even began working. He figures that father must have kept it a secret to avoid drawing attention from the kingdom. Jamie then asks if he is the only one who knows, to which Argino replies that Sword Lord Tarek knows as well. It's impossible to hide anything from Tarek due to his abilities. Jamie then asks if Tarek is also a Sword Lord. Argino responds that Tarek is hiding his power too, and while he isn't completely certain, he believes Tarek has reached Grandmaster status, since he's able to go head-to-head with Jamie's grandfather. He then talks about the previous head, Cherbyl Welton, who reached Grandmaster in his final moments. He completed the 5th form of the dimension-splitting sword, the ultimate technique called Genesis, which he had spent his entire life developing. Welton finds it odd that his father hadn't learned the ultimate technique, but he now understands why there was no need to when he already possessed a similar ability, the all-dimensional slice. Jamie remarks on how strange it is that a space-type power keeps appearing in their bloodline. He questions what is really going on with the Welton family, especially when taking into account his father's, his own, and possibly his grandfather's powers. Argino confirms that Cherbyl also had a space-type power, which those around him called Heaven and Earth, a power capable of interfering with everything between the heavens and the earth. He adds that, according to records, every member of the Welton family bloodline has awakened special type powers, something that has never occurred in any other family. However, Argino admits he doesn't know what the Welton family truly is. It seemed like Cherbyl knew something, but never revealed it. Jamie then shares something he heard long ago from his grandfather's friend, Darius, that the reason Cherbyl created the ultimate technique was for Jamie. Argino wonders how his father knew that Jamie would be born with the talent to perform the ultimate technique. At the time, Sears had only been pregnant with Jamie. It feels as though his father had somehow already known the child's destiny before birth. Argino questions how a warrior like his father could have known the fate of an unborn child. He then stands up and states that he will look into the Welton family's secret. He's unsure what mysteries might be hidden in the secret study that only the head of the family is allowed to enter. With that resolved in his mind, he shifts focus and says it's time to discuss the recapturing of Jaren. In the Ibri coastal kingdom, at the bordering town of Lackham, Siegfried stands atop a lookout, observing through his telescope. He notes that tens of thousands of soldiers have suddenly gathered along the border of East Quatacha. It hasn't been long since Quatacha's forces failed to infiltrate Agni in the Chechen kingdom, yet they are already making moves against the Ibre coastal kingdom. Siegfried turns to Delkit, the commander of Ibre's navy and the lord of Lackham, and asks if Lackham's soldiers would be able to stop them in the event of an attack. Delkit informs him that 3,000 soldiers from Lender will arrive in Lackham the following day. Siegfried mentions having also heard that General Ento will be accompanying them. Delkit responds that even so, it will still be difficult. The Quatacha Kingdom's military is about 1.5 times larger than Ibray's navy. Moreover, the Genie's Church and the Eastern Alliance are sending reinforcements, pushing Quatacha's total force to at least 50,000. As infuriating as it is, they may need to abandon Lackham and establish a defensive line at Grace Mountain. The mountain is known as a natural fortress, and enemies will not be able to break through easily. Siegfried disagrees, saying it's too early to give up. He believes that Count Welton and his army should have already arrived in Agni. With Count Welton and the young master involved, they should be able to resolve matters in Cheshin within the week. If things go well, the magician who has reached supremacy might join them. The only concern is how long they can hold out. Siegfried concludes that if Delkit is worried, it must mean Quatacha is indeed advancing. He can see their movements through the telescope. Even if they launch an attack, Siegfried reassures him that he is present and ready. If he goes all out, he can defend the town. Once they succeed, the next step will be to set fire to the enemy's position. Siegfried assures the young master that they will definitely succeed. In the northern continent, within Olbia of the Cheshin Kingdom, at Jaren Castle, soldiers stand guard, anxiously discussing the situation. One asks when reinforcements are expected, and another replies that they should arrive in about 2 days. Doubt lingers as they question whether the anti-magic defenses can truly hold. One recalls that the defenses managed to repel magic on the first day, but just barely. Frustration builds as another soldier complains that the attacks from the seldom grand magicians, who claim they are going to recapture Jaren, nearly killed them. Though the half-magic artifacts nullified the magic, the castle shook as if struck by an earthquake. They express hope that things will improve once reinforcements, including Sir Creon, arrive. Suddenly, the Welton family's elite troops launch a surprise attack, swiftly cutting down the defending soldiers. Captain Hamilton, leading the elite unit, announces that they will now begin destroying the half-magic artifacts installed along the castle walls. As the castle's soldiers realize their intention, they shout that the enemy is targeting the artifacts and must be stopped. Using the Welton Seize technique, the elite troops eliminate all approaching soldiers with lethal precision. One soldier, astonished by the sudden appearance of an attacker, is struck down by Hamilton, who remarks that such speed is the Welton family's footwork. A member of the elite team reports to their leader that all half-magic artifacts in the area have been destroyed. The leader praises him and personally destroys the final artifact on the castle wall. He then informs Jamie that with all the half-magic artifacts on the castle walls eliminated, magic should now be usable around the perimeter. Meanwhile, the defenders scramble to deploy replacement artifacts, with their commander ordering immediate reinforcement of the walls to prevent magical invasion. As chaos erupts, the attackers set the entire palace ablaze. Jamie, turning to Argino, states that he had anticipated the ease of this mission. With the Welton family's elite force, the Fear Knight's order, they could recapture the castle instantly. Hamilton, the vice captain and sword expert, greets Argino, who has just arrived. Jamie then gives the order to begin the final assault. Argino relays the command to the troops, declaring that it is the vice head's directive to reclaim the castle. That night, blood reigns within Jaren Castle. Thanks to the swift and deadly actions of the Welton family's elite troops and the combined efforts of James Welton and Argino Welton, the northern forces succeed in recapturing Jaren in a single night. At the border of Jaren, Creon hears that Jamie Welton has taken back Jaren and remarks that things are getting interesting. Vincent, the vice commander and a sword master, reports that Count Welton's army and reinforcements from the Lender Kingdom are expected to arrive, and asks what they should do. Creon turns the question back to Vincent, asking what he thinks they should do. Vincent reflects that currently, there are 4 grand magicians in the north and 3 sword masters on standby, while on their side, only he and Creon hold the title of master. Although Creon became a Grand Master while captured by the Sun Church, Vincent thinks it still might not be enough. He wonders why Creon seems so relaxed in this situation. Creon moves closer to Vincent and asks if it was last year that Vincent joined the 7 Knights. Vincent, with a trembling voice, confirms that it hasn't been a full year yet. The 7 Knights are known as the 7 swords that protect the Genie's Church, and each knight is a master. After Vincent was appointed, he overpowered Balba, previously the most skilled after Creon, and temporarily became the Sword of Genies. Vincent reflects on Creon's reputation, having heard that he possesses incredible power. He thinks that after the war, he would like to fight him and witness his strength himself. Creon tells Vincent not to be too nervous and says that where there is a will, there is a way. As Creon spreads his arms and starts to move forward, He asks if they should get going again. Simon stands atop the palace, says to Jamie he didn't expect that they would recapture Jaren so easily, and remarks that sometimes it feels like mages are helpless. Jamie responds that this was a special case and comments that the person who installed thousands of half-magic artifacts must have been insane. Then, he senses that Creon's energy is approaching. He concludes that Creon must have heard about Jaren's recapture and hasn't stopped advancing, which means the battlefield's helix has already calculated the casualties of victory. Jamie isn't sure what the enemy saw in the battlefield's helix, but he resolves that this time, he will destroy genies. Simone then asks where Count Welton has gone. Jamie replies that he went to meet up with General Kalga's army from Lender. At that moment, Argino arrives with the army's wave, and Jamie remarks that it seems his father is back. In Jaren's inner castle operation command room, Kalga introduces herself as Kalga Brown from Lender. Everyone introduces themselves to her. Argino then suggests ending the introductions and beginning the strategy discussion. Simon notes that with Master Kalga now on their side, they hold the advantage, and since they have discovered 3 bunker breakers in the armory, stopping the enemy should be easy. Ofen agrees with Simon and proposes gathering the soldiers immediately to ambush Turja. Jamie says it is still uncertain. Before arriving, he saw Creon's army advancing, and believed there is no way Creon is unaware of his disadvantage, so he must have something planned. Kalga points out that even with a secret weapon, the military power difference is significant. Jamie agrees but adds that, objectively, it is important for them to lose. He suggests that the enemy's goal might not be to win the battle. The Marquess deduces that their target could be one of the masters, as killing even one would have a massive impact. Jamie confirms that such an extreme tactic is possible. He notes that Genies, the god of war and peace, seeks to destroy everything to achieve peace. Since the Genies' church specializes in war among the 12 churches, they must prepare for every possible scenario. Beryl agrees, warning that complacency could have serious consequences. Jamie then proposes discussing their next course of action. The next morning, Jamie stretches his arm and comments that the sun has risen quickly. Marquess approaches and notes that it is chilly. Jamie replies that it is early fall now. Marquess reflects on how much Jamie has grown, recalling the child he met 5 years ago and acknowledging the incredible level Jamie has reached. Jamie credits Marquess's mana breathing technique for his progress, saying it would have taken longer without it. Marquess then asks Jamie if he remembers their conversation at the warp terminal in the magic world. Holding Jamie's hand, he tells him that if he is ever tired, he can come and find him. He places something in Jamie's hand and says that promise has not changed, because he plans to bet everything he has on him. He adds that he is not the only one who feels this way. Everyone who supports Jamie believes in him. He urges Jamie not to stop and to achieve everything he wants. Jamie assures him that he will not worry and says he is going to move forward with everyone this time. Marquess responds that he trusts him. Just then, a soldier rushes in with an emergency report. Creon's army is closing in. The elders stand atop the palace rooftop pillars, watching as Creon's army approaches. Jamie declares that the war is finally beginning and says he will first return what was done to them. He orders the bunker breakers to be fired. As the bunker breakers are launched, Creon remarks that this is a boring welcome and instructs Vincent to handle it. Vincent leaps from horseback toward the bunker breaker attacks, which causes them to disappear. Simon, observing this, notes in surprise that the bunker breaker's beam has vanished. Marquess wonders how 3 beams disappeared at once. Jamie clarifies that they did not actually vanish, it only appeared that way. As Vincent absorbed the beams, he questions who Vincent could be to possess a power that absorbs attacks. Ofen, realizing the gravity of the situation, gathers his power and says it seems they have underestimated the enemy. Simon agrees and channels his fire as well. Their combined powers are hurled toward Creon's forces. Creon, dismounting his horse, expresses irritation at the interference of weak opponents and, with his sword, cuts through the incoming fire technique. Creon's causality reversal power enables him to alter the order of cause and effect. By forcing the outcome his opponent getting injured to occur first, he then follows up with a fitting attack. Seeing Creon's power, Jamie thinks that no matter how many times he witnesses it, it remains an annoying ability. Argino says it seems Creon has now become a grandmaster. Beryl thinks Creon exists on a completely different level than he did 5 years ago. The Marquess, concerned, considers that if their enemies counter magic and manage to infiltrate the castle, their strategy will fail. He descends and declares that he will separate the ground to prevent the enemy's approach. Using the earthquake technique, he begins splitting the terrain. As Creon charges at him, shouting not to interfere, Jamie blocks Creon's strike with his sword. Recognizing him, Creon says Jamie Welton has finally arrived. Marquess thanked Jamie for the support and confirmed that he had successfully separated the ground. He added that they should proceed with the prepared strategy. Jamie retaliates with a strike, prompting Creon to comment on Jamie's growth, stating that he is now incomparable to his former self. Jamie replies sarcastically that Creon's face remains just as disgusting and asks if there are only two masters on Creon's side. Creon retorts by asking if Jamie thinks he would come unprepared, then reveals that he has brought another present. Jamie, confused, listens as Creon announces the revival of the plan that had once been momentarily stopped the Chimera Holy Knights. Jamie's eyes widen at the mention. 5 years ago, the Genie's Church had kidnapped innocent children and conducted horrific experiments to create Chimera Holy Knights. Jamie believed the experiments had ceased after they had dismantled the operation and captured those involved. But now, he realizes the Inhuman project has continued. Creon challenges Jamie, asking if he will be able to stop it this time. As countless chimeras appear behind Creon, he declares that there are 20,000 Chimera Holy Knights. Creon mockingly asks if Jamie knows how chimeras are created. He says his subordinate explained that one takes a child and removes their heart while they are still alive. The child would beg to be killed instead, screaming for their mother who never comes. Jamie, frustrated, shouts that he is sending Creon to hell and unleashes an attack. Creon, seeing this, asks if that is Jamie's answer to his present, then claims he has already tasted hell because of Jamie. Using his casualty reversal technique, Creon fuses with Jamie's power. Jamie then rushes toward him to attack. Creon points his sword at Jamie and tells him to show those poor souls what hell looks like, though they won't be able to reach hell even if they die. He then orders his chimeras to charge. Jamie is shocked to see one of the chimeras, who is not even 10 years old. Creon laughs, repeating that the child would beg to be killed instead. Jamie thinks that 5 years ago, he could have cut them down without hesitation. But now, after deciding to accept their emotions, he realizes this is why he needs to do this because to them, their present is a horrific nightmare. Jamie then uses his light technique to destroy some of the chimeras. Observing the survivors, Jamie wonders if they received Genie's blessing, as they survive his light technique. He realizes he cannot defeat them all at once. Argino joins the battle, slashing through chimeras and telling Jamie that he is not alone. Beryl steps in, saying he does not plan to let Jamie carry all the burden himself. Kalga also enters the fight, assuring Jamie that she will protect his back and urges him to go to Creon. Jamie then rushes toward Creon, saying he will leave the others to them. As Jamie moves toward Creon, Creon slashes at him, but Jamie manages to dodge the attack. Vincent steps in and tells Jamie that he has received an order to be his opponent. Creon shouts at Vincent to get lost, saying he is going to kill Jamie. Vincent questions Creon, asking if he plans to go against the disciples' wishes. He reminds Creon to do what he needs to do and asks if he has forgotten his pledge of loyalty. Creon then runs from the scene, leaving Jamie confused by his actions. Vincent then tells Jamie that he had already said he would be his opponent, and that it is ready to activate, so they should begin. Jamie wonders when Vincent got so close to him. Vincent uses a holy item and takes Jamie to another place. Jamie questions where they are. Vincent responds by welcoming him and saying that the place is another present from God, Genie's the infinite battlefield, a space prepared solely to kill him. Jamie remarks that it is a waste of effort. Vincent explains that the battlefield helix instructed him to take Jamie as far away from the battlefield as possible. Jamie questions whether Vincent thinks he will win by taking him away from the battlefield. Vincent answers that at the very least, it will make Sir Creon's job easier. Jamie, confused, asks what job Vincent is referring to. Vincent replies that the second condition from the battlefield helix is for Sir Creon to kill Count Welton. Jamie now realizes that their intention from the beginning has been to target his father's life. He believes that even if Creon and his father clash, his father would never lose to someone like Creon. Jamie then remarks that the claim sounds more like a wish than a prophecy, and he activates his energy. Sensing this, Vincent is troubled, wondering what kind of energy this is. Jamie declares that he will make a prophecy himself. They both will fail. Meanwhile, Argino continues slicing through the chimeras, thinking that no matter how many he cuts down, they just keep coming. At some point, he notices that Jamie's presence has vanished and suspects that Jamie would not have been defeated, so Jamie must have moved somewhere. He resolves to cut through them all for now and assess the situation once Jamie's plan begins. Marquess prepares to execute the plan Jamie had told them. When the enemy charges, the elders are to create warp gates from 3 directions, through which the cavalry will be sent out. Marquess now states that they can ambush the enemy from 3 directions at once. He instructs Simon and Ophan to cover the flanks while he takes the center, and then they deploy. With that, a large number of chimeras are destroyed. Seeing all the destruction, Creon comments that they have prepared something interesting, though it will not be easy to kill a chimera that has surpassed human limits. He then states that he will now get to his own task. At that moment, Beryl places a sword at Creon's shoulder and states that he has come to repay the debt from 5 years ago. Creon quickly counterattacks, severs his head, and admits that Beryl approached flawlessly without a trace. He calls him swift, but says he is no match for him. He then realizes that it is an illusion of Beryl, which shatters. Kalga then says that Beryl is not alone, sword of genies. Creon finds it laughable that a worm would attempt such a thing. Then Beryl approaches from behind and injures Creon's shoulder. Creon remarks that it is interesting ambushing him by hijacking his nerves with mental power. He recognizes it as the illusionary power of Sword Master Kalga, a mental ability that shows illusions to confuse the opponent. Creon asks if a bunch of worms teaming up really think they can defeat him. Kalga replies that someone who fell for her power shouldn't be saying that. Creon, calling her insolent, rushes toward her. Seeing many illusions of her, he admits that hiding within illusions was a smart choice. But then, spotting her reflection in his sword, he deduces that she is the only real one. He uses his casualty reversal technique and shatters her illusion. Just then, Creon notices Beryl behind him again. As Creon is about to attack, Beryl remarks that Creon keeps showing up from behind like a rat, and asks if he lacks the confidence for a frontal attack. He tells Creon to stop his antics. 5 years ago, Beryl met Creon in Afton and suffered a crushing defeat. It felt like facing an insurmountable wall. It is the same feeling Beryl had when he first fought Argino. Each time he meets monstrous opponents, he devotes himself even more to training. The gap between them cannot be closed. But he resolves that even so, he will hold his place to protect those dear to him. With that, he activates his wind god and uses the spirit transformation technique. Creon wonders about Beryl's body. Beryl tells him that Creon is not the only one who has honed his power over the past 5 years, and urges him to watch closely, as this technique is made to kill him. He then attacks through the ground, destroying it along with Creon. Beryl, pointing his sword at Creon, declares that he has now repaid him for the attack from that day and tells him to stop his useless resistance and surrender as a prisoner. Creon, grabbing his sword, reminds Beryl that he had already made it clear. Beryl thinks that even with Creon's body decaying, he stands right up again. Even if Creon is using casualty reversal to recover, it should not be this easy. Creon then asserts that Beryl cannot defeat him and uses the casualty reversal technique, throwing the attacks at Beryl, demanding that they just bring out Count Welton. As Beryl is about to collapse, he says that Count Welton is above Creon. At that moment, Creon notices Argino leaping from above and slashing at his neck. Creon flashes back to the recent war moments, with Kalga, Beryl, and the destruction of his chimeras. He then fixes his neck and, appearing clearly fine, says that was close. Using casualty reversal ending, he rewinds time to a specific point. 5 years ago, when the entire country was abuzz with Jamie Welton's appointment as a Grand Mage, Creon was locked away in the infamous underground prison of the Sun Church. It is there that he first hears the news. Unlike himself, trapped in a pitch-dark cell, Jamie is smiling brightly in the newspapers under the global spotlight. For the first time in his life, Creon feels a heart-burning fury. He resolves that he must repay this hatred and anger, no matter what. And to do that, he needs more power. From that moment on, Creon devotes himself day and night to studying the powers. As a result, he breaks through the wall of a Grand Master. He gains the power to minimize the penalty of casualty, reverse outcomes, and alter the flow of space and time. He acquires the ability to nullify even death. Now, Creon thinks that he almost died. The pain of being sliced still lingers. The mental toll is severe, so using the technique more than twice is impossible. Count Welton cuts his throat before he can even activate casualty reversal. He senses the ambush, but the enemy's movements are too quick. Moreover, Beryl and that unknown swordmaster's powers are quite troublesome. This time, he tells himself, he will have to approach things more cautiously. On the other hand, Jamie uses the Future Walker technique against Vincent. Surprised, Vincent dodges Jamie's slash, wondering how Jamie suddenly appears and then vanishes, with no trace of teleportation. He looks around, trying to figure out where Jamie went, when Jamie appears behind him. As Jamie begins to slash, Vincent blocks the attack. Jamie asks if he's flustered, but Vincent replies that he is not. He has never lost in swordsmanship. Vincent then starts slashing, and Jamie struggles to block each strike. He thinks to himself that it's certain Vincent's swordsmanship is monstrous. His mana sensitivity and reaction speed are top tier. As much as Jamie hates to admit it, Vincent's skills as a swordmaster surpass his own. Vincent rushes toward him and asks if he's done showing off. Jamie responds by casting flame dragons. Vincent blocks it with his hand and acknowledges that Jamie's magical swordsmanship is impressive. He finds it fascinating, then uses his damage absorption technique. As he closes his eyes, he fully absorbs the power into his body. Jamie confirms his suspicion. It truly is an ability that absorbs attacks. He hadn't expected it to absorb even a 9th class spell. Vincent then says the church once told him that he exists solely to kill Jamie. 5 years ago, Jamie Welton's appointment shocked the Genie's church to its core. Feeling threatened, the church begins planning a human weapon specifically to kill him. Bishop approaches Vincent, asks if he is Vincent, and tells him he has been looking for him. He says it is the Father's call. Vincent is then granted immense power. Bishop tells him to refine the power given by the Father, stating that Jamie Welton is the one who thwarted their grand vision and that he must be captured at all costs. Vincent begins unleashing his power, stating that it is what he has gathered over 5 years solely to kill Jamie. He uses the damage discharge technique on Jamie. Jamie notices the danger and realizes that it cannot be stopped with magic. He considers using Beyond Avalon to retreat into the hidden realm, but decides he cannot delay. He thinks that even if it is a gamble, he has to stake everything on the sword technique his grandfather crafted solely for him. Jamie then uses Final Severance with the world-shattering technique. Vincent is shocked that Jamie's technique pushes back the power of the authority. He thinks Jamie's power should have been consumed by his own, and begins to feel uneasy. Genies questions Vincent, asking if he is doubting the power given by the Father. Vincent tells himself he must not doubt that power and attempts to block again, but Jamie's power slices him in half. As Vincent collapses, he mutters that he never imagined someone would use such a technique. Jamie admits that Vincent is his nemesis, but says he will never be defeated by him. When Vincent asks why, Jamie says it is because Vincent is nothing more than Genie's dog. Genies responds, saying that from now on, only Vincent will be his dog. Vincent says his final words, that now he can finally end everything, and thanks Jamie Welton. Jamie wonders what Vincent just said, but realizes it is not the time to think about it. He needs to find a way out quickly. As Jamie is about to leave, he senses divinity behind him. Vincent's body rises, and Genie's, now within him, calls Jamie an amusing human and asks if they should go another round, calling him an adorable slave of Pyro. Genie's, one of the 12 gods, the god of war and peace, is known as a psychopath who destroys everything under the pretense of achieving peace, and long ago served as a nemesis who fought a fierce battle against Diablo. Jamie instinctively recognizes him, even though his appearance is different, and wonders why he would descend so suddenly and what he might be planning. Genie's remarks that, as expected of his discerning eye, Vincent's body is quite a fine vessel. He says it seems useful for a human and asks Jamie if he would consider serving him, offering even the position of a saint. Jamie draws his sword and says he would rather die than serve him. He then uses the Light Arise technique through his sword. Genie's, seeing the divinity, notes that it looks similar but is a different power from true divinity. He blocks it and scorns Jamie, saying it is arrogant for a mere human to mimic a god. As the atmosphere settles, Genie's notices Jamie has disappeared and wonders where he went. Jamie suddenly appears behind him and uses Extreme Slash, but Genie's dodges it and tells him that a mere human should not look down upon a god. He then uses Traverse Space against Jamie, which destroys the ground and shatters it completely. Jamie fully reappears in armor and comments that Genie's could not traverse space without a warning. He adds that without the black suit, his bones would have been shattered. Genies then uses the divine domain, the omnipotent power of the gods, the highest level spatial movement technique permitted only to the 12 gods, allowing them to move freely without any sign. Jamie asks if this is the omnipotence even Ra abandoned. Genies asks if Pyro said that. Jamie replies by asking if Genies is venting his frustration after being cast aside by his master. Frustrated, Genies grabs Jamie by the neck, slams him into the wall, and tells him to watch his tongue. He warns that even though he is not in his full state, he can still tear Jamie apart, declaring that humans can never surpass gods. Jamie smiles and says it seems Genies is under some delusion. Behind Genies, Jamie forms the Gremia transformational ultimate cannon. Genies notices it behind him and wonders what it is. Jamie explains that it is a product of advanced magical engineering, stating that humanity continues to strive for progress. He adds that the developers said its efficiency would double in 5 years, and over time, its flaws are corrected, and its strengths are enhanced, leading to advancement, unlike Genies, who remains stagnant. Jamie then asks if Genies still believes humans could not surpass the gods. Genies thinks that the weapon looks dangerous and that he should retreat to the sanctuary first. Jamie, seeing this, says that since Genies seems unaware, he will show him and tells him to watch closely. Genies then wonders if Jamie could be planning to die along with him. Jamie says that humans have no limits. He then uses the cannon, which causes massive destruction. Jamie quickly escapes, thinking that if he had been just a little slower, it would have been a disaster. He reflects that there was still damage, even after he had returned the impact to the reverse world. Still, he manages to deal some damage. Genies appears and says that now he understands he must draw on the power of his true form and kill Jamie here, even if it comes at a cost. Jamie thinks that if Genies defies casualty now, his true form will surely suffer. Genies says that, as payment, he will show Jamie something worth seeing. He then equips a sword and says he will etch it deep into Jamie's soul. Jamie is stunned upon seeing the sword. It is the softest sword of Diome's, the hero who once stood against the 12 gods alongside Diablo. Clenching his teeth, Jamie asks how Genies possesses it. Genies asks if Jamie recognizes the sword and reveals that it belonged to the swordsman he killed long ago. He adds that the body he currently inhabits is the reincarnation of that swordsman. Jamie is shocked upon hearing this and recalls the conversation he had with Vincent in his final moments. Genies then wields the sword and says it is time to die, using Diome's Severance sword secret technique. Jamie stands still as a gentle breeze flows around him. He then says that he will definitely kill Genies. At that moment, an energy surrounds Jamie, and a voice speaks, telling him not to reveal his true identity yet, and assuring him that it will take care of the situation. As massive amounts of energy spread throughout the area, Genies demands to know who the intruder is, stating that entry without his permission should be impossible. It declares that this is the moment he has been waiting for. He appears and introduces himself as Treka, the Demon King of Retribution, stating that he has come to avenge his long-lost master, Diablo. Meanwhile, in Jaren Castle, Creon stands in frustration, thinking it is another failure. He reflects that with his remaining willpower, he can't keep going like this. Handling 3 opponents at once is too much, as they are ambushing from all directions, and it is driving him insane. He notes that there are 3 archmages, even though they are not focused on him directly. Unwillingly, he decides to use a method he had avoided so far, setting the Chimera Knights into a berserk frenzy to disrupt the enemy's coordination. He then activates his battle sanctuary technique and deploys it. Kalga, while killing the Chimeras, thinks that ever since the unknown light descended, the Chimera Holy Knights have been rampaging as if they received a revelation. She notes that it would be great if divine powers could work effectively, but they don't seem to have any impact without an edge. Adding to her frustration, she cannot spot Sir Beryl anywhere. She decides that she needs to clean up the area quickly and regroup with him. At that moment, Creon appears behind her and says that her divine powers are extremely infuriating. Kalga turns around and questions what he is talking about, pointing out that he hasn't used his divine powers even once so far. Without another word, Creon severs Kalga's head and says he finally feels relieved. He remarks that perhaps he should have tortured her a bit more before killing her, but brushes it off, stating that Beryl and Count Welton are still left. Meanwhile, Genies wonders if Treka is truly a servant of Diablo. He senses Diablo's darkness within the Demon King, but is confused, believing Diablo should still be sealed in the primordial darkness, with all remnants of his power wiped out long ago. Despite this, a servant has appeared. He questions how a demon king managed to infiltrate the dimension he created, one even a demon king should not be able to enter. Traker responds that there's no need to explain anything to someone who's about to die. Genies asks if Traker really believes a mere demon king can defeat him. Traker scoffs, reminding him that he never even managed to defeat his master. Frustrated, Genies charges forward. Traker tells Jamie that he will handle it as their swords clash, sending powerful strikes that shake the surrounding space. Jamie watches, amazed by the immense power of the battle. Traker declares that in Genies' current state, he is no match for him. As Traker causes massive destruction, Genies furiously accuses him of not only trespassing in his domain, but also interfering with his grand plan. He uses the sanctification technique to spread his divine energy, shouting that he will kill him. Jamie, concerned, calls out to Traker, who urges him to stay back. Traker says he will protect his master at all costs and forms a protective circle with his sword, asking Jamie to stay hidden. Jamie stands there, feeling weak and helpless. He wonders why he's still so powerless. Genies tells him to just give up, and Jamie realizes that even with dark magic, he likely wouldn't have stood a chance. Traker admits that because he defied casualty, he can't access his true power. Still drowning in regret, Jamie laments being protected by a subordinate, calling it disgraceful. He pulls out the red coin given to him by the Marquess and remembers their conversation. Thinking of his father and Beryl, he realizes that everyone is risking their lives to fulfill their roles, and he must do the same. He then equips his sword, declaring that he cannot back down now. He vows to kill Genies and return with everyone. Jamie then shouts at Genies, declaring that his opponent is him. Genies calls him a piece of trash and reminds him not to look down on a god. Jamie uses the Welton-style single-slash-sword technique, combining it with the light and heaven and earth creation techniques, then leaps toward Genies, declaring his intent to kill him. Genies senses the danger and recognizes the divine power again. He realizes that with his incomplete body, he cannot endure much longer. Even drawing power from his main body has its limits now. As much as it frustrates him, he decides he must retreat to the temple for the time being. He says he will withdraw this time, but promises that next time, he will rip Jamie to shreds. With that, he disappears. Jamie remarks that he didn't expect Genies to tuck his tail and run. Traker then asks Jamie if he is alright. Jamie replies that he's fine, but more importantly, wonders why the infinite battlefield hasn't been deactivated even after Genies' disappearance. Jamie tries to destroy the place using physical attacks, but realizes that physical methods won't work. He wonders how he ended up trapped in Genies' space and knows he must find a way to escape quickly. Traker tells him there is a way out by going to the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm is a world created by countless demon kings, standing in opposition to the Celestial Realm, where the 12 gods dwell. However, Traker warns that during the transition to the Demon Realm, immense pressure is generated, and in Jamie's current state, it would be difficult to survive it. Jamie acknowledges this, realizing that although his spirit has reached the 9th class and his body is that of a swordmaster, crossing dimensions without preparation is another matter entirely. If he can't withstand the pressure leaking from the dimensional rift, his body will explode instantly. Still, he knows he has no other choice. Jamie tells Traker to get ready. Traker agrees and reveals a dimensional stone, a special mana stone that enables dimensional travel. Jamie asks if he used that to enter the infinite battlefield, and Traker confirms it, saying he will explain more once they reach the Demon Realm. With that, Traker opens a teleportation circle and tells Jamie to be careful. Jamie begins the jump, saying he will see him in the Demon Realm. As he travels through the rift, he feels the immense pressure and thinks he must endure. It's not the place to stop. Meanwhile, on the Jaren battlefield, Creon searches for Beryl, saying that before killing Count Welton, he must first deal with Beryl. At that moment, Argino leaps toward him, calling him a monster and declaring his intent to kill him, saying he won't miss this time. Creon quickly retreats, dodging Argino's strike, and thinks that Argino is once again above him, wondering what nonsense he's spouting about not missing this time. Argino says he has experienced an unexplainable sense of déjà vu several times, something that feels strangely familiar. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but the vividness of the memories told him otherwise. After pondering over the lingering images, he finally understood it wasn't an illusion. Creon has died by his own hand several times. Creon, surprised, asks how Argino felt about that. Argino says he doesn't know and isn't obligated to answer. He then activates his casualty reversal technique, and his illusion moves forward. Argino, observing the power, senses that an invisible force, much like Jamie's authority, is approaching. Recognizing it, he slashes through the illusion. Creon is shocked that Argino cut through the casualty reversal. A failed casualty reversal rebounds directly onto the caster. Creon collapses to the ground. Argino states that Dimensional Slash has the power to cut through even multiple dimensions, so there's no way it can't cut through something like casualty reversal that manipulates time. He thinks to himself that now he can't even use Final Return, and reminds himself to stay calm, as long as Creon doesn't notice that. Creon then shouts that it's all pointless and tells Argino to struggle all he wants, because that sword can't kill him. Argino wonders if that's true even if the casualty reversal's attack is cut. If Resurrection activates upon Creon's death, it can't be stopped. But if his assumption is correct, it hasn't fully activated yet. He prepares his attack, using a technique inspired by his father's ultimate move, Final Slash. As Argino begins the attack, Creon sees it and realizes he must dodge. Argino uses the Final Slash of Chaos. With that, Creon finds himself in an unfamiliar place and wonders what this sense of dissonance is. Argino tells him it is chaos, a space of void. In this chaos, where space and time do not exist, Creon's precious casualty reversal will not work. Creon thinks Argino has risen to that level. He recalls Noah's words that even with all his power, he was stopped by a mere 9-year-old boy. How disappointed his father must have been. Noah urges him to succeed this time and redeem his past failure. Creon, determined, thinks that even his own child and everyone else are getting in his way. Even if he dies, he wants to sever Argino's neck himself. Then he leaps toward Argino. Argino considers this place chaos, where dimensions overlap and unstable realities constantly collide, making it a ticking time bomb. He says it must end here and slashes at Creon's face, injuring him. As they both become engaged in a fierce battle of slashing, the chaos begins to shatter. Creon rushes toward Argino, shouting that he should stop struggling and just die already. Argino notes that the chaos will soon explode, but it does not matter if this is the only way to kill Creon. He recalls his father's words that crossing dimensions without any preparation is a completely different matter. Then Creon, seeing Argino's expression, wonders why he can make that face and how he can remain so calm in the face of death. Argino throws a final strike at Creon and thinks to his father that this face cannot hold on much longer. He wonders if, had he been just a little stronger, there would have been another choice. Then the chaos shatters. As death draws near, Argino's entire life flashes before his eyes like a lantern. The first memory that surfaces is from the day before he ever held a sword. That night, he lay awake with sleepless eyes. The following day, when he finally grips a sword, a deep resonance stirs within his heart. Through rain and snow, day and night, he trains relentlessly, devoting himself entirely to the sword. Eventually, when he reaches the level of sword expert, he feels, for the first time, a true sense of reward. Witnessing this growth, Churbel recognizes that the time has come to pass on the family leadership. Though the succession comes slightly earlier than in other families, Argino swears to protect the Welton family with his life. When he visits the Bell family mansion seeking advice, Argino encounters the woman who changes his life. For the first time, he falls in love at first sight and proposes to her with all his heart. They marry, and the empty half of Argino's heart is filled. When Jamie, the fruit of their love, is born, it feels as though he owns the entire world. He feels immense gratitude to live as a father to such a child. Later, when their second child, Sarah, is born, Argino's universe becomes complete. As the children grow and gradually drift away from his arms, he occasionally feels a touch of sadness. Yet, he is prouder of them than anyone. More than anything, he wishes to remain a reliable husband and father forever. As he nears collapse from within, Argino silently apologizes to Sears, feeling he will no longer be able to keep his promise. At that moment, the voice of Marquess rings out, urging him not to die just yet, and asking for forgiveness for what he is about to do. With that, the Marquess pushes Argino out of the timeless chaos and encloses him in a protective shield, embracing himself. Just moments earlier, on the Jaren wall, the Marquess had used the chain lightning technique to destroy the chimeras crossing the separation wall. He thinks that the gate has been defended to some extent, but if the enemy comes with overwhelming force, there will still be no time to rest. Fortunately, Simon and Ofen continue to fight fiercely, but their mana will eventually run out. He wonders about the reinforcements from the Pyro Church and hopes Count Welton hasn't exhausted too much of their strength. Then, sensing Argino's energy, the Marquess is surprised. He realizes that if anyone is caught in an explosion of that magnitude, their lives will be at risk. Understanding that Argino plans to sacrifice himself, the Marquess decides to act. He casts an 8th class positional manipulation spell, capable of swapping the coordinates of 2 targets. He determines to stop Argino, replacing himself in the chaos and taking the damage instead. Back in the present, Argino, now holding the wounded Marquess, shouts at him to wake up, asking why he would do such a thing. Beryl arrives, asking what just happened and what caused the massive explosion. Argino explains that it was all his doing. He intended to trap Creon in a timeless void of chaos and go down with him. But the Marquess had swapped places and taken the explosion instead. Beryl asks if there is a way to treat Marquess. Argino replies that he doesn't know chaos has deeply taken root in the Marquess's body, and once that happens, it rarely leaves. When asked why he had to use such an extreme method, Argino explains that Creon possessed the power to reverse time. Perhaps due to his lineage and control over space-time, Argino had sensed faintly when that power would activate. He believed sealing him in chaos was the only way to stop his resurrection. Now, because of a man like him, Marquess reached this state. He stops himself, stating that this is not the time to be overtaken by emotion. Looking upward, he reminds himself that the war is still ongoing. If they lose composure, the cost will be even greater. As long as they remain standing, they cannot stop. He then asks Beryl to take care of Marquess. Beryl asks if Argino really plans to keep fighting in his current state and offers to go instead. At that moment, the apostle of the goddess Pyro, Ricky, bearing the law of judgment, arrives on the battlefield. Simon wonders if reinforcements from the Pyro Church have finally come. Ofen also recognized them. Ras Hyung, the holy executor of the Pyro Church, is here on horseback, giving orders to his troops to follow him and slay the monsters of Genies' church. Ricky calls out to the others, telling them they've truly held out well, and that from this point on, they can leave everything to them. After that, the Pyro Church's knights sweep through the battlefield. Ricky once again delivers judgment, eradicating all the Chimera Paladins. The seemingly endless war comes to an end, and it feels as though everyone has survived. Meanwhile, the wounded are transferred to a temporary ward operated by the Pyro Church. The healing abilities of the church's high priest prove astonishing, yet whether Marquess Linmul can recover remains uncertain. Through this war, the Pyro Church and the Northern Alliance have dealt a significant blow to the forces of the Genies' Church. They manage to acquire spoils such as Creon's holy sword, Durandal, but the price they pay for victory is enormous. In the northern continent, outside the Jaren Gate in Olbia, Beryl asks Ricky if they aren't going to kill him. Ricky, holding the flask in which Creon is captured, replies that there's no need to worry. Creon has already lost all his power. He explains that 6 years ago, he was also abducted by the Genies' Church. Fortunately, he avoided becoming a chimera, but he witnessed all their vile deeds. He never imagined those horrific experiments had continued. He states that he won't allow Creon an easy death and that the punishment awaiting him will be far worse. Beryl silently thinks that somehow, Ricky's image overlaps with Jamie's. Ricky then asks if it's true that Genies suddenly disappeared. Beryl confirms it, saying the Genies' Church seems to have taken him into an isolated space. Ricky responds that in that case, they will need to search for traces of dimensional movement. Meanwhile, inside the Genies' Church headquarters altar, Noah looks at Vincent's body and remarks that there's nothing intact, questioning what happened on the infinite battlefield. He says Vincent must not die yet, as there are still things he must do. Suddenly, he senses a strong energy and, recognizing it, asks if Genies has arrived. Genies confirms his arrival, stating that the spiral of the battlefield is functioning well. Noah reminds him that he asked him to refrain from coming, warning that if the other gods find out, it could be disastrous. Genies assures him it's fine, as the spiral of the battlefield erases the presence of gods, making his descent to the mortal realm undetectable. Noah then asks what happened on the battlefield and how Vincent's body ended up in such a state. Genies explains that the Demon King descended, coming to avenge his lost lord, Diablo Valfir. Shocked, Noah questions whether a servant of Diablo Valfir is still around. Genies speculates that the servant might have been waiting for him to leave the celestial realm and weaken. Noah asks if Jamie is involved. Genies admits that while they seemed like strangers, Jamie Welton was suspicious he knew about Diom's sword, which is impossible for a modern human. Moreover, Jamie acted like he knew him personally. Noah then inquires about Sir Creon's fate, Genies tells him that Creon ended up as the Spiral's will and was captured by Pyro's apostle. He reveals he had to lie to Creon, seeing him as a disposable card best used and thrown away. Noah reflects that the Spiral of the battlefield never predicted victory, suggesting the defeat was part of a greater plan, though it still feels like a loss with significant forces gone, including Creon. Genies reassures him not to worry, saying everything was done for the future. He then says he will head out, as he needs to figure out Jamie Welton's true identity. Noah wonders if Vincent died as the price for wielding a god's power, realizing that things have become complicated. He reflects that the infinite battlefield was something his father created to reduce the burden of causality, an artifact meant for single use, allowing descent into Vincent's body. Even his father cannot return once he leaves. He then thinks about Jamie Welton, who is probably alone with the Demon King on the infinite battlefield, questioning what Jamie might be doing now. At that moment, in the demon realm, inside Treka's Demon King castle, Jamie senses something off and asks what is happening. The blood-sucking Demon King, Dracula, appears and tells Treka he is late. He claims that while Treka was away for a month, the land had already become his. Frustrated, Treka draws his sword and declares that Dracula has crossed the line and that he will annihilate him today. As the two Demon Kings clash in battle, Jamie yells at Treka, urging him to stop. He says they don't have time for this, and he needs to get back. Afterwards, Jamie opens his eyes and finds himself lying on a bed. He wonders where he is and recalls that just moments ago, when he said there was no time to waste, he had to stop the two from fighting. He used a darkness technique to interrupt them. Dracula, angered, begins to charge at Jamie, accusing him of involving a rookie in their battle. Jamie struggles to withstand the demonic energy and begins to lose consciousness. Treka steps in to protect him, apologizing and telling Jamie to leave the place to him. After that, Jamie passes out and remembers nothing further. Later, seeing a demon chimera nearby, Jamie wonders if the chimera knows how to speak human language. He tells the chimera to hurry and guide him to Treka. The chimera responds that he expected Jamie to have a close relationship with the Demon King, but didn't think it would seem so casual. Jamie cuts him off and instructs him to lead the way. Jamie then finds Treka fishing with a flashy rod and asks what he is doing. Surprised to see him fishing so leisurely, he questions the flashy fishing rod, to which Treka replies that it is made of adamantium. Jamie is shocked that such a precious metal is used for a fishing rod, and Treka explains that even for a hobby, good equipment is needed to feel at ease. Treka then orders the chimera to return to the fortress. Jamie wonders what kind of life Treka is living in the demon world. Jamie asks about the pale man from before, and Treka explains that it was a vampire invasion, something that happens often due to the shared borders of their territories. He says such invasions occur whenever either side sees an opportunity. However, this time, the damage is more severe because he had been away for a long time. Jamie apologizes, blaming himself. Treka tells him not to say that and adds that if it is for Jamie, he doesn't care even if his entire territory disappears. Treka then points out that Jamie probably needs to return urgently. Jamie agrees and asks how much time has passed. Treka explains that 3 days have passed in the demon world, but only 3 minutes in the human world. Jamie then understands why the vampire demon king said Treka was away for a month. Treka offers to make the preparations if Jamie wants to return right away. Jamie accepts and leaves it to him. Treka uses a dimensional stone to form a teleportation circle and tells Jamie to take care of himself again this time. Jamie enters the circle, thanks Treka, and says he will see him again next time. Then Ricky tries to connect with Jamie through telepathy. Jamie recognizes that it is Ricky and asks how he knows about his whereabouts. Ricky explains that he uses the black mana left in his body to track him, revealing it as a secret unknown to others because he was resurrected as an undead through Jamie's necromancy. He says he thought he could find Jamie using this power, but sending telepathy to another dimension proves to be difficult. Just now, the gate starts to open, allowing him to connect. Ricky informs him that he is currently in front of Jaren Castle. Jamie asks about the situation and inquires about his father. Ricky replies that the war is over and the Count is safe. Jamie sighs in relief, but Ricky mentions that the Marquess's condition is not good, explaining that he sacrificed himself to save the Count. Jamie is surprised to hear this, and then recalls all his past failures, wondering if he can continue to fight in such risky ways forever. Clenching his fist, he states that he needs to become much stronger than he is now. Jamie then tells Ricky that time flows much slower in the demon world than in the human world, so he will stay and train there to grow stronger before returning. With overwhelming time and the endless pursuit of strength in the demon world, he believes he will have no choice but to grow. He asks Ricky to deliver this message properly to his father. Ricky asks when he will return, and Jamie replies that it will be in 1 day. With that, the teleportation circle disappears. Ricky wonders if he just said tomorrow. Jamie returns to the demon realm, and Treka asks if he plans to train there. Jamie confirms and says he will try to do everything he can, relying on Treka for help. Treka assures him to leave it to him and promises to do his best to assist. Jamie resolves that 1 day in the human world equals 4 years in the demon world and declares that within 4 years, he will become strong enough to defeat genies. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, Barrows, the demon king of vengeance, asks his chimera where the human is. The chimera informs him that the human is currently with the demon king. The chimera then mentions that he has heard about Barrows having a fight with that human before, referring to Jamie. Barrows recalls that it was the price of overconfidence. 5 years ago, he had entered the magic realm under Treka's orders, but lost to Jamie due to his own carelessness. He had underestimated Jamie, thinking he was nothing more than a worm, but Jamie turned out to be surprisingly strong. Barrows says he must repay the humiliation of that day. However, since the Demon King values Jamie, he cannot attack recklessly. The Chimera suggests that he challenge Jamie to a ranking battle and use it as a justification to kill him. A ranking battle is a decisive duel where rank is at stake, and most of the time, it continues until one side dies. Barrows agrees that if it is a ranking battle, the Demon King won't be able to refuse. He declares that this time, he will tear Jamie apart and kill him. Some little demons gather, causing a commotion. Treka arrives with Jamie and asks what the commotion is about and why they have gathered. The demons respond that Count Barrows wants to have a ranking battle with Jamie. Jamie then asks Treka who Barrows is, and Treka explains that he is the half-dragon, half-demon Jamie once fought directly in the Middle Realm. Jamie recalls that Barrows is the same opponent from back then, and now challenges him to a ranking battle. He realizes he had acted too casually with Treka in front of the demons. Although Treka is technically his subordinate, he is still a demon king who rules over the surrounding region. Jamie understands he must now display an unyielding attitude to maintain authority over the demons. He speaks to Treka through telepathy, asking him to treat him casually only in private, and Treka acknowledges it. Jamie then slightly bows and formally asks Treka to permit the ranking battle with Count Barrows, adding that although he is not a demon, it would be better to have a clear ranking while staying in the demon world. Treka asks if he is serious and warns him that Barrows is strong, ranking 6th in the Vengeance Legion. He tells Jamie through telepathy that Barrows isn't far behind powerful figures like Marquis Gallum and Marquis Iodes, ranked 4th and 5th. Even if Jamie has grown stronger than 5 years ago, this is no small challenge. Jamie replies that it is fine and that the stronger the opponent, the better. He believes that nothing strengthens a person more than a life or death battle. Barrows, sitting atop, declares that the battle is decided and says his body is already itching for it. He thanks Jamie for accepting the challenge. Jamie responds that he should be the one thanking Barrows for handing over his rank. Barrows mocks him, saying Jamie's meat doesn't need a rank, to which Jamie taunts back, suggesting that if that's the case, Barrows should just hand the rank over right now. Barrows threatens to cut Jamie's throat outside, and Jamie casually retorts, asking why not do it here. Jamie reflects on how reckless Barrows is, surprised he initiated a ranking battle. Meanwhile, Treka considers that Jamie technically has no rank, so even if he loses, only his pride is at stake. Barrows, on the other hand, risks losing all his status and rights. Even if Barrows wins, the only thing he gains is revenge for his earlier humiliation. His push for the battle shows confidence in his victory. Treka believes Barrows has a better chance of winning, but admits Jamie has not yet revealed the full extent of his dark magic. The outcome will depend on how much of it Jamie has recovered. Treka then officially permits the ranking battle but forbids killing. Barrows questions the restriction, but Treka states that both of them will be valuable assets to the Legion. When Barrows tries to object, Treka firmly asks if he plans to challenge his decision. Barrows bows and complies. Treka announces he will prepare the location and instructs both fighters to return and wait until summoned. He then turns to the crowd and orders everyone to disperse. Meanwhile, in his room, Barrows slams his fist into the wall and vents that a ranking battle is meant to be a life or death duel, where the victor takes everything from the opponent. Yet now, he is told not to kill the human. He questions what makes Jamie so special that he is being cherished this way, despite Barrows having killed more enemies than anyone else. He can't accept that some random outsider has gained the Demon King's favor. The Chimera remarks that this is disappointing. Barrows, already agitated, yells at it to get lost before he rips it apart, saying he isn't in the mood. The Chimera advises him to calm down, but Barrows demands whether he looks calm right now. The Chimera then suggests that although killing might be off limits, there could be other ways to resolve his humiliation. Since the Demon King prohibited only death, anything else might still be fair game. It's all a matter of wordplay, though there's a risk the Demon King could execute him for overstepping. Barrows dismisses it, saying he'll pretend he didn't hear that. As the Chimera exits, it mutters to itself that it has planted the seed of confusion and now anticipates an entertaining show. The next day, as the battlefield settles, Jamie notices several demons standing beside Treka. He wonders if those are high-ranking demons, sensing the difference in their presence just by looking at them. Treka then makes an announcement. He explains that a ranking battle with someone not originally from the demon realm is unprecedented, but it is taking place because Jamie Welton accepted Barrows's challenge. He reminds everyone that killing is forbidden in this battle, and he will personally determine the winner and loser based on his judgment. He asks if either participant has objections. Barrows bows and replies that he has none. Jamie also states he has no objection. Jamie then asks when the battle will begin. Treka declares that it starts now. Jamie is momentarily surprised. Barrows tells him that ranking battles are a major festival in the demon realm, and if the fight isn't entertaining enough, the furious nobles might beat him to death. He leaps up and urges Jamie to struggle as hard as he can. Jamie smiles in response and tells him he talks too much. As he fully armors himself, he declares for Barrows to shut his mouth and come at him. Treka gives the order to begin the match. As Barrows charges at Jamie, Jamie blocks the attack with his sword. He struggles to withstand the power in Barrows's arm and realizes that even with the enhanced strength granted by the black suit, it isn't enough to match the force of a dragon. Jamie leaps backward, thinking that if he is outclassed in strength, close combat must be avoided. Barrows rushes toward him, declaring that he won't let Jamie escape, and hurls an attack in his direction. Jamie counters by slicing through the attack with his sword. Barrows launches another strike and challenges Jamie to block it. In response, Jamie sarcastically apologizes and claims that the line should be his, remarking that its unfortunate killing is off limits. As Barrows extends his hand, threatening to take Jamie's arm instead, Jamie severs it. Barrows is taken aback, shocked that Jamie has managed to pierce dragon skin with his sword. Among the spectators, the dragons begin cheering for Jamie. Jamie notes to himself that Barrows is on a completely different level from the last time they fought. Barrows retaliates with a punch, stating that regenerating damage like this is easy. He then grabs Jamie by the neck and warns him not to attempt anything reckless. Jamie mocks Barrows, saying it looks like he has inherited demon blood and specialized in super regeneration, admitting that he miscalculated. He then declares that from this point on, he is going to become annoying. Jamie activates the Gate of Reversal and summons all his undead and subordinates. As the undead approach Barrows, Treka observes that after Jamie summons the Gate of Reversal, the tide of the battle completely shifts in Jamie's favor. Recalling his own past as an undead Dark Knight under the Gate of Reversal, Treka knows its traits better than anyone. Barrows slices through the undead, calling them infuriating. Treka notes that as long as Jamie's sword retains mana, the wraiths of the Gate of Reversal will never vanish. Since the undead do not fear for their lives, they can attack relentlessly. Among them, 4 particularly coordinated figures stand out. Bianca instructs them to press the attack, and when the lead Death Knight gives the command, the 3 male-looking figures execute a combined technique. The resulting gap in Barrows's defense becomes real, and Jamie takes advantage of it, slicing Barrows's body and causing him to growl in pain. Treka realizes Jamie has recovered far more black mana than he expected, and is clearly different from when he used white magic. Marquis Lillian of the Vengeance Legion comments on Jamie's strength, impressed that he has pushed Barrows this far. Vengeance Legion Duke Katos warns that it's too early to admire him since Barrows has not yet transformed into his true demon dragon form. Lillian asks Treka who he expects to win, but Treka only replies that she will soon see. He reflects that even though Jamie is far stronger than he was 5 years ago, the outcome remains uncertain. As a massive undead army approaches, Barrows complains that whenever he tries to face Jamie, the undead interfere. He unleashes a blood breath, shouting for them to leave him alone, and wipes them out. He realizes that a war of attrition puts him at a disadvantage and that his stamina may run out before the fight is decided. He then notices Jamie has vanished and starts looking for him. Jamie, watching from above, sees the situation clearly. Barrows notes that the dead soldiers are blocking his energy, and that holding back from killing them is more difficult than simply massacring them. Jamie then attacks, knocking Barrows to the ground and telling him to give up. Barrows retorts that it won't end like this. Onlookers begin whispering that Barrows has lost to a human again and accuse him of being all talk. Barrows, enraged, refuses to accept defeat and declares that he will now transform into a demon dragon. He acknowledges that he may lose his sanity to demonic energy and might accidentally kill Jamie, risking execution by the Demon King, but he cannot afford to lose. Fully transformed into a demonic dragon, Barrows towers over the battlefield. Jamie notes that Barrows has finally revealed his true form and that it is truly massive. He orders his subordinates to return to the Gate of Reversal, now that they have drawn out Barrows's full strength. They obey and leave. Jamie, fully resolved, announces that he will give his all now. He calls out to Blackie, who awakens. Jamie, fully determined, prepares to end the battle in a single strike. He invokes a holy magic technique, a light born from the peak of black mana. This power, resembling divinity, holds a natural affinity against demonic energy. Jamie wonders to himself if Barrows, now transformed into a demon dragon, has completely lost all sense of reason. He notes that Barrows's physical durability has also likely increased to a terrifying degree. Ordinary attacks will no longer be effective against that hardened skin. Realizing this, Jamie activates a sword-style secret technique, combining it with precise movements of a clone to intercept a close-range spell. He channels all his dark mana and converts it into holy light, then unleashes an ultimate slash. At the same moment, Barrows breathes out his own devastating energy attack. The two powerful forces collide, resulting in a massive explosion. Onlookers are left stunned. Some question what that blinding light was, while others complain they can't see anything through the thick smoke. As the smoke gradually clears, Jamie steps forward and remarks that the battlefield is finally becoming visible again. His eyes fall on the towering figure of Barrows, now frozen like a statue. Jamie says calmly that it was still a good fight and asks rhetorically if Barrows doesn't agree. At that moment, the demon dragon begins to shatter. The crowd watches in shock as Barrows collapses, defeated, and Jamie Welton is announced as the winner. Jamie sits in his room and remarks that he has won, but it was a close call. He notes that while he may look fine, all his muscles are torn. When there is a knock at the door, he gives the order to come in. Trika enters and asks if Jamie is all right. Jamie replies that he has recovered somewhat, then inquires what Trika plans to do about Barrows. Trika explains that the situation is unprecedented and that nothing has been decided yet. He adds that a strong power like Barrows's does not simply disappear, but under the Demon Realm law, losing his rank means Barrows will become a low-class citizen. Jamie responds that if nothing has been decided, they should leave it to him. He suggests making a deal with Barrows in exchange for returning his rank, stating that he doesn't need the rank anyway since he will be leaving in 4 years. When Trika asks what kind of deal, Jamie proposes something like using Barrows as a training combat puppet. Trika replies that if that is Jamie's will, he will follow it. Jamie expresses his gratitude to Trika. Trika then tells him that he must be tired and should rest, and with that, he leaves. Jamie thinks about Blackie and apologizes for putting him through so much that day. He then says he should get some rest, too. Meanwhile, Barrows sits in his room, murmuring to himself that, in the end, he lost to Jamie, who took his rank and status. He wonders what will happen to him now. The Chimera enters and sarcastically asks what the former Count is doing with such a gloomy face. When Barrows calls him by name, the Chimera hits him with a rope and scolds him for speaking his name so carelessly, reminding him that by law, he is no longer a high-ranking demon. Barrows grabs the rope and threatens to tear him apart. The Chimera questions how, pointing out that under Demon Realm law, Barrows cannot touch him. He mocks that it was truly a spectacle watching Barrows kneel before a human. When Barrows asks why he is doing this, the Chimera responds that the former rank 6, Malrabin, whom Barrows killed, was his lover. Barrows, frustrated, questions whether all this is over such petty revenge. The Chimera says, as expected, Barrows has no remorse, and with another strike, declares that he will make him kneel and back down from now on. A week later, Treka asks Jamie how he is feeling. Jamie replies that he is fine and has recovered a lot. Jamie then asks how Barrows is doing. Treka suggests he should see for himself. In the demon realm slums, Barrows sits in poor condition. Seeing him, Jamie thinks it seems like many demons hold a grudge against him. Jamie then asks if Barrows has reflected on his actions. Barrows shouts at him, demanding that he dare to show his face there. Treka stops Barrows, and Barrows bows upon seeing him, asking why he has come. Jamie remarks that Barrows, who had been so insolent toward him, is now in this state. Treka asks how the past week was. Barrows replies that it was like living in hell. Treka points out that it is all a result of his own actions. Barrows pleads with Treka, admitting his fault and asking for another chance. Treka says that everything is already out of his hands. However, he adds that Jamie says he wants to give Barrows another chance, and if he wants it, he should try to talk it through properly. Jamie tells Barrows that he has heard that and suggests they discuss his treatment from now on. But before that, Jamie mockingly adds that they should start with a few hits. After beating Barrows, Jamie says it is time to talk about the contract. Barrows questions the word contract and asks what Jamie is plotting. Jamie explains that the contract is simple. While he stays in the demon realm, Barrows will assist him. Barrows then asks what Jamie will do in return. Jamie replies that he will restore Barrows's rank, but in exchange, Barrows must swear eternal loyalty to him. Barrows thinks this means the contract will still remain even after Jamie returns to the middle world. He finds the idea of being bound to a human forever dreadful. Jamie prepares to leave, telling him to forget it if he doesn't like the terms. Barrows stops him and says that it's not that. He already belongs to the Lord of Vengeance. Jamie tells him not to worry, as he can take care of that. Barrows thinks that if he doesn't accept the contract, he will be stuck at the bottom, living in misery forever. On the other hand, if he accepts it, he can regain his former status, but must live as a human servant. As both choices are a dilemma, he decides to choose the lesser evil. Rather than being humiliated by those worse than worms, he concludes it is better to serve a strong human. He then agrees to the contract. Jamie tells him he has made a good choice and begins the soul-binding contract. As Jamie performs the magic, Barrows feels his rank returning. Jamie declares that it is done. Barrows is now the 6th ranked, high-ranking demon of the Vengeance Castle and has returned as a demon realm count of the Vengeance Legion. Barrows bows and swears his loyalty. Jamie then tells him to pay back the humiliation he suffered during the week. Meanwhile, Chimera stands before a picture of his lover and says he has finally avenged himself against Barrows. He reflects on how he kept failing before, but has now given Barrows a fate worse than death. He admits he never thought he would have to rely on a human's hand in the demon realm, but without that human, he would never have achieved his revenge. No matter what, he can finally face his lover again. He adds that if Barrows's life could bring her back, he would rip him apart right now. Barrows then interrupts, telling Chimera to try if he can. Chimera notices Barrows sitting above and remarks that it has been a while. Chimera leaps toward him and threatens him, asking how he dares to show up. Barrows grabs him by the neck. Chimera wonders how Barrows, who lost his rights, is able to attack him under demon realm laws. Barrows tells him that if he really wants revenge for his lover, he should stop playing games and challenge him head-on with honor. He declares that if it is a ranking duel, he will accept it any time. As he throws Chimera aside, he questions whether Chimera has the courage for it. Everyone wondered when Barrows returned. Jamie then speaks, commenting on Barrows's generous act. Barrows asks if Jamie has been watching, to which Jamie replies that he had to check whether Barrows is carrying out his revenge properly. Jamie then says he has a favor to ask. Later in the library, Barrows asks Jamie why he came there and if he wants him to teach history. Jamie confirms this. He says that to adapt to the demon realm, he needs to know its history. Barrows quickly responds that history is not really his field. Jamie, annoyed, says that if Barrows keeps showing how much he doesn't want to do it, it will make him want to smash him on the head. Barrows clarifies that he's just really bad at history. Jamie explains that he's not asking for all of demon history, only the current structure, the power dynamics, and when and why the timeline got distorted. He instructs Barrows to focus only on that much for now. Barrows agrees and begins explaining that the best place to start is the event that caused the timeline distortion, the so-called Akroba incident, a great war. Barrows explains that the Akroba incident refers to the event in which a massive dimensional stone falls onto the Akroba plains of the demon realm. During this event, a great war among the demon kings breaks out in an attempt to obtain the fallen stone. However, he notes that in the end, no one succeeds in acquiring it. One day, the dimensional stone is suddenly pulled deep underground and fuses with the demon realm's core. From that moment on, the timeline of the demon realm begins to behave abnormally. Barrows continues that the multidimensional investigators are the first to notice the changes. Initially, there was just a few seconds of discrepancy, but over time, the gap continued to widen. Faced with this unprecedented situation, the 5 great demon kings convene to seek a solution. Despite their powers rivaling that of the 12 gods, they find no way to interfere with the dimension's core. In the end, they are forced to give up. The timeline continues to stretch uncontrollably, leading to the present state. Barrows adds that several anomalies are said to have occurred, which further accelerate the timeline's distortion. Jamie asks what kind of anomalies occurred. Barrows responds that the details have not been clearly identified, but the last anomaly is known to have happened relatively recently. When Jamie asks when the first anomaly occurred in human world time, Barrows replies that an investigator would need to be consulted for that information. What is certain, he says, is that the timeline will continue to expand unless a powerful being capable of interfering with the dimension's core appears. Jamie then decides to go meet the investigator. In the demon realm, the multidimensional investigator Hanos asks Barrows what brings him there. Barrows responds that someone wants to meet him. Jamie then steps forward, greets Hanos, and introduces himself. Hanos turns to Barrows and asks how he ended up arriving with a human. Barrows explains that Jamie is favored by His Majesty and tells Hanos to show some respect. Upon hearing this, Hanos bows and apologizes, then asks Jamie what business he has with him. Jamie tells him to skip the greetings and get straight to the point, asking when the Akroba incident occurred in human world time. Hanos is surprised and says he has never seen a human show interest in a major demon realm event before. He then checks and says that, according to the middle world, the human world, the Akroba incident took place 15 years and 84 days ago. Jamie is stunned by the answer and remarks to himself that 15 years and 84 days ago is the exact day he was born into the Welton family. Jamie, thinking to himself, reflects that being born on the same day the dimensional stone fell can hardly be called a coincidence. Hanos notices his reaction and asks what's wrong. Jamie then inquires about another detail. Barrows mentioned that the time axis had shifted a few times due to unusual phenomena. He asks Hanos when those shifts occurred in human world time. Hanos replies that the shifts happened 5 years ago and 2 months ago. Jamie is surprised and begins to wonder what changes he experienced during those times. He recalls that 5 years ago, he went through many hardships, and 2 months ago, he broke through his restraints and started working again. He starts connecting the dots, thinking about what both events have in common. Hanos asks again if something is wrong or if Jamie has figured something out. Jamie replies that he was mistaken. When Hanos asks if he has any more questions, Jamie begins to leave, saying no and thanking him for the answers. Barrows then asks Jamie if he has discovered something. Jamie replies that they will talk once they return. Meanwhile, in his chamber, Traca wonders where Jamie and Barrows are. Now that he's received word, they've returned to the castle. Just then, Jamie abruptly opens the door and calls Traca by name, saying he has something important to tell him. Barrows, witnessing this, is shocked and questions whether Jamie is crazy. Being favored by the Demon King doesn't justify calling his name so casually, and if His Majesty decides to kill him, he won't interfere. Traca, however, responds respectfully, addressing Jamie as his liege, which leaves Barrows even more stunned. He asks Traca how a human who just casually called his name is being called his liege in return. Traca is about to answer when Jamie stops him, saying that since Barrows is now his loyal servant for eternity, there is no need to keep secrets. Jamie then reveals that Traca is a dark knight he himself created in his previous life. Barrows appears even more disturbed by the revelation. Traca confirms the truth of Jamie's claim. Barrows then asks if that means both of them share the same darkness. Jamie responds that he will explain everything in detail later, but for now, he wants to focus on something more important. Afterward, Traca summarizes what Jamie has said, asking if he is implying that he is influencing the demon realm's time axis. Jamie clarifies that he is not completely certain, it's only a hypothesis. He explains that the Akroba incident took place the year he was born, and that every time his power weakened, the demon realm's time seemed to accelerate. He recounts that 5 years ago, he weakened a power known as monstrance. The first king, Garb, who had been hiding in the Omniscience crown within the magic world, had gained tremendous power from one of Diablo's fragments long ago. However, Jamie defeated Garb and reclaimed the fragment, which was then absorbed by Blackie, leading to the creation of monstrance, a form of black mana. He continues by saying that around 2 months ago, he evolved monstrance with Blackie's help, who had been dormant within him. Jamie also recalls something Jagdmangander said, monstrance is very similar to the divinity used by the 12 gods. Traker responds that despite all of this, he cannot be sure based on just these observations. At that moment, Kardos suddenly appears and interrupts, confirming that it is true. Barrows is startled and asks Kardos if he entered without His Majesty's permission. Kardos ignores the formality and declares that the demon realm's time axis has indeed been affected by Jamie, the Diablo, and Gaia's contractor. The demon king of wrath, Satan, one of the 5 great demon kings in the demon realm, asks Dracula whether the land of the demon king Treka has been taken from him. Dracula replies that he has failed. Satan questions the failure, pointing out that it has been a month since Treka abandoned his land and went to another dimension, and demands how failure was possible. Dracula shouts that Kardos was present and that he has already reached the level of a demon king. Satan rejects this as an excuse. Dracula thinks that, as expected of one of the 5 great demon kings, Satan is on another level. Though both are demon kings, there is a clear power difference. To survive in the demon realm and retain his title, Dracula had to become Wrath's subordinate. Sensing danger to his life, he tries to redirect Satan's anger, and then says he has interesting news that Treka brought a human to the demon realm. Satan urges him to elaborate. Meanwhile, Jamie asks Kardos if he truly is Gaia's contractor and wonders whether his strong will to destroy the 12 gods is called Gaia. He recalls that Gaia, the god of creation, is currently in a deep sleep, but is the one who created the world called Blessed. He also remembers that the ancient god Osiris, whom he met in Garmin, mentioned something similar. Jamie then urges Kardos to explain further and asks how Kardos knows the name Diablo. Kardos replies that now is not the time to explain that and warns that the demon king of wrath is after Jamie. Treka asks if wrath is really coming there. Kardos confirmed this by calling Treka by his name. Meanwhile, Barrows, frustrated with Kardos, launches an attack and asks if Kardos has gone crazy. Kardos blocks the attack and throws Barrows into a pillar. Treka tells Kardos that he keeps crossing the line and questions whether he really has gone mad, echoing Barrows' words. Kardos replies that Treka should prepare to face a great darkness. Treka expresses surprise that the demon king of wrath is suddenly arriving without him sensing it. Kardos explains that his clone confirmed it, and that this body is also a clone. He exists all over the demon realm. Treka asks whether Kardos has been hiding his identity all this time. Kardos answers that the reason he became Treka's subordinate was to approach Diablo. Jamie then asks who Kardos really is. Kardos reveals that he is an informant created by Gaia to convey the history of Bless, and that his name is Akashic. Jamie asks why the demon king of wrath is after him. Kardos responds that wrath is a personified word, and that he cannot read it. Treka announces he will go ahead, as preparation is necessary if what Kardos says is true. Barrows adds that he will join him. Jamie, turning to Kardos, confirms that he is indeed an informant created by Gaia. Upon receiving confirmation, Jamie states that it is best to head to the battlefield for now. But before that, he wants to confirm something. He recalls that Osiris once told him he was not a complete reincarnator and now asks if that means he is a fake. Treka instructs Lillian to summon all the Legion commanders, informing her that the demon king of wrath is about to invade. When she asks why wrath is targeting them, Treka admits he doesn't know. Internally, he reflects on Kardos' words that wrath is moving because of his lord, and though unsure of the truth, he resolves that, regardless of the reason, they must protect Jamie. Meanwhile, Jamie asks Kardos if Kardos is truly the information entity created by Gaia, and then he must know whether Jamie is real or just fake. Kardos responds that it's not something he can answer simply. Jamie insists on hearing it right away. If he isn't the reincarnation of Diablo, he asks, then what exactly his identity is. Kardos tells him that he was born from Diablo Volfir's necessity. Jamie concludes that he really isn't the real one. Cardos cautions against such a quick conclusion. Jamie may be incomplete, but he has inherited most of Diablo's memories, and little by little, the lost memories are returning. Jamie interrupts, saying he doesn't need meaningless consolation. Feeling empty, he admits that the truth hurts, that he is not Diablo's reincarnation, but his goal remains the same. Even if his memories were implanted, his determination to kill the 12 gods is real. Cardos addresses him as Diablo, but Jamie shouts that he is no longer Diablo. From now on, he will live as Jamie Welton. He then suggests they go help Treka. Cardos says no, telling him to leave the world to Treka. There's somewhere Jamie needs to go with him. With that, Cardos teleports Jamie and himself. Cardos brings Jamie to the demon realm's core. He points out a stone, a fragment of the dimensional stone from the shadow world. Jamie asks how it ended up in the demon realm. Cardos explains that it is the foundation of the contract, the power most similar to the primordial darkness. It is a trace of causality capable of handling Jamie's existence. Forgotten memories, stranded glory, a desire for death, obsession with vengeance, a chaotic world, a chance to set things right. Suddenly, a great wave appears. Cardos points his staff at Jamie, telling him the time has come. Everything he is curious about, even everything he has lost, will be found there. Jamie, falling into delusion, wonders what is happening. In the deep darkness, familiar faces begin to appear, those who once fought alongside Diablo Volfir in an era when all humans had divine powers, only to lose hope and side with the 12 gods. With the first world reset, humanity lost divine powers. In the second reset, they lost their lifespan. In the third, they lost freedom. In the fourth, they lost dignity. In the fifth, they lost variables. By the sixth world, humanity had nothing left to lose and willingly became slaves to the gods. Witnessing it all, Jamie realizes the gods stripped humanity piece by piece, turning them into slaves. Gritting his teeth, he swears to bring those arrogant beings down. Then, a voice addresses him as contractor and asks if he has seen the truth about the world. Jamie asks if it's Gaia, and she confirms. She asks if he's ready to fulfill the contract. Jamie reflects that he will invest half of his soul in the future. Born from the will of Diablo Volfir and Gaia, he is Jamie Welton. Though not the complete reincarnation of Diablo, he is the last bastion of humanity Diablo left behind. He will carry on his will. He tells her to do it, he will free her descendants. Gaia warns that if they fail, neither of them will be able to turn back. Jamie replies that he doesn't care. This time, he will definitely bring down the 12 gods. Gaia then declares it is time. Jamie is the last guardian, the savior of humanity, the adversary of the 12 gods. Through trials, he shall be reborn as a flawless being.